secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I pray to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds. And I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to every day is a reason to chase what you've been dreaming. For you I strive. And every week is a season. The winter's got my knuckles bleeding, but I don't mind. There's a beating. Sometimes I think that I could feel it. It keeps my time. And every night when I'm dreaming, feels like I'm falling through the ceiling. No, I don't mind, no. Just falling apart. The king's horses and men couldn't mend what is left of my broken heart. And now I finally realize it's what keeps me in line. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. to get lost in yesterday, to bring back all these things. I know you love them, I know you love them, but I know that I can try again to warm your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. We say we want to make a change. I must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even if it passes by, this isn't how we say goodbye. Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all your silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
Just when you forgot, maybe you take the time to stop and cherish what we have instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your side is clear. Bring to light all your silly fears.
Oh girl, just say something. Oh baby, won't you say something? No running, you got me thinking about the state I'm in. Going back to that place we met. Yeah, I've been feeling lost somewhere deep within. No, I can't turn back, I need that grin, that loving. You say you want it, baby, take this in. You're feeling spent, but I know you want it, I know you want it. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no, no. I've been drinking, think I'm faded. Way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well fuck it, I'm just saying stop running. Oh girl, you know I see that pain you're in. Let me calm your nerves, take it in, just take it in. I'll grant you everything you wish. I'll give you all the things you list. Just reminisce, taking back the times we miss. Got you saying that you needed this, you needed this. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. I've been drinking, think I'm faded way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh no, no,
Feeling all the potion we are. Loving in slow motion we are. Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my vows. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love, dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no. Don't ever look away. You fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. No, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but love, it's a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip, trip. You're tripping, you're tripping, you're tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Trip, trip. You make me.
Hello, my friends, and welcome on in to the WCS Cup day number 2 here at the British Esports channel. I am your host, TK Layla, for today, and this go will be taking you through a lot of the shenanigans going forward. We had our initial round 1 matches all the way up to quarterfinals yesterday, and now we are heading into our semi-finals. The top 4 cometh. And joining me on the microphones today is going to be our wonderful duos of casters who will be taking you through all of the action, Rock and Raxen. Hello to the pair of you. Hopefully you're doing okay. Hopefully you've all recovered from yesterday. We had some really close matches, and hopefully these next few matches will be just as close. Anything you're looking forward to today, Rock?
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams look pretty darn strong. It's great to see. Well, obviously, we're going to get to see Team Slim Boys in our second matchup today, and we haven't yet seen them on stream. And I know that there's a lot of strong players in there, so very much looking forward to that.
And what about you, Raxen? We had 2 very key matches, which ironically enough are going to be the ones that we're going to focus on first up, because our first matchup is going to be between Elon Muscle and Question Mark, who, well, between the pair of them, had some of the closest matches we saw. We had Elon Muscle have a 13-11 matchup in round 1, and then we ended the stream yesterday with Question Mark going into the one and only overtime we had, going into a 14-12. So what do you expect to see from the pair of them here today?
Obviously, looking at the results both of the teams displayed yesterday, we can tell both of the teams have what it takes in them to take the game over that edge to secure the game, because a lot of time when you look at the semi-pro level, some of the teams are not really able to push past that 13-round, 14-round mark to actually secure the game. So we saw that both of these teams have that in them, and we saw that these teams have some fantastic individually skilled players that I'm really looking forward to see today.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, those individual players. I mean, you look at some of the stats that we had from those matchups. I mean, we started with that round 1 match between Elon Muscle and Elite Potatoes. It practically went the distance, but we had Rek on that Killjoy, notching out 26 kills of their own, both on the attacking and defensive side, looking amazingly strong. And then on the side of Question Mark, you have like 3 standout players there. Obviously, you got Mandy with the Sky with 26 of their own. Rox with Killjoy got 21 of their own, and also Benjo with the Sage. Definitely gets a good shout in there, and 17 kills and 12 assists, consistently involving themselves. And Rox, that's kind of what you want from a player like Sage. Like, you want them to be able to get involved in those kind of matchups. Yes, it's more sort of like a more laid back kind of approach when you're sort of like walls and orbs, but it's nice to see a Sage get in the thick of things.
It really is. I mean, we saw great Sage. I don't know how much Sage we're going to see today. Only if we really see Split do I expect to see it. I think it's obviously something that can come out if you're really, really comfortable for it. But I think these comps generally are happy to run it there and not many other places. Kind of coming back full circle to what you were talking about earlier as well, like, we've seen a lot of good Killjoys so far this tournament. It seems to be the kind of running theme. And I'm interested to see whether we actually have people move over to that Cypher, because I think there are certain maps that are that little bit stronger for them, or whether they stick with it because they just feel so darn comfortable with it, because they really just do be fragging out so much.
Yeah, it's like they're always getting involved every single time we pan the camera over to them. And as you were going on about our wonderful stages, we are going to see for the 3rd time in our tournament today, throughout the weekend, we're going to see Ascent again. We saw Bind and Split yesterday, so no sign of Icebox just yet, although I do hear it wasn't the first ban between these two, which is always nice to see. And obviously, we've got another semi-final to go, and then we go into the one and only best of 3 that we'll be playing in the finals. So if Icebox isn't being the first ban between both of the semi-finals, could we maybe still yet see it, Raxen?
I definitely think so, although I don't think Question Mark will let it through, because I'm looking at the veto right now, which our viewers at home will have on the screen while we get in the game. So Question Mark had to choose if they want to play Icebox or Ascent, and they went for that Ascent. And if I do remember correctly, they are the same team that banned Icebox yesterday in their quarterfinal game. So if Question Mark makes it through, I don't think we're gonna see Icebox coming into the final.
Oh, well, that is just literally how it is. But it is nice to see a bit more of a variety, because we kind of expect to see Ascend. It's generally a go-to, so it's nice to see Bind, and especially Split. Like, Split, I think, caught us both by surprise, where it actually did manage to come into it. But yeah, both of our teams are starting to ready up towards the lobby, so I'm just going to ask the pair of you for predictions based on what we've seen between these two. Rock, who are you going to pick? Who are you siding for?
I've got to side with my boys, Elo and Muscle. I really like what they were able to bring out yesterday, and I'm excited to see some more of it.
And what about you, Raxon? Do you agree with that, or are you gonna split it?
So I'm rooting for Eloy and Muscle, just, you know, the name, the team. I like their playstyle yesterday, and I've got a mini vendetta against Question Mark. They beat my team in the first round, away from my way yesterday. We did not see that on stream, but I do think Question Mark is the favorites coming into today's semifinal. I am rooting for Eloy and Muscle, but I think Question Mark will be taking the spot in the final, to be honest.
Well, we will soon find out if that is indeed going to be the way it goes. And obviously, for those of you who in the chat, you can predict your winners as well. That poll should be going live at the moment. So get your points in there. It should be a lot of fun just to see how this is going to play out. Could we yet see a second overtime on stream throughout this weekend? We'll soon find out. I mean, we ended the stream yesterday, so why not start with one? But I feel like the lobby is pretty much set and ready to go. So without further ado, Jackson, please. Take us away.
Thank you so much, Leila. I'm so excited to see the first semi-final. Both of the teams had a full night to prepare for one another. Elo and Muscle played Ascent, so they can maybe be a bit exposed when it comes to it, because the opponents might see what tactics they displayed in the first game of the day. Do you think there is that kind of preparation coming into today, Rock?
I mean, you only have the evening to really work with, and I know a lot of these guys are not going to be awake earlier on in the day. They won't have had too much time to do so. They might have been able to watch some of the games and kind of get an idea of what's going on, but I don't think too much in terms of, oh, we'll have prep counter strats and things like that will be going on at all. Especially here on Ascent, we saw more Ascent than we did of any other map put together, any of the other maps put together. But like, even then, you know a lot of the kind of strats which are on here, so you don't necessarily have to counter strat.
Also, if I'm not wrong, Elon Muscle is the only semi-finalist who does not seem to be running Astra, and we saw how potent and how strong Astra was in all the games throughout yesterday, other than the Elo and Muscle game. Do you think Astra's gonna play a big part in today's comp?
Yeah, I really think it will. Carter was really impressive with it, and I'm excited to see some more of it, honestly. It should cut off a lot of these different angles, and, well, really allow them to concuss as well. That's, I think, the big thing is, what I really want, if you ask me for my perfect agent to be able to play, smokes and flashes. And I don't mean the paranoia from Omen. That's so expensive now, and that's why he was so strong, because he has really great smoke and that flash as well. But kind of coming back to Astra, she has those concussors to work with. It can do a very similar thing, obviously not quite as open-ended, but can deal with those specific areas. It's going to be really interesting coming on into this as well, because Elo and Muscle have had to change up some players out for a sub. Obviously, Ego Peak no longer there, and Lular taking up that role in the Omen.
Yeah, which is hopefully a good thing for them, but Ego Pick was a key player yesterday for Elo and Muscle, but hopefully let's see the pistol round commences. We see a lot of pressure on A from the defensive side to start on the round.
Good shots coming out here from Deck, but unfortunately Mandeep and the rest of the squad have been oh so scary when it comes to that frag, and G-Stars at least puts a stop to Carter here, and he even finds a second headshot, but Elo and Muscle find themselves completely cut off from this B site now. The execute isn't even coming there. The dog is going to find a lot of info. Still waiting for their time to strike.
In a 3v3 situation, the spike has not been planted yet. Jet doesn't seem to be wanting to commit quite yet. We see a 3v3 encounter on mid. Rex with a kill on Mandeep. 3v2. Oh, traded by Killjoy. And we're in a 2v1. Jet with the spikes running down A short.
Yeah, she's going to be able to get to the A site quick enough to get that spike down, but she's still got to deal with that 1v2 situation, and that's certainly going to be difficult. They have little to no utility left, and they're already pushing through.
He could close the door here and maybe use it to his advantage, but he's taking the fight. Not able to convert the duel, and we see Elo and Muscle securing the first pistol round, and pistol rounds in Valorant are so important considering, unlike other games like Counter-Strike, Valorant game finish at 13, so every pistol round can almost mean you secure the second round as well, unless the teams prefer to force. But like we mentioned yesterday on stream, we are on the new patch, so teams kind of tend to avoid buying the Buckies or the Stingers these days.
True. I mean, you still see a couple of them pick it up, but not too much. I think that Stinger is almost completely gone, honestly, at this point. You can't quite get the same one-shots you used to. I think it's still relatively decent, but the extra cost and the change to it, the way it's going to be able to help you frag out, does make a big difference. But if we're talking about very cost-efficient weapons, in this second round, that Marshall on Lular is going to be scary.
Especially because no one on the question mark side seems to have bought an armor, so just one shot from the Marshal and you're down. We're seeing Jaco going for the classic, so that makes me believe he will be going for the operator later on in the first half.
This makes sense. He's trying to keep that econ going and make sure they have something coming on into this. Elo and Muscle playing relatively passive, apart from the aggression from Rex in mid here. Back with that drone, maybe they can find that opening they need, but from mid there, Rex gets caught off guard and takes a decent amount of damage for it. Jaiko finishes them off, and that's a good early frag for Question Mark.
I was just about to compliment the patience from Question Mark, but then Elo and Muscle with a very aggressive peek on mid from their Killjoy, traded now by Lular, but now in a 4v4 with 2 Question Mark players very low in HP. Another kill from the Marshall, traded by Jaiko, 3v3 now. We saw the potency of the Marshall, like we said right there, 2 shots, 2 kills instantly against an eco round with no armor.
Yeah, it was absolutely massive, but then he got vulnerable, and that made it easy for the pick to come on through from that Jet. Jaiko still unsure of where they want to commit because they lose a player on A there. That means they can't execute through Chi here. They've got to shift things up, and already you can see
30 seconds left.
to rotate on through to mid here from the from Elo and Muscle's raise. Try and potentially stop this push, but they're still hanging around, knowing they don't want to commit to B all too quickly.
20 seconds on the clock. The Jet has the ultimate in the second round, but very low HP. I don't think she's gonna pop it here. I think they're just gonna try to maybe secure a plant. We see G-Stars if he's going to be able to kill on Cross here. He's got full utility. Jet crosses the side. Oh, G-Stars just watches them go inside. Sneaks behind him. Oh, beautiful play from G-Stars that secures the round. But I have to commend Question Mark's eco round was perfect. Patient, secured double orbs for the ultimates. Jet has the ult in this round. A very beautiful eco from Question Mark.
Yeah, I actually really like a lot of what they were doing there. They managed to find themselves in a very solid position here. Sure, they didn't get quite as many frags, they didn't get the spike down, so they don't have the best economy. But as you said, the ultimate's still very much available, and with these rifles now, they should be able to leverage a lot of that. They've got full utility as far as I can tell, even though they won't have a lot of money if they lose this one. But they have the weapon advantage. They should be picking this up.
Yeah, we're seeing Elo and Muscle running a Ghost and a Deagle in the bonus round. Hopefully Question Mark takes this one, so we see a very close game. We see 4 people walking towards A long. Sam was about to see 4 people here. He's getting drawn out. He's gonna get a pick off. No, he gets killed instantly by Carter. Now they're gonna explode onto the 8 side. Let's see if Lular can do something with the Deagle here. But no, the patience from Question Mark again. Entry kill, collect the orb, and then play slow. I really like the way Question Mark plays this.
Very heads-up play from the attacking side right here. Good dart comes in there. Lular finds themselves low already. You can already see, oh, there it is. The gravity starts almost pulling Lular in. That was so close to being able to take them down, but unfortunately, the gravity just about went off. G-Stars gets the straight from behind, trades 1 for 1. Elo and Muscle find themselves now down to 2 players, and one of them is already oh so low.
Oh, Mandeep with a great kill on Lular right here, and I think this is gonna be the round secure. I actually don't want Question Mark to keep fighting here. I think they should save all the 4 weapons and they shouldn't give Deck any opportunity to get a kill. But Deck picks one off and now has a Vandal. Oh, gets traded by Benjo. But that could have gotten really scary right there.
That'd have been super good for them if they get that frag, manage to save the rifle. I think Elo and Muscle are very happy with that situation, but at least the frags came on through. Getting that little bit of eco damage is very impactful, especially because of how low their money was. Remember, we were kind of talking about that. They're able to buy up again because they do have some drops, but Question Mark not having the best of economy here. They find this win in this round, though. They will be able to reset the entire situation of the game and find themselves in the driving seat.
Something you touched a bit upon in the pregame, you talked about the teams not playing the Cypher, and we actually see the impact of not having a Cypher on a map like Ascent, because when you have a Killjoy, it's way harder to hold that lurk, and we saw G-Stars right there coming through and flanking and getting a pick off there in a long gate in the bonus round.
I mean, obviously, Cypher a little bit better for trying to lock down some of those angles. Especially when you're playing the offense, I think it's a little bit better than the Killjoy, but still that lockdown can be ever so present, already trading back some utility here and there.
I think we're experiencing a few lag spikes here on the server, but the game is still going on. We see Question Mark with the default. They really like putting pressure on that A long and collecting that orb. I really like that cycling through the orbs for the ultimates. That's going to be very impactful, especially when we get to the rounds 4 and 5 in the first half.
It really is.
Killed my bot.
No trades back and forth yet, as both teams playing relatively passive. I like to see this. Elo and Muscle knowing they can't step forward too far, knowing that that was a real flaw for them in the previous round when their Jet just dashed on forwards and Samo got picked off early.
Yeah, so this is the first gun round of the half. I don't think we have an operator in play just yet. But Lular picking, oh, very nice jiggle pick here. Is about to flash and is engaged from this short fight. Deck with a trade. I think that was a kill in A long, but that was the fake push, and now they're splitting down. No, they're not even splitting, just pushing down, walking down mid towards B. Raze isolated in B side down catwalk. 10 seconds to go in this half, and G-Stars gets killed. He should have gotten a kill there. Jet, I think, pushes with spawn. 3v2 Elon Muscle with a retake. Sova is very low.
They can actually get the spike down though, and playing from this makes life a lot easier. They have that advantage now with the nano storms as well. A lot of the utility to kind of work with here. Peeks out, Rocks takes him down, but the dart from Deck is absolutely fantastic here and trying to deny that push. But there's the shot, there's the round, and Elo and Muscle set question marks economy back down to very, very little.
Yeah, Deck looks on point with his aim right there, with a beautiful dart and then with a nice headshot behind the green box inside. Question mark with a very unlucky attempt there to rush B when the door was locked with 15 seconds to go on the clock. What do you think about that play, Rock?
I actually really like it. I thought question mark had a much better position than they did, unfortunately. I thought that the nano swarm would have been enough to really keep them at bay, but they couldn't get him down on both angles, and Deck was just absolutely on point with that dart, meaning that you're really going to be able to shift up the way a lot of that fight is going to go down. I think that's the kind of key thing you have to look at, because when you're able to take down that Killjoy, who is oh so scary in those post-plant situations with a dart like that, it just completely flips it. Even with the 2v3, I think question mark were favored there, but because of that play, they just weren't able to leverage it.
We saw... Ooh, Mandip with a Sheriff kill on Lular, and now they don't have smokes pushing down with the dog. Elon Muscle, I think, is on a half buy, and they already... Are they on a half buy? They won the round. That means their economy is also not very good, but Samo here with the Jet ult might just make a big play. We see Deck still save the Vandal from last round, and Samo with a beautiful ultimate kill back in the 4v4. 2 ultimates on the board for each side.
Yeah, didn't quite get it in the first couple, but when they hit that headshot, it's easy pickings. Good stuff here from Deck to try and catch off guard and stop that plot from going on down. Question mark will be very happy with the situation right now. Finding frag after frag and a decent amount of economy. Sure, they're even forcing out ultimates from G-Stars and from the rest of Elo and Muscle. And even then, it's 3 versus 3. I was waiting around the corner. There's the double spray down. Good play from Elo and Muscle to try and keep this one alive. Paint Shells forces Mandeep forward into an untenable situation.
And they secured a 4th round on the board, and I think question mark had a force buy there, which means their economy is still not going to be allowing them to buy that operator, which we thought they will be using on the attacking side. Elo and Muscle with a very strong performance during the first 5 rounds. Yeah, like I said, they don't have money for an operator, but they can afford a full utility buy. Would you like to see something change up in question mark style? Because I kind of like what they're doing. They're taking control of long, they're taking the orbs. Elo and Muscle allows them to play and hit the sites, but I just feel like they're losing the aim duels to some extent.
I think they just really got caught off guard in a couple of those fights there, and basically just lost 2 players for a very open reason. It was good stuff from question mark, really being able to abuse that. And I mean, that round was a little bit closer than it really should have been. That's the only issue for for Elo and Muscle here, because they were very much in a advantage when it comes to economy, and gun power as well. So the fact that they got oh so close to losing it round and invested a bunch of ultimates means that I think question mark are looking pretty terrifying this round, especially because they have that lockdown to potentially make a play on towards this B site if something opens up with that first frag.
Elo and Muscle also has the lockdown, but as we saw last round, Deck opted to use the Sova ult for spacing, and now if question mark will place their Killjoy ult, there is no natural counter to it, whereas Elo and Muscle, they are countered by the Sova ult on question mark side, so that's going to be a very interesting dynamic of the ultimates put into play this round. We see droning to clear down short, but there's no one mid. They would spot no one, but Lular takes a more advanced position in short. He keeps on pushing. Oh my god, he might be getting traded off. Carter manages to get the kill, and now in a 5v4, question mark should be securing this one. Now they secured the Astra ultimate as well.
Oh, look at this rotate. Oh, Elo Muscle get pulled away, but very sensibly rotates back a little bit. Doesn't want to get caught off. G-Stars aware that this push might not come towards the A site. In fact, that's why you're seeing all 4 players come on through. Rex takes down Mandeep. Well, they can effectively execute onto the site. That's all those flashes completely gone. Jaiko is going to have to open up well for the team. That wall cuts off a lot of the position Deck wants to be in, putting that utility through now, and Jaiko's still holding this angle, expecting the push to come on through.
Looking at a 4v4 with a nice crossfire here. Jaiko gets a kill on the Samo. 4v3 now, but 2 of the players are low, both Jet and Killjoy.
Oh, good trade out, but Rex comes on through and does not give them that one for free. Oh, what a spray from Benjo there. Finishes off Rex, and I think very sensibly, Deck is looking at this going, well, first of all, I have to not get hit by this lock now. Do I even play for this?
I think the answer here is yes, because they committed in a 3v4, and you should go and try to secure taking as many guns down as possible, but I would have said they should have saved it when they were in the 3v4. It looked very unlikely, and, well, proved to be unlikely, but Deck will kill everyone here. He will not. Benjo might die to the spike. Okay, I think Deck did the right play in the end. He took out all the weapons. Question Mark's economy is in shambles, whereas Elo and Muscle has plenty of money to buy full utility this round.
Yeah, you're looking at Question Mark right now, and they're going to be able to buy up something, but it's going to be light armor for a couple of these players, and even then, like, kind of makes it very difficult. Elo and Muscle, sure, they don't have a buy, but they at least managed to deny a lot away from Question Mark there, in spite of losing the round.
Yeah, Elo and Muscle actually will be going for a half buy here because unfortunately they don't have the money. I don't know where their money went out the window. With 4 rounds on the board, they should have had way more. But let's see Samo playing aggressive with the Sheriff now.
Pushing up forward, that Spectre could be oh so problematic, but there's the headshot. Rex trades on back and even manages to take a second then. Carl,
they have the spike, they have the spike.
Buddy. Yeah, they've got so much control. They've got a rifle now. Benjo is going to have to hit this shot. Rex is going to go down, luckily for them, but Question Mark almost threw away this round. And even if they lose this, even if Elo and Muscle lose this, that's a lot of damage to be doing when you didn't really even fall by them. Oh my Benjo
God.
taking down Lulot, stepping up as the replacement for this squad.
Careful, I got the
Fantastic. 2v2 right now, and Jackal gets taken down. Mandip trades 1 versus 1. Oh, Mandip finally manages to secure the round. If I'm not wrong, Mandip, the IGL of Question Mark, and he's probably asking, guys, what are we doing? They had a half buy. How did we lose 4 people? But he manages to secure it. But now look at the economy. Only 2 people can buy. This is crazy. This is, and Samo bringing the operator to the board. This is what we talked about. We want to see the jet duels with the op. So far, they haven't managed to be able to afford one 7 rounds in, but now we see Samo bringing the operator. This is getting scary for Question Mark.
It really is. They're going to be able to buy up somewhat here. Very sensibly going for things like the Guardian, which is still very strong. Obviously, with the changes a long time ago, it's no longer that 2.7k gun is actually an effective buy when you are at a disadvantage in terms of economy there. Can get that one-shot headshot at pretty much every range.
Rex has been holding onto this Killjoy ultimate for the past, I think, 4 rounds now. And he will not be using it now as Jaiko jumps on his head with a judge. A double trade Benjo trades G-Stars, and then a 4v3. Question Mark takes the side even with a lower buy. Let's see if Elon Muscle can retake this. 3v3, Lular with a kill through the smoke. That's very nasty.
Very over-aggressive as well from Question Mark. They had the advantage. Why not just play more passive? They know that there's no Killjoy ultimate to try and stop them, so just play for that more passive angle, but gets aggressive and finds themselves now at a deficit. There's still 1 ultimate ready for Elon Muscle. It's super helpful here.
First kill from Rocks coming through. Second kill from Rocks. Triple kill from Rocks that secures the round. And we keep saying the team that has a low buy should lose the round, but the team with the low buys keep winning the round. And this game is so close.
It is beautiful play, honestly, from Question Mark there, and obviously in particular from Rocks with that 3k at the very end. I thought the over-aggression might have been their foil, but in that post-plant with the Killjoy, didn't even seemingly need to use the utility. Playing, again, that logs angle, and it seems like every single time people forget to check it. It was beautiful as well from Jaiko to just jump on through with that judge and say, I know someone's sitting there, let's get it, and easily takes them out and sets their team ahead in the pace of the round.
And we didn't even get to see the Samuel operator play because he just died instantly. Now with an aggressive play contesting long, I don't think he's escaping there. Oh, unbelievable play. I guess a lot of respect coming from Question Mark there. They didn't want to risk it dying to 1 bullet, a Sheriff. Yeah, a bit of a skirmish in A long, but now we see Question Mark running a default, Killjoy playing very passive in B, filling that Cypher role, Astra in B link, and we see Elo and Muscle kind of gathering up towards that A heaven.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they're putting so many players towards it. Is this A site has not been somewhere where Question Mark have often executed, tries to trade out from tree there. I think Rex managing to make it out there is pretty solid, considering the fact that they were facing down that Vandal, which obviously one-shot headshots at every single range.
Still in a 5v5 with 40 seconds on the board. I like question mark's patience. They don't want to give the advantage against a half buy from Elo and Muscle. We're seeing them smoking off the turret beautifully down, walking down in. This might come as a surprise. Mandy sneaking in. He catches it from plants down. He gets a kill on Samo, and now he's waiting. He's patient. Turns his back against. No. Rex misses the kill. Mandip with a second. Mandip with a triple. Again, Mandip is spot on in the last 2 rounds. 4 versus 1. Dick might have the advantage with the second position, and he gets caught off by Carter. 5v4. First round that we see a team with the bigger guns actually taking it instead of the pistols.
Yeah, beautifully done by question mark, executing well. That smoke in mid was stellar from Carter, and I love that Mandeep called for it. Knew that if they don't expect, sorry, if we smoke that, they won't really realize where that smoke has gone, and that we are covering that turret that otherwise would have given away their position and meant, oh, hey, Samo's going to be completely aware of that and have to take the duel evenly. Mandeep catches them off guard, gets the frag, and even manages to turn into a 3k at the very end there. Rex was trying to jiggle for that shot with the Sheriff, but it didn't quite come through.
We see question mark bringing this game back 4 rounds in a row, and I want to say I want from Rex and Elon Muscle to play a bit more passive, so I want to see that Killjoy ult put into place. He's been having it since round 4, and we still haven't seen him use it. So just play more passive, maybe give them the site and try to retake once with a Killjoy ult. I think that's what Elon Muscle needs to do this round.
Nano Swarm to get rid of those really annoying little angles as we are aware, question mark, I think, realizing from yesterday that they were often getting caught off guard, especially, I believe they were playing on split, so got to be that little bit more careful. And against Elon Muscle here, going to do just that, not getting caught off guard too much.
I think another problem that Elon Muscle needs to change up maybe from next round is they're giving too much space on the map to question mark to play. They're not really contesting mid or B main, and rarely, we only saw them contest A long when they had eco. Like, look how passive that Jet is playing. I think they really need to put an operator on her and play her posted up in A long.
Samo is holding back here. Could he still find that frag? Jaiko knows where he is, but doesn't call it out to Benjo, and he just falls.
That was a lack of
early pick
communication.
here, and that might be what Elon Muscle need.
Yeah, and we see question mark now rotating all the way to B, but I don't think that's the right play because Elon Muscle is very predicting that and rotating with 3 people. And we see Raze inside. J-Stars pulls out the ultimate, and Rocket doesn't get the kill. Oh my god, Mandip survives and kills G-Stars. Then we get 3v2. That gets killed by Carter in the back. Again, no communication for Elon Muscle's side this time. Carter with only a sheriff gets traded by Lular. 2 versus 1, and Mandip with 18 HP. Gets one. Mandip.
No!
Wallbang! Lular goes crazy with that sound cue wallbang, and Elon Muscle brings it back to a 5-5. What a round.
That was insane from Lular there. Hears the audio of the landing, flicks to the wall and just sprays him through. Knows just how low Mandeep is and punishes it accordingly. 12 and 6 for Mandeep, sure, but when you take so much damage in the round, it's not like you're going to be able to clutch that out in the same way. And Lula, with an impressive performance so far, definitely stepping up and replacing Hugo Peak well.
Absolutely. Mandip a bit of luck there from he escaped with 18 HP from that Raze ult, and then he managed to kill G-Stars, which was probably very frustrated. We saw the Raze nerf come through like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, and the ultimate does not deal as much damage depending on the distance where you're placed from the rocket landing. But now we see question mark realizing there's no pressure on A-Long, taking control of A-Long on a half buy. Jaiko with the Jet ult and the Judge. Pushing in through. Samu gets revealed by Yaron's gonna get wallbanged off. Still survives. Gets traded off. 5-3 for question mark.
Yeah, question mark gets so much control off of that, and Elo and Muscle just did not know how to deal that kind of aggression. Sure, they picked up the round, but Jaikos gets ever so close. And honestly, even if they run out of those knives, still a threat, honestly, with that Judge.
I honestly think Elon Muscle should save here from the last round.
Straight through the bottom. G-Stars takes the head, but there's Mandy. And there is Carter. They clean up again. Elo and Muscle don't find all too much, but at least they force the ultimate out of Benjo here as we go into the final round of the half.
I think Mandip was on like his 3rd or 4th triple kill that half. Mandip is putting up performance. He wants to take this home. And like I said, Elo and Muscle has no money to go into the last round of the half, and I think they should have saved in that 3v5 there.
Yeah, I think they really should have. They would have found themselves in a much better position, but perhaps they felt like they could take it. I mean, they got some good sprays on. They did put Jaiko oh so low, but the rest of those members on too many flanks, and I don't think Elo and Muscle were ready for quite the pressure that was put upon them.
Yeah. Samuel playing aggressive down short with the Sheriff. He's walking down short. Oh, he gets spotted off by the Sky Dog and he has to fall back. But we also see Raze push down mid. Lular with the double Guardian kill. Now in a 4v2. Now they should collect their winnings and just fall back and play for the advantage. And this is what they're doing. Very, very interesting skirmish going down the mid.
And I thought that was a perfect position for them to be able to take the round. They had all of those jellyfish coming on through from the sky to find out those positions. In fact, the peaks were good. The issue was is Lular stepped up and is now on a 3k. Massive performance from this player, and Benjo's just sitting in the corner going, oh no, oh yes!
Oh my god!
As he takes it down to looking for the third, but unfortunately Deck at range will finish him off with that good old Hunter's Fury.
Benjo did make me believe there. In a 1v4, he killed 3. Thank God Deck had that ulti in B-side popping on his rival Sova, because if not, Benjo would have destroyed Elo and Muscle mentally going into the pistol round.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of it as well. Benjo is, again, one of these players on this question mark roster that are oh so young. I mean, their average age of this squad is 17, and they have this kind of talent. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do as they refine it. I think these guys are definitely looking forward into the future. Going to be some hallmarks of the UK scene. I've seen them in a lot of tournaments, and they've continually impressed me. And with fragging talent that honestly surpasses their age, and they're only going to become more mature, well-rounded players as they age and have more experience in the game.
Exactly, and the importance of this game, if you win now, you are getting into the money of the tournament, and winning some money at 17, that's fantastic, and something that really could compel their careers, and we see the pistol round already commencing here. We're looking at a bit of pressure applied from G-Stars early on B, but question mark does not bite into this, and they're still holding onto the A and mid without moving around the map.
Turret's destroyed.
Does almost gets caught there, but the Nano Swarm. Oh, he's oh so low, but he's still alive. Just one headshot. Could, well, actually not one headshot.
One leg shot.
Kill at this HP. Would need a little bit more, but the right click is there. Rox holds it down, but getting pushed by these players. Oh no, only one of them landed. Lular shows up again with this ghost. And this man just seems to only hit headshots. 4 versus 2 for Elo and Muscle. This round is looking pretty darn good for them.
Bandit is also very low on top mid, but now Lular holding the cross, and I think Lular's gonna has this one in the back. Yeah, Lular with the triple and pistols. He's probably gonna get the semi-ace here. Oh, Benjo again says no. I'm the big boy on the server.
Certainly is. Oh, whiffs that shot there. That was a difficult one. I'll give him that one. But does finish off Rex regardless. He's going for the play. Knows he can make it. And I love that kind of confidence. Shoots out the recall bolt. Second time is the charm there as he's going to start to move on through. Look at the angle. Jack is trying to hold it. Trying to win it. But takes so much damage. Just needs that one more headshot. But Samo denies. And Elo and Muscle get oh so close. But still win the round.
Like the first 5 rounds, it felt like it was the Mandeep show, but then the last 3 rounds, I feel like I'm watching Lular versus Benjo showcasing their aim lab skills, like headshots all around. But I think this is the moment where question mark pauses and, you know, composes themselves. Benjo says, "Come on, boys, we got this. Look how easy it is. I'm almost clutching 1v4s. I need you guys to step up. I believe in you guys." I think this is the timeout time.
We'll be able to get on into this. They have that weapon advantage. I'm sad to not see Lular on things like the Marshall. I feel like one tap seemed to be their business, but this Spectre is still definitely a threat. Mandeep is still waiting on mine here. Interested to see if Elo and Muscle are going to check out this corner. They don't even commit towards it. They're still playing relatively passive.
We're looking like what Elo and Muscle is doing right now, and they're reading perfectly. The setup question mark is running, and they're gonna go down short, but no one's holding. But Mandeep gets a kill down from Wine. He gets traded by Deck, but even that 1 kill was very important. No more. We see, oh my god, Benjo again with a kill on Deck. 4v3 gets traded by G-Stars, but getting these classic kills should not be possible.
It really shouldn't be. They're losing so much out on every single one of these rounds, but Elo and Muscle is starting to round the corner. Carter is not exactly in the best of positions and easily farmed by Rex there. Jacko is still looking for the shots. He's a Spectre there, and there's a little weapon. They know there's a player down this angle. The spray comes in. G-Stars falls. The opposing Spectre was a little bit too much for them. Still going to start to make this push.
One enemy
taking control of side. Rex kills Jaiko, and now we have Rox with 1 HP getting killed by Samo, but only 2 Spectres saving for the next round because Question Mark getting 3 kills with classics only. That's not a good start when you go to the bonus round for Elo and Muscle.
No, they lost a lot of money as a result of that, so they won't find themselves living such a cushy life. But Elon Muscle obviously with those rifles now. And you know what's up with these Killjoys having all of those similar names? We have Rex and Rox this game. We had Fudge and Fungi last time.
That's so true. I don't know. Maybe it's a secret. Maybe I should change my name.
Same wavelength, you know.
Yeah, and they're all crazy players, like crazy good players. All Killjoys this tournament, like I think Layla mentioned in the pre-show. We've got some very, very interesting Killjoy plays this tournament. But we see what Elo and Muscle will be doing now, and they realize their equipment is not up to par to contest mid and long distances, so they're walking down A long.
And walking on into a star, Benjo could easily set this up for a good couple of frags. They've been solid on the firepower front so far, but forced off by that util. Oh no, the flash is badly timed! Mandy falls! The aggression's just there, but luckily Jaiko is there. It's all okay, nothing's all too wrong. They're going to open it back up here. Interesting decision, but too good shot off, finds a little bit of damage, and they're still playing for it. Question mark, are only 1 player down and now on the retake.
Oh, you see the spray down on top of Generator. Oh, and he gets a kill on Samo, who is
buddy!
Not very happy.
Move.
Yeah, he's not happy about that. 3-4, Elo and Muscle still did good to plant the spike in this bonus round, but I don't think they're gonna win this.
Yeah, they find themselves in such a difficult position. Benjo takes down the first, but position out. Lulard takes down another, but in the end, Question mark do finish them off and do keep the score ever so close.
I like the respect from Question Mark there to play retake. You don't want to lose a Vandal in the middle of the site. Mandeep a bit unfortunate with that push from the opponent, race through the smoke, gets killed off, but yeah, Question Mark played that very well. They saved the operator for Jaiko going to the next round, whereas Elo and Muscle can't afford one. Samo has only had 1 chance to opt this game, and he died instantly. So I'm looking at Benjo buying the Odin, and I'm excited. Oh, he's just trolling us. He sold the Odin. He went back to Vandal. I'm disappointed, Benjo.
I mean, it would be decent. Again, we kind of mentioned before in previous matches that it's so strong on things like the Sova. You certainly can control, but it's not great on the A site. It would definitely be a lot better on other angles, but Jaiko losing out that one. G-Stars has just been clicking on heads so far, and Elo and Muscle again find themselves an opening. This tree is now wide open.
A Sova off on A-Long with the drones. Benjo pushing with that Sova drone tag. But we see 4 people from Elo and Muscle get it up short. Carter, he has a big chance to get 1 or 2 kills.
Oh no, on the left! Rex pushes through, takes him down. And yet again, Question mark, seemingly just seed a player. Lula not planting default, so this shock dart, didn't even hit anyway. We see it in the bottom right as he just messes it up, unfortunately. But Question mark now playing for this retake. We have 2 ultimates, but they're not exactly in the best positions to let them go down here. Actually, Andy trying to play that space, but Benjo falls.
I think that was very, very probable for them to win with the 2 ults, but they just wanted to go off of the Sky Flash, not invest the ultimates there. They didn't want to risk it. I think they just want to take out guns at this point.
It's not a bad call. I do like it from Question mark. They should be able to pick up a good couple of rounds. Sorry, a good couple of frags here and, well, look towards the next couple of rounds. They're going to be able to save those rifles and not lose out on too much. I think they'll have a relatively decent buy going into the next half. Sorry, next round.
They should do. Unless someone dies to spike here, which they shouldn't, and no one dies to spike. Question mark should be able to buy in 1 more round, and then they might struggle financially. But we see the operator really not having success for either of the sides 18 rounds into this game. 16 rounds into this game, sorry.
It's going to be an interesting position here. They're not actually buying up all too much, it seems.
Yeah, I think they will be trying to take some orbs, so maybe they can have some jet ult if they get a kill as well after an orb.
Jaiko doesn't find anything early, just able to make sure that util doesn't come too far forward. They're going to be able to clear out that angle, and obviously with the drone spot them out as well. You have to dodge out of that angle so quickly, but they're already checking for it. Those sheriffs could find a good bit of damage, but not quite coming yet. Benjo peeks out now, is looking for the second serving, but turns away as the push comes.
Investing the Omen ult to teleporting boat house. Now 2 people down Speedway killing. Carter gets a kill, I think, somewhere from Market. He's now playing logs, but he's 1 HP. Lular is looking for the opponents. We see Rox there with the Vandal. He saved from last round. He might get a chance to get a few pickoffs here.
Rox playing Songer Angle, wants to try and deal with something. Oh, that recouple just barely scans them! And Rex is now holding the angle, expecting to push. There's the throw. Okay, with the shot, Rox comes up big!
Now.
Is this the time for question mark?
No.
Oh, no!
Lular again with a beautiful timing. This guy's game sense is phenomenal. Yet again, securing the round in a 2v2. Lular is phenomenal this game. Would you agree, Rook?
Yeah, absolutely huge. And, you know, I was a bit worried coming on in here, no ego peak, and I think he's been doing at least some of the better smoking and better controller play that we've seen so far this tournament. But Lular has stepped up, really hitting a lot of great headshots and providing the frags instead. And you know what? Hey, we'll take...
We see Benjo now going for that Odin, this time not being able to pick up an operator for the Jet. But Elon Muscle has so much money, even if they lose this round, they can still buy probably for the next 2 rounds.
Probably can. Question mark. Not got a lot of ultimates as well. That's the other issue. We've got 2, but it's hard to effectively utilize them without some good backup utility. And so far, Elon must have been really good at dodging a lot of the utility.
Ooh, Jaiko isolated solo pick on B. I don't think that was the play, but maybe it was a bait for Benjo to come into his trap of an Odin, and he gets a, but you know, he gets drawn off. Elon Muscle playing so well right now.
Benjo gonna get caught out here too much. Oh no! Next, trying to land it, trying to expect it, but it's G-Stars who pushes on in and takes that player off the board. Question mark again, find themselves ripped apart on this defense.
Yeah, something seems to not be working for question mark. They seem to not be as on point with their defensive side, but we see Mandy push here with a flash, get a trade-off 5v4, but now he's getting Killjoy ulted off. He can't find save in the side because the entire side is covered by that position. Mandy needs to escape. He's 20 HP, he gets spammed to the smoke by Samo, and now we have 4 versus 2, Elon Muscle. 4 versus 1, because Rex with what a headshot!
Yeah, and Carter really had that perfect lineup, knew exactly where the players were going to be, but oh, it just doesn't work out. Rox gives away their position. That's the only current issue right now. Still manages to deal with someone who's looking for a second helping, but that holds down the angle. Elo and Muscle pick up another. They're already 2 rounds of picking this up in a pretty darn quick fashion.
Remember I said, I think around five rounds ago, I said that question mark should have went for that tactical pause. I think they should still go for that tactical pause and maybe take a few minutes to breathe and recompose and maybe bring this game back, because it doesn't look good for them.
It really doesn't, and I thought they were going to be able to step up to the plate and really show us how it's done. I mean, I bet Elo Muscle, but that's because they're my boys. I still thought question mark coming on in here with such impressive performances so far this tournament. They were going to be the top dogs.
Especially with the Sky, the Killjoy, the Astra. I was really expecting them to do more on the defensive side, but they're just not able to put any more than 1 round on the board so far. And now they have a low buy. And yes, the tactical pause comes through. Maybe a bit too late. Like I said, I would have called it when it was 7-6 or 8-6. It's an 11-7 right now, and no buy. They're gonna go eco to hopefully win and go in the overtime, which is commendable. You know. Oh, it is a technical pause, not a tactical pause. Well, I would say it's still very welcomed for question mark nonetheless.
Yeah, they want that little bit of respite. They want to be able to think about exactly what they got to do here. You know, they've got 3 ultimates. I think they haven't quite got the cash for rifles, if I remember correctly.
No, I
think
it
a couple of them
going.
going to buy up though, right? They don't want to play for overtime. That's such a different. Okay, no, they're opting to.
Yeah, they are playing for overtime, which I respect that. I respect.
I mean, it takes a lot of mental fortitude. I think that's the big issue, right?
Yeah, but we saw question mark yesterday go in that overtime, you know, and fight all the way through. So we know they have it in them. And if they do get to overtime, like I said, we saw them take the overtime. So maybe, you know, if you don't believe in yourself, then who else is going to? And the question mark is going to trust themselves right now and save for that final round.
going to be difficult, though. Elo and Muscle have just seemed so dominant in a lot of these duels, and that's kind of what you were saying before. Just shot after shot. And normally you'd expect this map to be more defender-sided, but both teams really have been having a lot of success on the attack so far, and I think that's because of the way they've been playing. Question Mark utilized those flashes oh so well, and Elo and Muscle are just raw gunning it.
I would like to see in the next gun round a bit of a swapping the sites, maybe putting Sova and Jet on A and have the Killjoy on B, because they have been losing the duels constantly on B, and maybe having that Killjoy to slow them down a bit more might help question mark going into the last final gun round. We see Samo holding a deep B position, expecting a push from Jet that has been punished a few times, but now everyone else is very patient on the B side of the map for Elo and Muscle, for question mark, my bad.
Have the knives out. Can question mark leverage something off the back of that? You only see Jaiko looking for that play towards mid, trying to jump up, get some of that info, but nothing much showing. The dart going towards A here belies at least some of where this push is coming. Two players on this angle. Peeking out, loses the first duel. It's all going to be down to Carter, who's still here. Whiffs the shot.
No.
Rex takes him down. Again, Elo Muscle have found their opening, but Jaiko finds one.
Getting spammed through smoke, and now down to 50 HP. Drox missing a few easy shots, but Trell! That gets pulled down, and now in the 3v2, question mark, if they want to come back, this could be the round. Drox versus Lore. Jaiko jumping over the map and taking down Lular. Now Samo 1 versus 3 gets Benjo off guard. Can Samo clutch this?
It's out wide. Oh, the turret's going to give away that position. There's going to be the jump. There is the shot. Great stuff again from Jaiko. A 4K from the Jet player. That's just how terrifying these knives can be. Jumping on forward and just getting so darn aggressive. Question mark found their footing potentially here. They're going to be able to have that full rifle round, but still, they're not quite out of the woods yet.
But still a very welcome round. And like I said, that technical pause, we're not sure exactly what it was. It did miracles. They pulled an eco win based on the back of Jaiko's Jet ultimate. And now I think the momentum might start shifting if we see question mark winning one more round here.
You might do. Good shots, some good round. Be enough to put them ahead again, reset the eco for Elo and Muscle. Doesn't want to commit too hard, knows that, well, there's been a lot of terrifying players on this question mark side if you just give them that opening.
I really like the read here from Elo and Muscle, just leaving A more or less open, playing off of that Killjoy utility and stacking towards mid and B. Let's see if question mark will be able to hold it like this, but Samo pushes through the black hole, kills Carter and dashes out. Whew, this is scary, but G-Stars as well with a kill with a rocket on rocks.
It just ain't happening. Mandeep at least manages to take one down here, goes for the second, almost finishes, does take down a second in Rex there, and leaves one of those remaining players still alive, Jaiko.
Spike planted.
Now starts to move on in as well.
Benjo, if I'm not wrong, has a Odin, so we might be able to see some sprays down through the wall. Lular gets traded by Jaiko, 2 versus 2. Deck flanking right now. He misses the shots. Now in a 1v2, they know where he's placed. Taking the spike. And Benjo secures it with an Odin. What happened there, round?
Well, question mark pushed on in, trying to deny that post-plant situation. Elo and Muscle lost a lot as the engage happened, and some really great plays from on that heaven position meant that they weren't able to really capitalize on it. They were locked into a pretty pigeonhole position, and then from there, well, the rifles just really did work their magic. You're looking now at Elo Muscle. They do have that one round left in the bank, and even if they hit the next, they could maybe force up to try and deny it. But question mark are ever so close to that double digits and have a decent amount of economy here. They could play for overtime even if they lose out on a round here.
Yeah, and Mandeep again stepping up and getting 2 kills to bring it back to a 3v3 last round. But now we're moving on to round 20 of the first semi-final. We see Benjo on the B side droning out. He still has that Odin saved from the previous round, so if anyone gets tagged, they're about to be shredded. He does not manage to get the tag. They are coming towards Benjo, and he's gonna use that Odin to its fullest, I think, here.
Yeah, if they push on into him, he's easily going to get a good old spray down. But Passive for now, they haven't committed towards it. In fact, he's just trying to jiggle peek there. With the drone coming, he has to be ready for this. Good dart will buy him a bit of time. Gonna try and get that spray through, a lot of damage down. Spraying the angle, you can't just walk into that, G-Stars. You know that's a line you just can't cross. Samo pushes on through, however, almost finds Benjo, but it's Lula again who gets that frag, and Jaiko is now the only one on site.
4 versus 3 for question mark. Oh, Jaiko gets darted out by Deck. Lular TPing onto Speedway, and oh my god, kills all around in Elo and Muscle in 3v1.
My double's dead.
Elo Muscle
30 seconds left.
have the advantage here, but Rox has stepped up time and time again on this Killjoy. Fantastic fragging power, and doesn't even need much utility to back it up. Does have those pieces starting to come back online, even puts the alarm bot through.
And his HP is basically double of the 2 players that are still alive, very low. He has to wait for that arrow to disappear. Both players playing both house in some sort of a crossfire. Everything is on Rock right now.
That's the shot. That's the first. Can he find the second? He can indeed. Double digits for question mark off the back again of this Killjoy.
Rocks, time and time again with the clutches retakes from A to B, bringing question mark back in this game, and Elo and Muscle now is gonna struggle a bit financially, but Rocks has to be commended. They will be forcing. Yeah, they seem to be decided on forcing up right here. We see them low armor, probably not full utility for the Killjoy and the Jet, or before for Omen as well. Hopefully Lular has that Omen near sight, because if they lose this round, then question mark will be in the advantage going into the round 23.
It really will be. Huge difference here, but question mark, they don't have much leeway. Elo Muscle still have those ultimates and still have a decent amount of weaponry to push on through here, so you gotta be careful.
Very patient from both sides. A lot of respect shown on the defense side from Elo and from question mark.
Lockdown.
Wow, Killjoy ult for space making, I suppose.
Normally you use this for the retake here, but that's very early investment. It does maybe deny them that push, but they're just going to wait it out and still go for this. A lot of utility, though, invested on this angle, and Samo does hear it land, so he's aware of it.
Yeah, I want to say that was a misclick, but like, yeah, it's very tough to misclick a full Killjoy ult.
It is. There's the ultimate. There is the Hunter's Fury Dex trying to find something, trying to jump up and get someone down here, but actually hits their own teammate. There's the ultimate to get a lot of info here, but it's going to stick. They're going to try and get the spike down. Mandy, however, holds the angle, takes down one, and that could be the opening they need as they take down 2 more!
Enemy remaining.
And now Deck in a 1 versus 4. He just needs to take as many guns out as possible. Maybe even save his for the 23rd round.
No more.
Beautiful wallbang on Mandeep in the 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds left. This is not going to happen, but Deck goes for it, and nonetheless, I think I understand why they used the Killjoy ult there, and I think it was actually very clever. They could not have used Killjoy ult for retake because they knew that Elo and Muscle had the Sova ult to counter the Killjoy ultimate, so they preferred to use it early in the round instead of counting on it for the retake. Very interesting approach and very clever thinking from Rox there.
Interesting approach, and it shows that they are thinking about the game in a different way and thinking about the game in a more long-winded manner, and well, that pays dividends. It again shows like growing so much. As in some of the games we saw from them yesterday, I mean, a lot of it was a little bit over aggressive, a little bit just over, not really focusing on the important parts, not checking angles, not playing around each other in a macro sense in a couple of those rounds on split there. But here on Ascent, they feel a lot more at home. It's a great look for them. Question mark really do have a good opportunity to be able to pick up this game here.
We saw Jaiko win an eco round with 4 kills with the Jet ultimate. Let's see if Samo can replicate that and bring Elo and Muscle to the 12th round here. If not, we will be seeing a 12-11 for question mark. Jaiko with a very nice angle on top of the smoke. He gets nearsighted. Now he gets spotted by the arrow.
He drops in.
Does not.
He gets spotted by it, gets the spray, gets the double kill, and dashes out as well. Goes for a third. And Lula was not ready for that one. Elo and Muscle, this round where they just don't have the weaponry, seems to be falling apart. They don't have Spike all, I believe, and they're going to have to play for it. G-Stars is in for a very difficult position here.
One bullet in the Vandal, and he gets killed from the back by Rocks. And this is when I think Elo and Muscle goes for their tactical timeout, because they are the ones that lost 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row even now. This game keeps surprising us. We see teams switching momentum time and time again, and we talked about this before, how much Valorant is a momentum-based game.
It really is. It makes such a difference in every single one of these rounds. You can see it now. I mean, they've got the money finally, Duelo and Muscle, but they had the money earlier in this half when they were just getting rolled and rolled and rolled, and now they're down ultimates. Sure, they have the Killjoy ultimate to maybe try and make a play, but it's not necessarily as useful. You can use it on this B site, and that's about it, really. There's not many good angles to use it on the offense. So they're really going to be hard stuck for this, and I think that's why you're seeing 3 players towards this B already, because they've got a good read, they know how the smash is coming, and they're happy to put down a lot of the Killjoy utility to try and respond to it.
And we have the pause like we talked about finally from Elo and Muscle. I think this is when it comes into play, you realize the teams are probably playing without a coach, because I think a coach for either of the teams would have called that pause maybe 1 or 2 rounds earlier in both cases. But yeah, what I want to see this round from Elo and Muscle is actually taking control of that mid, because I've seen Question Mark just giving up mid completely, maybe placing a star down and just abandoning it completely. We see other teams placing the alarm bot or the turret, whereas Question Mark just leaves mid wide open time and time again, and I hope Elo and Muscle realize that after playing 12 rounds, 11 rounds in this half, and maybe taking control of mid to split B in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a good and interesting approach to it. I like that Elo Question Mark aren't committing too much towards it, because on that defense it can sometimes be difficult, but you need to be willing to make that difficult thing happen, because a lot of great teams will punish you for not having that mid control. So far, Elo and Muscle haven't been able to do it on the offense. On the defense, I think they did a really great job of it. We constantly saw them push on into it, but they just don't feel as comfortable doing it here, and I don't know why.
And they don't even seem to be gathering towards me. They seem to have a mini 4-stack just outside B lobby. I think we will be getting out of the pause any moment now after they set up all their utility. Sova will be contesting A long early on just to apply a bit of pressure so they don't get pushed. But here it is. What could be the last round of the first semifinal. Is Elo and Muscle going to be able to take us to overtime, or is Question Mark going to secure the first final spot? We see Mandip sending the dog early on, getting destroyed instantly, does not collect too much information.
There it is, there's the lockdown. He knew exactly what it was coming. Mandeep with a good flash there. Had on another one, but the smoke does buy them that little bit of space. Killjoy, the lockdown is going to force them all the way off site here. It should give enough time to make that execute happen. A great nano swarm to follow up. Mandeep could potentially slip on through here. Smoke, cloudburst, buys them that little bit of space, but they still manage to get on through. Their refrags are plenty. Samo's trying to hold it down.
Rocks with a double kill, now in a 2 versus 3, 3v2 retake, 2 people coming from spawn. Samo gets 1 kill with 10 HP, he gets spotted by an arrow, and now it's only up to Rex. Spike's not down, Rex versus Carter, who is low.
Killed my bot.
Alarmbot gets spotted, Jaiko and Carter. 30 seconds to play with. Rex can try to isolate the duels, especially considering Carter is alone in logs, but no, he's gonna go for the
30
spike.
seconds. Spike's down.
The fighter behind here is kind of stuck in that position. He pushes out even though no one's checking it. There it is. You can see a lot of util going on in there. Rex has to be worried about this one. Just holding the angle more passively, wants to try and hit the shot, but knows they've really got to step up, got to find that easy headshot. There's the dash in! There's the spray, but it was all an elaborate ruse. Carter takes him down, and Question Mark pick up the game. 13-11, moving themselves to that final.
After winning 7 rounds in a row, to come back into this game, they were down, I think, 11-6. What a performance, and applause. Both teams had stellar performances on both sides. We see G-Stars with 7 First Bloods ending up the match MVP, unfortunately on the losing side, but Mandeep, Rocks, Benjo, Jaiko, Carter, and let's not forget about Lular on that Omen. What a performance, time and time again, both on the first half and on the second half. Layla, what did you make of that game?
Gosh, that was awesome. And again, a great way to start day 2. I know we started day 1 with such a close match, but even closer on this one. And At any point, that could have gone either way. Question mark, I think we're down like 6 points. They won 6 points in a row with some unbelievable plays. We had Rox getting a triple clutch. We had Jaco getting that triple despite dropping into 2 smokes and then getting that final win right towards the end. It's just, what more can you say? Both of these teams absolutely showing up. Both teams deserving their place into the grands. But crucially, it's going to be question mark who move on through. In terms of who the MVP is, I don't even know where to start here. So, Rock, who are you calling out?
I have to say, again, as we kind of had in that previous series with them I'm very impressed with Mandeep. Again, on that Sky, I'm a big Sky fan, so, they got that going for them. But impressive performance, yet again, in leading the top of the scoreboard, also providing a lot of utility for their team. And if what you say is true, Wax, and also the IGL, I think that's a pretty damn pop-off performance if I've ever seen one.
I think he's also, he said he has not had any experience with other FPSs. I think he's the Fortnite player, if I'm not wrong. I might mistake him for someone else, so I'm sorry, Mandeep, if that's not who I'm thinking of. So is that your MVP, Rook, Mandeep?
Yeah, 100% from me.
What about you, Braxton?
I think I have to give it to Luller. He won so many rounds as that Omen. Like, he kept them in the game. Although Rox as well with the clutches on the B side. It will have to be the Omen for me. Luller impressed me in those very key rounds. But Mandeep as well with plenty of triple kills time and time again. So I'm excited to see them in a best of 3. If that's what they can display on Split in overtime, come back on Ascent today in the semifinal, I can't wait to see them perform in the final today.
My sentiments exactly. I cannot wait to see that. It does mean that Elon Musk will not be making grants, but I think they could be pretty proud of how they performed. They took it to the wire all the way through, and some great showings, as you said, from Lula, who just time and time again, that Omen just continued to surprise me. I was not expecting those kind of clutches, especially in that towards the end of the first half. It was just unbelievable. But with that being said, semi-final 1 is done and dusted. We're going to give ourselves up for our second semi-final now in just a short moment. Do not go anywhere, my friends. We will be back. The second semi-final of the WCS Cup.
So what do you call it when you're with me? Oh, is it time well spent? So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent?
I stayed awake last night, 'cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. So I tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You could stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life. bottom out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I pray to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds. And I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to
And welcome on back, my friends, to the WCS Cup day number 2 of our wonderful Valorant shenanigans, and we are coming in for our second semi-final. We just watched Question Mark take out Elon Muscle in an absolute thriller, winning by 13-11. It was incredibly close from start to finish, and now we go on over to AGSB Esports versus Team Slim Boys, and Raxon and Rock are back with us as always. They'll be taking you through the action of semi-final number 2. And Raxon, having just seen a match go the distance between Question Mark and Elon Muscle, we now have AGSB and Esports and Slim Boys, who we haven't actually seen on stream yet. So what are you looking forward to from our side of Slim Boys?
Well, we've seen the team on stream, the team that they beat eventually in the quarterfinals. We saw Schizopeak play against Brexiter yesterday early in the day, and then Team Slim Boys seem to have dispatched Schizopeak quite easy from what I can tell. As far as I know, I think the scoreline was 13-5, and Schizopeak looked like a really solid team, which makes me believe that Team Slim Boys is not someone to play with.
Yeah, and with that being said, Rock, having seen AGSB Esports yesterday as well, given the fact that they've had some interesting matchups already so far, do you expect them to come out swinging against Slim Boys? Who exactly are you looking out for?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about a player to look out for, first of all, I mean, from stream on yesterday, you have to be looking at AGSB's Fungi, their captain, and, well, Killjoy player, as seemingly is the trend. Absolutely fragged out, completely led that game we saw from them, and they looked oh so dominant. But on the whole, I'm looking at Team Slim Boys, and there's a couple of players I know here, and certainly very strong ones. Omariti, Profit, and Matty have all played, I believe, on the same team. Correct me if I'm wrong, lads, but in UK University. And they worked really well together. I liked a lot of the things they were doing, and some really good coordination as well. I've heard that this lineup's going to be a little bit different from that, changing up some of the roles a little bit. But I have no doubt that these players, very talented individual fraggers as well, should be able to put results on the board. And I mean, I'm definitely excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table here against strong players that we've seen on the AGSB, and especially, obviously, what we've seen from Fungi.
Yeah, you absolutely. I mean, 32 kills. I feel like that speaks for itself in a game like Valorant. Like, the Killjoy was just on absolute fire every single time we saw them. So, you know, we've seen a lot of Killjoy action already. You know, we saw both of them at play in our previous setup as well. But yeah, with Fungi's kill ratio, is just unbelievable. And it's also worth noting that AGSB do pretty well in both Rocket League and League of Legends here at the British Esports Championship. So they are looking for a point to prove. They're looking to dominate every single game they go into. And would you be surprised if they took out another set here in the semi-finals, Raxon?
Not at all. Honestly, although Team Slim Boys could pull out a victory, I think we don't have the draft yet. We're not sure which map we're going to be going to, but it wouldn't surprise me if Team Slim Boys would want to go on to a map that AGSB has played yesterday on stream. So, like we touched upon the previous game, they might know what to expect from them, but I want to see Fungi in the final. He was stellar, 399 average combat score in that game we saw him on stream. Killjoy player, what more could you ask? I mean, you could ask for him to be a Reyna or a Jet, I suppose, but entertaining. They played entertaining. They were one of the teams that were playing Astra as well. And they had those very interesting setups with the Sage and Astra ult down mid on split, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I want to see AGSB in the finals. I'm rooting for them, but I would not be surprised if we see an upset from Team Slim Boys.
Well, we're going to find out relatively soon. We have just been told that the maps have been done, and the map that has been chosen is Bind. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. It will be the second time we see it this weekend. And as our players get ourselves ready, I will now hand you on over to Rock and Rax, and the pair of you, take it away. Enjoy yourselves. Semi-final number 2.
Yeah, we see AGSB here banning Split and Icebox, whereas Team Slim Boys banning Ascent and Haven, which eventually took us to Bind. Somewhat balanced map, maybe not as balanced as an Ascent or a Haven, but not as one-sided as a Split on Icebox, so it doesn't really surprise me. But if I'm not wrong, I think this might be the second Bind we have on stream this tournament. No Astra. What can you say about that, Rook?
Well, I mean, if teams aren't happy or well experienced, are very experienced in playing it, it's not a huge surprise to not see it being picked. Again, you kind of have to be ready to use it, and a lot of teams are just happy to play Omen again and again and again. They've been doing it for the past probably 6 months. Why not now? I do like, though, if we're talking about these picks, that both teams are bringing the Rays here. It's absolutely fantastic here on Bind, and just a world of difference. Oftentimes we see the Jets move on over onto it, but we've actually still got a Jet for Raytech here, which is a bit of a shock to me.
I'm happy that also both teams have flashes. We talked about this yesterday on stream, how a lot of teams opt out of playing with flashes, but we see Matty on the Sky here for Team Slim Boys, and Sad Life again on the Breach for AGSB. You touched upon the Jet. I actually don't think I like the Jet here. I think that Ender on the Sova on Team Slim Boys will bring a lot more to the table on Bind than a Jet will. But we've seen Raytech yesterday play with the Operator, and he is probably going to aim to do that when he goes on the defensive side of Bind as well.
A lot of ways for Team Slim Boys to get aggressive as well. They have that Phoenix too to really try and break through a lot of these angles. AGSB already looking like they want to get aggressive onto this piece. There's going to be 2 players there, but they're both in elbow. Interesting positioning from them here.
Yeah, we're looking at a retake setup here from Team Slim Boys with a Sova arrowing from spawn, maybe darting the planter as well. Raytech taking control of side, running with a classic armor all the way in, pulling it clear. But we're gonna see pushes from flashes right here. Phoenix Molly insta kill on Fungi! They take out the MVP from AGSB, and now in a 4v5, smokes her down. Titan misses a few shots.
Yeah, a good bit of damage though. They do trade back and forth. There's the execute though. Ender finishes off some of these remaining players, and it's just one more on Sad Life, in Sad Life on the site right now. Osa's gonna have to come up. He does have the paint shells. There's 2 players kind of stacked up there. The shots to come through. 40 HP, just needs that headshot. Needs to finish them off. Finishes 2! And you can see it right there. Matty's so low. The nade goes through, but 4 HP. Osa's just about still alive there. The flash forces them off again. But can they take this?
They're both 1 HP. It's just 1 bullet to the chest, to the leg, anywhere, and either player dies. Matty sticks the spike, no, half it. Now he sticks it. Osa needs to go for it. Matty might have it. He has the spike, and Matty gets the final kill. Team Slim Boys almost threw that round in a 3v1. Wow.
That was so close. Brilliantly played from Osa there. 4 HP. And then goes back in for that frag, but doesn't quite make it. A little bit sad to see, but Team Slim Boys starting off with a good round for themselves will have a decent amount of economy to work with now.
And like I said, just before the first round started, the impact of a Sova on bind is so important. And we saw in the pistol round with that recon dart, showed it on site, got 2 kills because you basically have wall hack when the Sova dart lands properly. And we saw Ender there with the Sova getting 2 very nice kills at the beginning of the round.
And
a bulldog
as well. Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of this from some of these players willing to try and pick it up. It's relatively cheap. It's only 500 more, I believe, if my maths is correct, than the Spectre. So why not? You know?
We see Sad Life just bought a bit of utility for this eco round. I think AGSB should probably look towards getting some of the orbs. I think they already lost the one in B long, so that's a bit unfortunate. That's what you want to do in your eco rounds. You want to take space on the map, you want to maybe try to gather up some orbs, and then maybe hit a site. If you get the spike now, that's good. If not, well, at least you got all you could from the map.
You want to try and push out, get that little bit of economy. Already peeking at Titan, I think, knows this player there. Tries to get the spray through, gets a little bit of damage, but not enough to need to net them any frags yet, as Raytek is still looking for that headshot. It goes just a 2-tap, could do it, but again, 2 players in that position. Gets a good spray down, and they take down 2 in the end. They back off as well. The flashes land. The Ender is just cleaning up from behind here with that Bulldog. Doritas can try. He's only going to get 1.
I have to say, I'm impressed by how well Team Slim Boys knows the strengths and the weaknesses of their lineup. They're not running a Sentinel and they're starting on the defense side, but they know because they have so many flashes and so much information gatherers through Sova and through that Sky, that they can play in those off angles, just a bit offside, flash, arrow, you know, that for those of people at home that don't know, when the Sky flashes hit, it makes a sound, and that's how you know the opponents are there. You see sometimes on Bind people play either Sky or Sova, but very rarely together, and Team Slim Boys does that to perfection so far.
Really love to see it as well. A lot of teams have kind of been thinking about, do we want Sentinels here on Bind? The rotate's so quick, you can get around that Sentinel pretty easy. So I love that Team Slim Boys are happy to just not take it at all and pile player after player into these angles.
And like I said, that information gatherers, Sky threw a hawk down hookah, a hawk down long, and now they know it's clear, that's why they're stacking 4A. But now, Omernity with a Spectre doesn't manage to get the kill. He does a bit of damage onto the Omen and onto the Jet. Team Slim Boys can still get this bonus round.
Team Slim Boys, they got a lot of damage, but didn't quite net any of those frags, unfortunately. Had to turn away from that fight, so interesting to see exactly where AGSB are going to commit towards. They're putting smoke towards Heaven. Are they still looking to commit on this A site?
It seems that way. I think it's hard to commit to B because they were stacked in showers early on, so they don't have info if someone is pushed down B. Oh, they're taking the teleport, but Titan gets a clean kill on Raytek, who wanted to become the lurker with the Jet. But we see here Matty with the Ghost in elbow. If he gets even a single kill, it's more than perfect for Team Slim Boys.
It is. There's the info. There's the kill. That was also free.
Popping the Phoenix Salt, Titan getting a kill on Sad Life, pushing forward. Gets the third kill on Osa. Now Fungi, you know, 1 versus 3. We know he has it. Can he do it today though? Phoenix Salt goes back to spawn. 1 versus 3 from Fungi. Does not manage to get the headshot on the Sova, and it gets traded instantly by Matty. And like I said, the power of info on Valorant is so much. Sky and Sova, we saw their impact down round. Sky hawked outside hookah and long, so they called let's stack 4B because there's no info outside A. there's no info outside B, so let's stack 4A. Then we saw the recon dart from Sova and how it enabled Matty to get that ghost kill on elbow. So far, I'm afraid for AGSB Esports because they don't seem to have the tools to be able to combat such a style.
They really don't. It's good stuff from Slim Boys as well to be able to make those execute happens left, right, and center. They have great retake as well. Keep that in mind that they've got flash after flash after flash to make it happen. And with the info coupled in there, I think this is just a great composition to play Bind here.
Yeah, and now we see Fungi and his team back on a low buy because they lost the first gun round, which means this team Slim Boys is gathering up lots of credits going into the 5th round after this one. Matty with a shoulder pick here, about to get caught. Very nice shoulder pick. Waits a bit.
And that's the frag. There's a beautiful flash as well. Titan gets so much value out of that. That was so well done. And Matty even turns to take retake and Osa off the board. That was looking a little bit dicey, honestly, with that jump peak. I'm so surprised he didn't get shot out of that one, but coordination was there, and Slim Boys just win the round.
And full trust in each other. Matty shoulder peeks, falls back, Titan flashes out, gets a kill, flashes out again, Matty peeks. So far, flawless team play and utility usage from Team Slim Boys. We see Matty Warner 8-0-0. So far with a perfect scoreline, 4 rounds in to the semi-final. I think AGSB needs to change something up. I'm not sure what they can do though. They seem to be gathering up again like they did in the first gun round, but instead of showers, they're going down B long.
I mean, you can still play around with those teleport. Interesting to do. Dog does find some info here. Flash is going to land in response to that paranoia, and they don't really commit towards the angle. I love this from Team Slim Boys, and the fact that they're happy to invest util to try and buy that little bit extra time. Omarity steps up, takes down. I like Doritos. They have no smokes now for this push.
You never want to see your controller die first, be it Omen, Brimstone, Viper, Astra. Honestly, I know it sounds absolutely mental, but this is when I think AGSB should just save.
It does make it very difficult. They can maybe look for a play in onto the A site. I think this, if you're happy to take that angle of that long range duel, if you get a good flash in there, maybe to try and push them off the angle, but it's going to be ever so difficult. Smoke
Yeah, maybe satchel in with Raze and dash with Jet with a breach flash covering for you. But look at Ender holding a one-way from heaven, zoomed in with the Vandal. He's got full utility. He's gonna Sova ult them once they have contact. This is a rough round here for AGSB.
Really is.
Investing the breach ult, but look at TSB holding so passive, being aware of that breach ultimate, and they're about to arrow an ulti. Oh, Radar gets killed by Rytek. Okay, 10 seconds to go, but now the Sova ult misses it. No, does not miss the first shot and gets the kill on Fungi. Now one more chance to hit. Clears pocket, no damage dealt. 3 versus 4. Rytek getting pushed out of the lamp with that raised grenade.
Yeah, this flash is going to come around the corner. The curveball buys them so much, and there's the spray as well from Matty. They execute onto the site, and the retakes are there. This is Team Slim Boys. This is their coordination and their ability to play around their entry fraggers. We've seen a lot of teams not have the greatest of entry fraggers. In fact, it's often been down 2 players, like the Killjoys, like the Sentinels, to frag when we get to the latter parts of those rounds to clutch it out. Team Slim Boys do not need to rely on that. They just put those flashes in and play around it oh so well.
And now AGSB has 3 ultimates. They invested the breach ulti last round, but you saw how that breach ult had little to no impact other than, clearing a site that was already open. That's because TSB can play so far back and maybe play those long distances and retakes because of the very, very good utility usage and information. But we see, oh my god, Raze with an ultimate. We know where this is going. Is she gonna go for it? She is. Oh my god, we're about to see a 5 kill!
Oh no! 4K for Omarity! Make it an ace! And what a beautiful play! Oh,
I think AGSB needs a timeout here.
Yeah, definitely. Did you take a break? Have a Kit Kat, chill, think about what you're doing in the next round, because honestly, obviously they were boomed physically, but now they're mentally boomed as well.
Yeah, and you hate to see it. Like, you eco for 2 rounds, you're about to go into your first gun round in 3 rounds, and then you get aced by a Raze ulti and a grenade. What a play for Omarity there. But yeah. They're not calling the timeout. They're just gonna go for this eco. Maybe they're gonna call it afterwards, popping the Rytek Jet ult. They need a miracle this round if they want to bring this one back, because I think they're not feeling way too confident mentally after that round.
Yeah, and I was going to say, hey, on the defense, I think they have a lot better time. They've got that jet to be able to do what they want it to do. Sorry, not the jet, sorry, the Killjoy to be able to do what they want it to do, but it's just the fact that they might be so far down that it might not even matter. The running back finds nothing here.
Interesting, investing the run it back against an eco. And now Doritos in a weird position there, getting killed by Omerty. It was a stinger I think he had in hand, but yeah, now in a 4v5 push, no smokes again, like you said, Rook. Enter getting killed, okay, maybe Titan about to be taken off. Right tech does not manage to get the pick off, and now again Sad Life in a 1v4 he gets one, but he can get more than that. 7-0, honestly not a bad eco. Like, I think their eco was a bit better than some of their gun rounds so far.
Yeah, it certainly was. And shout out to Matty. I was about to say, has only died once, currently has an 11 KD. I think it's a pretty darn impressive performance from them so far. And just constantly putting up so many numbers. Radar, sure, hasn't fragged, but they haven't needed to. They've often been providing the smokes and being a real hard support for the team. Team Slim Boys all seem to be really well on the same page.
I would like to see Doritos play a bit more with his team. He currently seems to fill the role of the lurker, so he can throw the smokes from distance, but he keeps getting caught off, which pushes AGSB in starting round without their main controller, which has been very punishing in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, it has.
Modernity, he already pushed down Market. Oh my god, so much information. And again, this is what happens when you don't have the Sova, the Sky, the Cypher. No.
Already, you can't do that to the man. Sad Life already down, and AGSB have to be terrified right now. Getting flashed at every angle. You know there's a raise behind you. Osa isn't even looking here. Turns back towards it. Needs to win out this duel. There's the sprays a little bit of damage. Omerity playing with their hearts right now. Raytech can't even make it happen. The rotate had to come in.
At least I guess this time the first one that died wasn't the Omen, I suppose. But that's the only silver lining I can see so far this round for AGSB. They still have 3 ultimates. I don't think they're gonna invest them this time.
Yeah, Osa's trying to push this angle, but it's just not going to work out. Dart does at least find that info there, and even with a shock dart to follow it up, they're really just trying to deny this push. Osa just punches it there.
Oh, Fungi with a kill, okay. Maybe that's what they need. They need Fungi to pop off, maybe get a semi-ace here. Uh-oh, but the grenade from Raze.
They were in smoke, buddy. You can't do that, Radar. They already make up for the fact that they didn't have any frags. Gets a 2k there, and I believe now, even. I think they're 3-3, yeah. Every single player on Team Slim Boys has been performing so far, and AGSB just have not found that way in, and Fungi can't have the same impact as they're going to have on that defense on this attack.
They have their number. Like, that's what I can see. Obviously, this can still be turned around. If AGSB gets the 4 rounds here, they have 3 ultis. Get the orb on bridge. You invest that bridge ulti for a B hit. Take the site. Or win a round, save some guns, and maybe bring 4 rounds back, win pistols, and then AGSB can still do this. But it's gonna have to start right now.
Three ultimates for AGSB, but just how do they use them? How do you get that Killjoy to get a lot of value? Matty with the jiggle peek there, barely not getting caught. You love to see coordination like this and playing for info. He just backs off. There comes the flash, and it's oh so standard. They're expecting it, but how do they deal with it? How do you deal with getting full flash multiple times? And already they're down to 2 players.
Like, you know their setup. You've encountered it before. They have punished you before with the same setup. I don't know, maybe Sad Life was a bit out of rotation, maybe they didn't call for each other. You can use that reach days on Octagon long, because you know they've played that position before. When you're not running a Sova or a Sky, you gotta utilize the breach similarly to how you would use a Sova. You know, when you would be a Sova, you would drone all the way B long, or you would recon dart, but because you don't have that possibility, Breach should be the one trying to replace that role and clear the angles and, you know, enable his teammates, but that's currently not making it. It's not possible currently.
It's not, and they're playing so heads up, they can just back off when they need to. I love this duo play towards long, and it's just such a good look for them. Team Slim Boys are happy to also not play towards this B site. They can play for the retake. They've got so many flashes on these players on this site. So Titan is going to get a whiff of a head there. Doesn't quite land the shot, doesn't quite see anyone in time. The flashes are starting to come out. The run it back is up for Titan.
Oh, what a shot through the flash!
but he's going to die to the nanostorm here. There's
here.
nothing he can do, and that might be AGSB's opening they need.
Killjoy should plant the ultimate right now. After he puts the spike down, they should put the ultimate down and secure the round, bring one back home. And they're still with full utility for retake. He's gonna utilize the drone. Killjoy not putting the ultimate down, but that scares me. Ender gets the first kill on Sad Life. Omerity with Ray's ult in. Finally, the Killjoy ult comes through. Raze gets a kill on the upper mid Raze. This is too late. Too late.
That is disastrous. They lose out the round, even investing everything, investing the ultimate from their Killjoy, the lockdown to try and win it out, the rocket and the play from Omerity. You wouldn't know that this man plays Omen for his team normally. This man is popping off.
I honestly can't attribute that to Team Slim Boys. I think that was a big mistake on AGSB Esports side. I don't know if it was a captain call or it was Fungi himself that decided to maybe go elbow, spare a few seconds until popping the ultimate down. I think the first thing he should have done post-plan was instantly place the ulti inside in out of wallbang position so they can push Team Slim Boys back. That wasn't the case. They could have defended the Killjoy ulti with the Breach ultimate. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Maybe they're getting a bit frustrated.
Flash lands on Raytech again, and even with the rolling thunder, how much control do they have? The hot hands keeps them back. Matty sure gets flash, but is happy to play this slower angle. Are they going to check the corner? They are indeed, and as much as the flashpoint lands, it's just the backup from Titan and from the rest of the team. And even then, even with all that utility invested, they go even. And Omeriti's already on the backside, flanking, taking down members. That rotator's got to go quick, and even then you can see that the Breach is trapped on this site.
Sad Life, with this, they know where he is. You can see two people in spawn holding that elbow. Osa maybe... Yeah, nah. Sad Life couldn't do anything. Everyone knew they held elbow properly. Osa in a 1v3. He's got the raised grenade and the ultimate.
How are you going to be able to use that ultimate when you don't have the satchels ready and you're up versus 3? It's going to have to be something pretty non-special. Because otherwise, Team Slim Boys are just going to take them to the cleaners. Osa... 1 versus 3, and yeah, not much utility to work with here. Obviously he has the paint shells, but the rest of it just doesn't work in this situation. He's going to bring it out once to hit that rocket fuse, wants to hit the shot, does take down one. Radar was out in the open and oh so easy to pull out here.
I think he missed the pinches there. Oh, that's killed, but too late. Oh, they already had half the spike. Nice attempt from Osa. You can really commend it. He did his best what he could in a 1v3. But not good enough to actually bring AGSB on the scoreboard currently.
And Fungi only on 4 kills. Standout performance we saw from them last time just hasn't been there. Obviously, side switch is going to make a big difference, but Osa's been the one stepping up and impressed with them so far this game, whereas before, they didn't have the best of games. They didn't underperform, but, I mean, everyone kind of looked paled into camera in comparison to Fungi there, so can't really expect too much of them.
It might be where is the final round of the first half starts with Reigns getting one more kill on Fungi down short with an aggressive peek, not being able to get traded off, and that's something that yesterday AGSB was doing perfectly, trading their every kill, and they would somehow getting the advantage. But right now they're not being able to do that. They're being punished. And again, another kill not being able to be traded off. Finally, the flash comes from Doritos, who gets a kill, but oh, Sad Life gets a kill down Lamp. This is possible. 3 versus 3. Both Omen have ultimates.
Indeed, Titan's peeking out, looking for that frag. The flash does land, and they're just going to be able to clean up at least one more of those members. It's Matty versus 2 now. AGSB, they can taste it. But yet again, it's such a bitter taste. It's just, I love Doritos versus Matty in this last situation. It's so close.
1 versus 1. Matty, the standout performer of Team Slim Boys so far. If Omen gets the ult and TPs to B, he can then take an advantageous position in B long, elbow or hookah, and then that might make Matty struggle a bit.
That Spike wants to try and put it down. Here's the teleport. Knows now that they're going to be coming from that position, so plants it in preparation for this angle. Starts towards the back of site. Dark cover goes in as well to try and cover Matty out of this position. The dog buys that little bit of positional information. Doritos are still playing backside here.
Doritos gets it! Final kill in a beautiful clutch 1 versus 1 versus Matty. Doritos shows us no, we can still win rounds. We get the pistols and we're coming back into this. Hopefully, that one round it can change the game. We saw so many 13-11s, and I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm saying it can happen.
Certainly could, but it's going to have to be such a stellar performance. Oh, what do they need to do here to be able to pick this one up? Well, what kind of things do we need to see them step up for?
I think they need to not take early duels. I think they should probably play a bit post-plant and maybe a retake, because I don't see them holding an aggressive push from a Sky Flash and the Sova drone and the Phoenix Flash as well. So I think the best thing they should do right now on defense is just let them the space, let them take the site, use the Aftershock to slow down the planter, maybe deal some damage with it, use the paint shells and the Killjoy mollies as well to deal collateral damage, and then retake using the Omen smokes and the Breach flashes. That's what I think AGSB should have in mind right now. And we have a timeout. We don't know if it's technical, but if it's a tactical timeout from AGSB, it's a bit late.
Yeah, we're having some audio issues, unfortunately, with the players, but hopefully that should get resolved quickly. I think AGSB, they definitely could find their footing in this half, and their comp is, again, more well-suited for the defense. You've heard me say it time and time again, especially with things like this raise to couple with the Killjoy. You can get a lot of area denial on this B site and then play for retakes on the A. I do like it. I really like that they're going to be ready to try and play this. The only problem is that it's been a lot of these duels that have been the real issue, honestly.
Yeah, and I think also the drafting of the agents was not ideal. Like I said, I don't think we had the chance to see that Jet shine as much as we saw the Sova on Ender on the other side. Like I said, Sova is such an impactful agent, and when you're getting out-informed on the server, you don't want to have a Jet there. And nothing wrong with the player. I think it's just, like I said, the tactical decision to play a Jet here instead of what might have been, like I said, maybe a Sova, a Sky, or even a Sage, why not? That could have maybe enabled AGSB to take more of that utility damage from the Raze grenades, from the Sova shock darts, from the Phoenix Molly, and, heal through it. But this is it. This round, if AGSB wants to go to the final, they need to show up for this round.
They are. Raytech pushing up aggressively here, trying to bait on that spike. There comes the hot hands, and Raytech can't believe his luck. He slipped on through for now.
Good position. Omen needs to resmoke for him right now, or he's gonna be in a pickle. He does not resmoke. Okay, they're gonna bait that he left. This is a questionable setup. And it does not work out as expected. Double peak there, being able to trade Satellite with 31 HP. And like I said, they should not have taken the early duels, and that's exactly what they did. And now they're starting 4 versus 5.
AGSB, they know that every single deficit is a thorn in their side, and, well, they can't stand much more abuse with the kind of plays we've seen Team Slim Boys throw at them so far. Quickly onto site. Omari's already pushing on in, letting their team get that spike on down. Playing for the rest of it. No shots quite ringing out yet. AGSB playing slightly slower.
And now they're doing the right thing. They're trying to retake, but it's hard to retake as 4 versus 5, and they will be attempting to do it because it's a pistol round and there's nothing to save. But Fungi, looking at the right angles, they know where 2 of the players are. Are they going to be able to get a pick off here? Fungi missing the first shot, picks out widely, does not manage to get raised. He gets a kill finally. 3 versus 2. Team Slim Boys in a bit of pickle. Both the players low. Ender does not manage to get a kill. 3 versus 1. Titan versus 3.
Fine. It's up close here. Can take down one.
It's the first kill.
Looking to take down another, but can't quite land the headshot. Osa cleans it up. And a round in the bank for AGSB here, starting off strong on the defensive side.
So, for everyone at home, that's exactly what I said they should do, other than the Jet play in showers. I said they should play retake, use the utility to retake, which they did perfectly. It was just, they made it harder on themselves by losing the Jet and putting the Jet solo in showers early in the round. Because when they did the right thing, even as 4 versus 5, it worked out. Which gives me hope that AGSB knows what to do and can do it to bring this game back.
Slim Boys. They've got a lot of flashes, they've got a lot of ways to execute. Surely this attacking side should be stronger for them, but GSB in a much better position than they once were, and with the duo playing in this position, Jet plays so well with this breach. Raytech peeking on through there, like getting caught, a bit of damage as well as Osa messing around a little bit on that long.
I mean, everyone is still alive after 35 seconds of very close encounters in the first and the second round, but oh, Sad Life getting caught with a flash in hand and being killed off by Ender, who is only 2 orbs away from his ultimate in the second round. Oh, Raytech, nice kill right there.
Good stuff here.
Now he's isolated on the showers, he still has that dash, getting double pick. Ender with a second, please do not... Doritos brings it back, but Ender with a triple kill. Ender going for the ace. He wants to take this home. He has a Sova ult. He TPs all the way to B. Killjoy and Raisin Spawn being able to hear that. Sky taking a long rotation, tanking a bit of Molotov damage. If he gets the spike down and he plays off of the ult,
30 seconds left.
Need to get it down. Well, Fungi, he's around the corner, but he's already out of there. Osa, got to be really careful. Ender is right around the corner, but look at the turret placement. Look at everything here. Even away, and spray it out. Gonna take down Osa, and now they know where Fungi is as well.
Fungi trades. 1 versus 1. Sky versus Killjoy. Judge versus Classic. Fungi has to take this one, and Fungi takes it, but what a round from Ender.
Don't interrupt my work.
Wow, I'm speechless. Like, that should never happen. You should not allow the Sova to get 4 kills off of a back of a frenzy buy, ever.
I mean, sometimes you catch them off guard, you get that spray down, and you instantly pick up that Spectre and just go to town. And it was an impressive performance from them. But still, Slimboy's not able to put a round in here. Now they're on the rifles. They should have found said footing. And AGSB are fully aware that this is going to be one of the hardest rounds for them. They don't have the same economy. They don't have the same way to try and win out this round. They're going to have to perform here. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves on match point ever so quickly.
We see a satchel used early on. I think that was a misclick from Osa's part. But yeah, if they want to bring this one back, they need to win this bonus round, which is going to be very tough to do. Matty clearing short with the help of the Wolf. Doritos with the Spectre as he sees... They just let them take control side, which I think is okay. But Doritos doesn't check his flank. He gets flashed out and Titan gets the first kill.
Or the frags that they need. Radar even finishes off Sad Life. 2 players left for AGSB. And you can feel it getting ever so close to that match point. Team Slimboys can almost taste it.
Yeah, I think what Fungi needs to do right now, as well as Osa, they need to push through, maybe get 2-3 guns down, then die to the spike in an ideal world so they have money to buy Phantoms next round or Vandals. But I think they're just gonna... Team Slimboys is about to get an ace here.
One. Unfortunately, can't find much more. Omariti comes up huge again. Team Slimboys are on match point with rifles aplenty. AGSB, sure they can contest, but it's going to be ever so difficult.
They do have that Killjoy ultimate, so they can play passive to their strengths and maybe use it for retake, but that's about all I can think of them doing this round. We see Raytech not even being able to afford a Phantom with not even small armor. He's getting a Spectre with large armor and Sad Life on a Deagle. This has to be a miracle. If this comeback is going to happen, I will be impressed.
Okay.
What a simple setup from Team Slimboys. They don't want to disclose any of their more complex tactics. Just a split. Raze in control of Hookah. 4 people walking down wrong, and
You're dead.
they are walking into the Killjoy ulti.
Yeah, but if the
If she
Killjoy
gets to
doesn't
stay
live,
alive.
she goes down here. The paranoia is huge, and so is the run it back. The spray on the floor. Titan knows just how big that was. 3 versus 5, and complete site control for Team Slimboys. They can plant open. They can do whatever they darn well please. Omariti even puts Raytech to bed, and there falls Doritos too.
And this is a Sad Life. 4 Sad Life right here. 1 versus 5 with the Sheriff. Getting pushed by Matty. Getting knifed out of the server. And Team Slimboys is our finalist for the WCS 21 tournament. But AGSB... it feels bitter. It feels bitter, especially considering their performance yesterday.
It really does. It so does. And, you know, I just... constantly shocked that it was such a dominant performance. And again, Radar coming in as a sub for Prophet, who I think will be an upgrade. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. And, oh, wow. Like, damn.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, what else do you say about that entire thing? We had an ace on stream, we had a couple of flawlesses in there. It was wild from start to finish from Team Slim Boys. They won 11 points in a row. Like, goodness me, every single one of them had beautiful moments. I mean, the synergy between the Phoenix and the Sky was off the page. Like, the pair of them would just go for these cheeky little pokes every now and then, and just immediately back it on up and allow their teammate to come in to finish the rest of the job. So it's just like beautiful coordination from Slim Boys. And in terms of your MVP, Rock, who are you picking here?
It has to be Titan. Again, you kind of mentioned that duo of the Sky and the Phoenix is beautifully done and constantly providing so much to the team. 19, I think 9 and 9. Might have gotten the kills wrong, but providing so many assists as well as frags, and single-handedly winning that well, not single-handedly, duo-handedly, along with that Sky winning them that B site and basically controlling the entirety of that defense.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. And what about you, Axon? Do you agree with that statement?
I actually disagree with it. I think although Titan secured it, especially, well, the last round with the Phoenix ultimate, unbelievable, with a kill on Killjoy when they wanted to plant the Killjoy ultimate for retake. But I think for me it has to be Matty, because like we talk about time and time again, momentum-based, Valorant is a momentum-based game, and Matty starting off with that 10-0-0, and then he was 11-1-6 at one point. He is the one that dictated the pace for the rest of the game, so for me it has to go to Matty.
Yeah, I was gonna say, between the pair of them, they had some amazing plays, and I'm gonna just immediately go give a shout out to Amariti as well on that race. That was just unbelievable. I mean, the audacity to just immediately boost on through, score 3 or 4 with one showstopper, and then finish on up with the ace. It's like, that's kind of what you want from a team. You want individual players like that to be able to show up, not just working with the teamwork aspect of things, but to have the audacity to go in there with those big time solo plays and make them work. It's just been amazing to watch. So it does mean that AGSB will unfortunately miss out on grand final. So we have our two teams fighting for that prize pool then. We have Question Mark versus Team Slim Boys as we get ready for our best of 3 grand final when we return for the WCS Cup. Don't go away.
Baby, take this in. You're feeling spent, but I know you want it. I know you want it. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own. I've been drinking, think I'm faded. Way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own. Well, fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh, nah, nah.
Feeling all the potion we are. Loving in slow motion we are. Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No. Don't ever wait. You get traces of my vows. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love, dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no. Don't ever look away. You fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. No, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love, it's a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip. You're tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Trip. You're trip, and I'm tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Dance, talk about a long night trip. No. Don't ever wait. You get traces of my vows. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. We're tripping all around and
Hello, my friends, and welcome on back to the WCS Cup here at British Esports Association as part of the Global Esports Federation's World Connected Series. I am still your host, TK Layla, and obviously our wonderful casters of Rock and Raxon are still with us as we gear ourselves up for the Grand Finals, our first and only best of 3 of the weekend, and it will be between Team Slim Boys, who just came off a 13-3 dominant victory against AGSB, to go up against Question Mark, who have had a couple of matches that have gone to the wire. Their previous encounter with Elon Musk going 13-11. Rock, what do you expect from this encounter?
I'm expecting it to be, well, relatively close. These are the two teams, to be fair, that I had pegged to win, to make it to the finals, basically. Team Slim Boys has a lot of strong players that I've seen in the uni scene, and Question Mark VLR are a team that I've seen around a lot. Now, I think as a unit, Question Mark VLR are more cohesive. I think that could be the big part for them. It's actually really interesting because if you look at some of the rosters, Prophet, a player who's going to be joining Team Slim Boys for these finals, actually is a player for Question Mark. On some of the matches that they've played. So there's definitely some rivalry between these guys. And I do think that in the end, as much as Question Mark have some of that better cohesion, a lot of the fragment we've seen from Team Slim Boys and the composition that we've seen from them are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 standout players on the side of Slim Boys. I mean, especially with that previous stream in mind, I mean, goodness me, where do you even start? I mean, you had both the Phoenix and the Sky just beautifully synergizing. Like every single time we saw them on the B side, they were just having like those little cheeky little pokes, just consistently relaying into each other's utility. And then you have standalone individual players like Amarati as that Raze, who is just not afraid to go in with those big time challenges, Vaxon. Do you expect to see more of that in this best of 3?
Yeah, I definitely expect that and more coming from Team Slim Boys. And obviously we mentioned Prophet, we mentioned Amirati, we mentioned Titan and Matthew on the Sky and the Phoenix, but let's not forget Ender on that Sova and the impact he brought to the table for his team with the recon darts, with the clutches, with the beautiful clean headshots. I think question mark, although they had been quite the more dominant team because they beat very much favorites for this tournament earlier on in the weekend, I think they might have meet their maker, to say so, because Team Slim Boys look flawless. Like, I think they lost a total of 7 rounds in the entire tournament so far, so that's something scary about it if you think properly.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, as you say it. But having said that, we can't really count out a team like Question Mark, who time and time again have just came back from situations where we honestly thought we did not expect them to be. And I mean, that last set, they were so far down against Muscle. I think they were like 6 points down, managing to come back. And it's just like, how in the world did this happen? So we've got a really dominant side in Team Slim Boys and a team that just does not want to give up. Something has got to give here, Rock.
Something has. And I think, honestly, with the way that we've seen Team Slim Boys play aggressively with their utility, I think that's going to be the thing which is really going to lead to the victory. In Question Mark VLR, they've been playing really solid Valorant in a lot of the macro decisions that I've seen from them, but when it comes to individual set plays, it hasn't quite been there in the same way. I need to see them kind of respond with some flashes, use initiators more effectively. Mandeep has been great, but I think Team Slim Boys have been better. This is going to be the first challenge for them that isn't attacking them from a different direction. Both of these teams are trying to play the same kind of Valorant.
Absolutely right, and we have just got word that the bans have came through, and obviously because this is best of 3s, it means that there is a high chance that we will see, well, we're going to see more than one map, whatever happens. We're going to be starting on Haven, would you believe it? And it is going to be Slim Boys who will be starting that one on defense. We'll cover the next 2 maps when we do eventually get there, but in terms of Haven, obviously Slim Boys, they want to be the ones to start on defense here. Which way do you reckon this is going to go? Prediction-wise, Vaxon, who are you looking at winning the first?
The fact that Question Mark picked Haven, a map we have not been fortunate enough to see on stream all weekend, and Question Mark hasn't played it at all, if I'm not wrong, this weekend, but they picked it, makes me excited thinking of the fact that, wow, they won every single game so far, they qualified to the final, and now they're pulling up a map they haven't played as their first pick choice. That makes me excited, and we talked about how good and dominant the Slim Boys are, but at the same time, they maybe did not have as tough of a road, as a journey to get to the final as Question Mark had. We know Question Mark played some of the best teams in this tournament and beat them, so maybe now that Slim Boys will face a really tough opponent, maybe they will crumble, so who knows, but I think Question Mark to take Haven.
And what do you reckon, Rock? Are you of the same opinion, or are you going to give this to Slim Boys?
I think it will give it to Slim Boys. I do think they have looked really solid in some of the games I've seen them, and I think what we saw from them might even be their best form, with Prophet coming on in for one of the lower performing members of Radar. I think it's a really great look for them, and I think I'm expecting even more impressive play.
Oh, we're about to find out how this is going to go. So our first matchup of the best of 3 grand final. Second place will take £100. The winners will take £400. It's a nice price pool no matter how you slice it. So, Rock and Raxon, take us in to game number 1.
And we are already in the agent composition. Everyone has already picked everything. We see that we have the Astra on Carter again for the attacking side of Question Mark, and we see the Sky on both sides, Matty and Mandeep, 2 of the standout players this tournament on the Sky. Yeah, what do you make of this composition? It's very similar, only the Jet traded for the Raze and the Omen traded for the Astra.
I mean, again, the controller swap makes a lot of sense. If you're happy to play Astra, you're happy to play Astra. I do think Astra's really strong right now. Love that Cut has been picking it. And I think that could be an edge for question mark over the Slim Boys. Now, looking again towards the Raze, I think Raze is, again, very strong on Haven. Sure, provides a lot of space to Nile, but doesn't quite do what you're expecting to see from this Jet, who can play so aggressively with the Operator. And I think the Operator has so many different angles that are absolutely out of this world for a Jet to play on Haven.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is map number 1 from the grand final of the World Contender Series 2021 between Slim Boys and question mark. Everyone in the chat, everyone at home, get hyped up and let's see where this first map is going to go.
Pull cat.
Flash.
Blinded.
Gonna go in there. Matty gets some of that info in the recon ball. Obviously, makes it obvious there's at least something coming towards them here. Rox and Jaiku already looking to make that move happen. Omarei peeks out to back it up and finishes off Rox with the flash forward as well. And starts to execute, but no one quite in the line of sight. Tries to find some heads, but Slim Boys happy with that first frag and gonna try and run away with it.
Look at the rotation on the map. Question mark does not waste any time. They're already walking down C-Long past the smoke from Titan, who is now on the Omen. Oh, and they're getting caught off guard. Mandip with a great kill. Titan just managed to deal some damage. Sky will be able to heal Astra if she bought the flash early on. 4 versus 4 with 2 of the players on question mark quite low on HP.
But turns away. Potentially the worst moment here. Oh, Jaiku takes him down, and that's a feels bad for Slim Boys here. Now they find themselves down a player, whereas once in such control over this round, they've got some of those long-range weaponries in terms of the Ghost, and they used to find a good couple of heads here. Oh, there they are! A beautiful nade as well! And now it's 1 versus 2.
It's Jaiku. No other better man to have in 1 versus 2 other than your main Jet duelist. Here, clearing every single corner, trying to find out where they are, trying to isolate every duel, but we see Slim Boys very beautifully playing in a crossfire in Garage with the Sky and the Omen.
10 seconds left.
This should be impossible for him to take. Gonna plant backside, the right choice. Now they're gonna walk down Garage together. I don't know if there's any utility. The updraft spots both of the opponents. He still has a dash. If he gets a kill, he can disengage. Getting wrapped around.
They lined up for him, dashes away, trying to hit that shot, hits the head, but there it is, the peak from Matty, 7 HP. You see these pistol rounds get oh so close today.
I think Matty was headshotted as well through Titan. I think that was, wow, almost pulling a Jaiku, showing that he wants to clutch this. Unlucky start for him, but yes, Slim Boy securing the first round after a very interesting setup on pistols on A short. We are looking here, question mark will be not buying anything. We see a Frenzy, 3 classics, and a Ghost. Maybe some utility on the side of Astra so she can put some of those smokes on the ground. No, she doesn't even buy any smoke. She uses the default double rings that she comes up every single round with. And we see a very interesting setup from Slim Boys, taking control of A-Long with Sky and Raze, contesting that orb. This is something that I'm going to be really looking forward to, these long battles throughout this first half.
Yeah. Mandip already pushing up aggressively here. Prophet turns away just about the wrong moment. Slim Boys might be caught off guard here, if not for Matty holding this angle. They've returned towards B. And question mark often put players towards it. Flash will get a lot of info. Not do a great job in terms of Flash, but that's not the point of it.
Yeah, it's just to gather information, and they know someone is outside of B right now. That's why you can see Killjoy and Sova AC trying to consider maybe rotating to B. The smokes are coming through, and they're just going to be playing for retake.
Good spray here. They managed to take down the 2 who execute on. And with the spike down now, this becomes an untenable situation. You can see it, question mark, trying to hightail it on Mandip. Just about manages to hop through, but they're the only player remaining. While they get the flash, the spray was more than enough.
And we saw, again, this time, I talked about last map about the importance of having a Sova on some of these maps, such as Haven and Bind. And we see right now Ender being able to replicate the information gathering that Benjo was doing Benjo and Ender, both Sovas. And we saw that great recon dart that stopped the planter, so they couldn't play for a post-plant position. Very great start here from Slim Boys that will now be going to the first gun round with 5 Spectres.
I mean, certainly, they're going to have to play these closer angles. Question Mark do have a lot of ways of clearing those out. They have a decent few flashes, obviously, as a result of Mandeep here, but invested early in some good shock darts. Does at least tag up Jaiko a little bit.
That was a teammate shock dart that dealt damage to Jaiko right there. I think that was a misclick from Benju, yeah.
This is the second time we've seen that from them today. Maybe the nerves are getting them to them a little bit.
It is the final for the first place, but Mandeep with the entry. No nerves on Mandeep.
Rocks as well. Players out. This is a great start
by the Spectre. Yeah.
I dropped the spike.
But we see right here, Slimboy is predicting a C push, which it seems to be the right thing. Stacking with 3 players, Garage and C long, whereas question mark is finally disengaging, or are they going to commit to Garage?
It could be a bit of a problem. We know that it's a very good angle for things like the Spectre, those close range weapons. Off it turns. Oh, again getting caught off guard. It's unlucky to see. Timing for question mark has been on point so far, and Jaiko is looking to take even more at range. Matty finishes off one and trades it back. It's now a 1 versus 3 as they get a decent few frags. Slim Boys are happy with every single little bit they can take here.
Yeah, if Matty gets one more kill here, then the question mark economy will be really struggling following the next round. He's got a Vandal he can swap to under him. And he's got ulti. He has ran out of flashes, so I don't think he will commit to this. I think he just wants to get maybe 1 or 2 more pickoffs.
Pushing away, Nanoswarm maybe buys that space, but they peek out wide. Rox gets the shot. Slim Boys see their first round here as question mark step up to the plate, but it is a little bit dicey. A lot of players lost, and they're going to have to buy up again.
I think that was a bit of a mistake there, or miscommunication from Team Slim Boys, because they were in B. Prophet was watching window Garage, whereas Titan was already holding Garage, and it was impossible for someone to push out of that. So that's what Prophet got caught off guard and got killed off. Unfortunate for them, but now they full buy. We see 5 Vandals on the side of the attacking side and 5 Rifles on the side of the defense, and we will be having this long duel between the Riflers of the 2 teams. Quick disengage from Raze and Sky that are now moving down to short to take control with the usage of Wolf. They are giving up long, but that is absolutely fine because of they force the Sova Dart. We are seeing a very passive setup on C long from 3 players of Slim Boys, which I don't really like. Personally, when you have 3 people towards the side, you don't want them to be posted up so defensively. Now the Sky ult comes from question mark, trying to gather the information, and we see Raze and Matty leaving the A site. Oh no, Matty's decided to stay alone inside.
Jaiko gets caught off guard with the flash and the paint shells. Okay, it's going to be the heal. That's what the Sky can bring. Flashes go on in. The birds clear the path. Slim Boys don't commit all too hard. They like to play for this retake. They're good at it, so why not go for it here?
5 versus 5 retake. This is where the best teams come through. Can you retake and win your Angels by the usage of utility? We see a Recon Dart on Carter, on Astra, on default. Omirity jumps down. Jaiko trades it. Mandeep with another kill. It's still 3 versus 3. Carter gets 2 headshots. Matty whiffs the headshot on Jaiko, who secures the round with the usage of the Blaze Storm, and question marks brings it back to a 2-2.
I loved the aggression from Jaiko there. You saw Matty drop on down, get that spray onto the player underneath, but Jaiko instantly jumps up, dashes over, and left clicks multiple times on into them, and finishes them off. Brilliantly done, and then continues to sweep on through that site, and means that retake from Slim Boys doesn't quite land. And question mark, every single round they pick up on this attacking side looks oh so good for them. As much as this map is relatively even, it's still that little slim bit better on the defense.
Yeah, we see here now Slimbo is taking the orb on A-Long, and Omirity trying to take control here. If he's not going to get droned off, he might have a very good position when the smoke will disappear. But he's just playing in the middle of A lobby, which I kind of disagree with. 4 people coming his way. He's with the knife out. What is happening right now? Oh, he got baited by the usage of the Astra ultimate, thinking they will be hitting B site, and he wanted to take a different position, maybe flanking B long, but he gets caught after a beautiful bait, and now question mark has A site all to themselves.
Indeed. Jaiko already keeping an eye out, watching for that dart that they know is likely to come. They've got a player advantage, so they can afford to have someone do that. need to know what they need to be playing for, and they have a weapon advantage as well, so the push starts to come.
Carter with a beautiful headshot right here, now swinging wild on spawn. Someone has to break the recon dart. Carter whips, Prophet with a double sheriff kill, Titan with a Bucky, now it's a 3v2 for the defensive side. Mandeep trades, 2 versus 2 with a Vandal.
Gonna have to push it, there it is, the flash is too much. The paranoia maybe buys them the space they need, but there's the speed and double spray from Titan! How much time does he have? I think he has enough, but it's gonna be close.
He's got it. He's got it 100%.
No, he does? I don't think he does. Oh, okay, he does.
Titan with a triple kill, but let's talk about Prophet's double sheriff kills and then the Bucky. Oh my god. Question mark must be fuming.
They must be. They thought, oh, the nerf's gone in. Don't have to see that weapon again, but it comes up big and honestly rises from the dead here on Easter Sunday. The Bucky lives.
And that's what we want to see. We want to see a really close game in the final, and this is what we're getting. We see 3 ultimates on the side of Slim Boys, somewhat not complete buy on the side of question mark, that if they lose this one, they will be in big trouble, but let's see where this round is going. A lot of early pressure on Garage, but they're gonna be playing aggressive B where there's only a Killjoy turret, and yet they have the B side. Astra throws the smokes down. It will be planted for window, which can prove to be very interesting, especially if Sova has lamels, but no! They did not take control of B, they're splitting A. What a beautiful tactic, but Matty is aware and he gets the first kill.
Yeah, good spray there from Matty to be able to find it. Rocket is there for Momoretti, takes down another, almost finds the spray, but Rox at least nets one there, swaps on over to the Vandal. Expected them to be that little bit closer, the Flash has them a bit bamboozled, but now they are in a very difficult position. No spike, it's all the way back towards CT here.
Yeah, and what an awareness from Matty there to hold his B flank and being able to deliver 2 beautiful headshots as we're watching Rox in a 1 versus 3 with 50 HP. Getting flashed out of position. The best thing he can probably try to do here is save, honestly. I don't think he should fight this. They don't have enough money to buy next round, and bringing a Vandal into a half buy next might be the right thing to do for his team.
Nature girl down.
There's the shot. Rox takes it. Is still looking for this play. Has to push on into this crossfire, though. That's going to be the really difficult part. That's where things really do get difficult. There it is. Good stuff from Slim Boys. They see an extra player, but at least lock out the round.
I really like the execution from Slim, from a question mark there. It was just very unfortunate. You don't expect a Skye to play backside and hold her B spawn flank and, you know, just deliver 2 beautiful headshots, like I said. But now that brings question mark into an eco. They are on the attacking side, so I wouldn't worry too much. But Slim Boys is gathering up the ultimates, which they will be probably using in the next round.
They have the weapon advantage. Slim Boys should be in good stead. They have 4 ultimates as well. So much on the board. They've been constantly getting these orbs. The flash goes in, and Benjo finds 2. The sheriffs come up big. No, and now Slim Boys have found themselves in such a difficult spot.
That was... It's all up to Matty right now if he wants to bring this one back in the 2v4. But Prophet takes it in his own hands! 2 versus 2, they know where they are. Or at least they should know where they are.
Prophet often plays duelists. He's one hell of a fragger, so you've got to be careful if you're question mark right now. You have rifles, but with these jellyfish coming for you, your position completely given away here. They know that you're towards that CT. Where are you going to play? You have a lot of time to work with at the very least.
And I think the bait is working. They're slowly walking all the way to B, whereas Matty is clearing C-Long. He's now aware they're not in C-Long, and he's coming back all the way to A lobby, which might be the right position. They should have heard it, yeah. Mandeep heard the steps.
Yeah. There's still one on this site, though. Keep an eye on it.
This is a ring around a rosy if I ever saw one. Prophet. He's holding all the way to his own spawn, but Mandeep and Jaku with the right read going into C right now. Are they going to plant, or are they going to keep going looking for players? Jaku with 5 bullets into his Vandal. He misses the first one and he can't get the kill. Prophet. He should be waiting for his teammate right now.
Yeah, ultimate that finds him that little bit of space. Mandeep gets so low there. Prophet will have to reload, waiting for the rest of their team to rock on up. Mandeep on 13 HP. They have a real chance of picking up this round here, but it's going to be very, very difficult to do so.
You should know where both of the players are right now based on the sound cue from logs. I don't know what happened there. Matty, for some reason, came in looking at backside. But he had Prophet already cleared backside. It was really unfortunate, but they managed to secure the round after a very, very scary eco round put in front by Question Mark.
Yeah, that was really well done, and again shows the power of Question Mark. Yeah, they're constantly ready to frag, regardless of what weapons you put them on. Those sheriffs were absolutely terrifying. Benjo capitalizing well off the back of a brilliant flash from Mandy.
Yeah, absolutely. He was destroying them with that sheriff through the smoke, through the window. Which is good. You want to keep your opponent's economy low when you go further on into the first round, into the last rounds of the first half. Now we are looking at what seems to be a C split from Question Mark. They might change their mind afterwards, but they're putting a lot of pressure on the Garage, Garden, and C Long early on in the round. You don't really expect a Killjoy to play Garage Window here, but he's getting Black Hole, and the power of Astra.
Yeah, it provides right there so much value there. Gets them a 3-old frag. Like, trying to slip on into the back, doesn't want to get caught off guard as the shots just ricochet around them. Tries to spray as the dust settles, but now it's 2 versus 5, and the rifle round from Question Mark looks oh so comfy here. And
they need to stay alive with as many people as possible to be able to build upon their economy so they can have more of these fantastically executed gun rounds later on in the half. I think, yeah, this is a save. They're not going to be contesting 2v5 with an operator on the raise. Yeah, I think Astra is the one that won that round just by simply placing her mini black hole in Garage Window.
Right now, just slipping on through, hunting for those players, but I love that Slim Boys aren't committing all too much forward. They know they want to save these rifles. A good call, honestly. They needed to be able to, because otherwise this next round is going to be ever so difficult. Fox is still pushing. The spray is there, and Matty just about locks it out for their team. Question Mark, nowhere else to be seen anywhere near these 2 remaining players of Slim Boys. They've still got 3 ultimates to work with, and Question Mark, well, they've got to perform like that again. That was a brilliant execute, but can they get it again?
I think that was a very good call from Rox. You can afford losing 1 rifle there in trade-off for maybe taking out the operator. He doesn't manage to do it, but I really appreciate the attempt from Rox there. And obviously, when you die, you also generate 1 more orb for your ultimate. And now look, Rox has his ultimate, and they're probably going to be using this to take the site. Especially by looking at it, he seems to be outside B, which is a very potent part of the map to use the Killjoy ultimate on attack. Or they might be going to the similar previous setup of a C-long split, which wouldn't surprise me, considering how much success they've had last round. Deep sea smoke from Omen. Carter has his Astra ultimate once again. I think it's the 2nd time already this half. Places a lot of his stars in C. And now, I really appreciate this from Slim Boys, disengaging from the site, and probably will be using their Killjoy ult to counter the plant.
Yeah, great lockdown coming on in here, but they're looking to crack it open. However, what Prophet doesn't realize is Rox is right behind them. Good shots coming on in here, and the lockdown no longer there. Carter doesn't have quite have the wall down. The push is trying to come. Gravity Wells to try and deal with them, but it's not quite there yet. Slim Boys are going to be playing for a Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. But Carter does slip out of that position, knowing that they're likely going to get pushed. As Mandy slips in the back, takes down 1, and gets out of there.
You don't expect the Skylark ever, and Mandy plays that to a perfect T. And now the Astra ult for the post plant. Pushing with the Sova drone, Matty gets the kill. Benjo spraying to the wall. Benjo doesn't manage to take the duel against Ender, and now it's Mandip in a 1 versus 3. If there's one guy you want to have in the clutch, it's Mandip. The platform. He gets the first kill. Wastes the second one. No one is on the spike. He shouldn't peek right now. Flashes himself out. Gets darted out. Wastes the first kill. Gets the second. Ender secures it with the classic. But what a valiant effort from Mandy.
Yeah, an impressive performance from Question Mark to try and bring that in. But Slim Boys with a great retake as well. Again, they are so darn well drilled on this. And it just doesn't seem like it's enough to take them off the site, because they will inevitably find a way back on in.
And Question Mark has used double big ultimates there, the Killjoy ulti and the Astra ulti, to hold the post plant, and were unable to do so. They still have the Sky and Sova ulti, which are very good for attack and maybe post plant with Sova, but Slim Boy is still holding onto their Killjoy ultimate. So far, we have not seen, or at least I don't remember seeing the Raze impactful open kills. But I think because they are aware of that operator on A, that's why Question Mark keeps avoiding that A side, because they don't want to have to deal with the Raze. We see another swift control of Garage. They're in corners with the Sova Dart. Prophet so caught taking a peek there. I think that was the wrong play, which now gives the advantage to Question Mark, who's healing each other.
Carter. Still backing up Jaiko as he tries to push on in here. Moretti does get out of there. With no Sentinel utility actually active on this site, things could get a little bit difficult for Slim Boys here.
I'm a bit confused when looking at the Slim Boys positioning of the map currently. We have 3 players outside of Garage window holding B in Garage. Now they're starting to spread up a bit on the map. They saw they were a bit out of rotation, but Question Mark still gather up as 5. The control of Garage cleared and now running down towards C long.
Okay. He's going to be able to lead the team on in there. Good execute onto C would be massive, especially with a frag like that onto Titan. Now they're going to have a very difficult time in cutting up a lot of that site into sizable chunks for them to retake here. Matty wants to still push through, has that flash ready, but he's just going to raw peek it. Doesn't expect Jaiko to be up there, but is all too happy to punish it. The flash goes a little bit too wide there, and Mandeep knows exactly what you're doing, Matty. 4 versus 2, and the Slim Boys starting to think, right, this might just be a save round.
We talked about the beginning of the round, the importance of Prophet's Killjoy ult and the way he could use it for retake, but Prophet, with a very unlucky and maybe unfortunate peek through Garage window, starts his team off on a disadvantage, also giving up their biggest weapon in that round, which brings Question Mark to the 4th round on the attacking side of Haven.
Yeah, Question Mark must be still feeling a lot happier with that situation, but only a couple of rounds left in the half, obviously 2 more. Slim Boys still have a decent amount of ultimates to work with, a lot invested by Question Mark in many of these rounds. They have to be ever so careful, because one slip-up could easily find themselves on the receiving end of an 8-4 half.
We're seeing Omirity with that operator time and time again playing A, and yes, finally this round he decides to switch sides, but that also brings Slim Boys a half buy. They will be utilizing 2 of the weapons they managed to save, a Bucky and 2 classics. And look at Question Mark, they read it perfectly, and now they will be going towards A, whereas the operator has moved towards Garage.
Fade. Away, flash there from Matty to try and find something, but doesn't actually get anything, at least initially there. I think gets a little bit of info, and that is prompting a very quick retake from Slim Boys here. They don't have much in the way of weaponry. They're still going to try and play for it. Flash is invested. Question Mark making sure that that site is clear. Don't want to get caught off guard by anything nasty.
Prophet gets a kill.
Prophet, yeah, netting a rifle for themselves. Unfortunately, it's only 1 rifle, and he's already going to fall. It's the angle from Moretti here, aggressively with the operator. Swapped on over to that Vandal. The paint shell's going to force Rocks out into the open as well. And that's the peak. Doesn't quite land the shot. Moretti takes another, and it's just Jaiko left on site with the knives. He's got to go huge. The right click doesn't work, and that's it.
Wow! Slim Boys with a commanding retake on a half buy with an operator, Phantom, 3 classics. They managed to secure the round, which, again, Question Mark, I think it's the 2nd round they're losing against a half buy, which must not feel really good for your team. You still have enough money to buy for the last round, but you are aware of that Raze operator, and you kind of, if I were playing for Question Mark right now, I would be a bit frustrated because we lost a lot of duels against those classics, and we allowed the Prophet flank to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking at Rocks. Yeah, we are looking at Rocks on a Guardian here. We saw him on the previous map getting some crazy shots with the Guardian, so hopefully he can replicate some of them right now.
Bomb buddy out.
Moretti. The operator. Wanna hold it down, but the smoke just means that you don't get that time. You don't get the visual confirmation. He does get close. Titan is going to be able to get out of that position. Nothing early on here from either team.
Yeah, just a bit of pressure put on A lobby, but then both teams disengaged and just rotated around the map. We see Slim Boys preferring to stay gathered up together time and time again. Now they're popping a Sky ult. I guess just to gather some information.
Does tell their position and does force these operator players off their angles. Especially because now you can drop those stars in position. Carter's really looking to execute with the rest of their squad. Ritty and Prophet both are looking for their chance to strike here. Question mark. We've got to be careful. We know how scary these retakes are, but the two players who push on in get taken out right away here.
I think that was another misplacement, but now we're looking at Matt in the 1 versus 4, and he's not going to happen because Carter decides to show up with a triple kill to finish the first half. But I must question Prophet's decision to push alongside the Sky flash right there, because again, he had that Killjoy ultimate. He hasn't used it, like, I don't think the entire half. They could have used it for retake. They were walking into a trap in B because obviously that's where the Killjoy ultimate can cover the entirety of the site. But Prophet decides to push through the smoke alongside the Sky ult, died not being able to get traded and not being able to use the Killjoy ult. That still brings us to a 7-5 for Slim Boys, but I think this could have been way more one-sided had Prophet not died a couple of times in those rounds.
Yeah. It's been unfortunate. Gets caught off guard in a lot of those different angles. It's sometimes really difficult to play those Sentinels when you've got so many angles being pushed at you. And again, Question Mark are a very solid team in changing up the way in which they push. But now they're on the defense. Maybe they can really leverage this. They've got that jet, which I think is a little bit stronger on the defense because you can take those very aggressive angles and then just dash out whenever you're in trouble.
We are looking at a way more spread setup around the map from Slim Boys than Question Mark. We see one guy solo taking control of A lobby in short, one guy in garage, one long, and two people playing very passive. Mandip at the same time baiting a bit on C long, making the opponents think that he's by himself, whereas we have a big stack in C.
So many players there, and it doesn't even look like Slim Boys are going to execute towards it. Question Mark might have made a terrible call, a terrible mistake here. The execute looks very much like an A1. You can already start to see the jet rotating over here with the info going in. They can hear it. The smokes, the dark cover cuts off Benjo as well. This is the perfect chance for Slim Boys.
Over shock darts on the spike planter. Oh, deals 60 damage at least to Ender, who is now in only one shot away from losing his life. Trying to plant a spike. 5 versus 5 retake, but no, Benjo gets the first kill. Prophet trades instantly. A few win shots from Jacob. Ender gets another kill. Titan, Mandip. Everyone's all over the board. Oh, Carter gets headshotted from long. He's unaware from where that happened. He still has 2 stars he could use.
Yeah, and they're going to have to use Obscuring Vision in order to really deal with that turret. Again, we saw this before from Question Mark. They're aware of how to deal with these turrets effectively. Stepping into a good angle where they're not going to get shot by that turret. Shots are going to ring through, though, from Prophet. That is another round on the board for Slim Boys and starting off this attacking half exactly as they need to go on.
Very questionable, no pun intended, play from Question Mark there. They were in a 5v5 potential retake with a Sova Recon Dart, but they preferred to just jump on the Spike Planter after one Shock Dart. I don't think Benjo even had the chance to recon for his teammates to retake, and then, yeah, it was just a corpse galore, everyone dying left, right, and center, and in the end, Slim Boys coming out on top of that pistol round.
Turret out.
Shadows traveling.
Dark cover already towards this C. Looking towards it quite aggressively. The issue is with this Sentinel and 3 players on it. It could be very difficult. This could be the worst possible call from this play here, especially with aggression like this. Mandy finds 2, and that's a disaster for Slim Boys.
Mandeep is absolutely nuts.
One down.
Prophet with a very clean classic kill here, a ghost kill. 2 versus 2, but now that offers the time for Astra and Killjoy to gather up some of the Spectres lost on C long, and then they will be in a post-plan situation with a Killjoy, which can be in the advantage of Slim Boys here. Oh, we're just gonna have a 2 versus 2 duel on long. That's fine as well.
You get the info as well. They're going to peek out wide, but
Traded.
it is trade back and forth. 25 HP makes this oh so difficult for Matty now. And don't forget this Sky. One of the big weaknesses is you can't heal yourself, and Rox will put him down. 6 rounds on the board now for Question Mark as they take that round where they don't have much in the way of economy and still turn it into a win.
What a beautiful round, and obviously a fantastic clutch from Rox, but let's just be honest, Mandip with the playmaking in C-Long, just a single flash and the classic glitch bomb for a double kill against Spectres and Armors. Mandip bringing his team back in this game because a 9-5 was looking a bit scary. An 8-6, potentially an 8-7, it means we're back to square one. We're looking at, we talked about how impactful both Killjoys have been throughout the tournament, but we've seen both in the last semifinal and in this final, the Sky players are popping off and fighting for winning the game for their teams by themselves sometimes.
Like Carter playing aggressively with the Phantom here. Interesting to see into such an eco round, but find that headshot close range. It's just as deadly as a Phantom. Some boys very spread out on the map with some aggression from this Jet as well. Question Mark has got a lot of map control.
I really disagree with Carter's positioning. You know they're on the eco, you know they have low buy, you should not be playing Garage with a Phantom.
Oh, does get the spray, but takes a lot of damage for it and trades out. That's only a one-player advantage, and you've given weapons over to Slim Boys here. Rox wants to clear it up. Titan almost gets caught, but gets out of there with that rifle. They have to be so happy with that one.
Not worth it at all. I really must question the decision to play with a Phantom close quarters. You could have had the Spectre from your teammate, and you could have dropped in the Phantom, so you could have helped the Judge guy in window. And they've been punished. Slim Boys prove that you should not be allowing this sort of mistakes against them, and we've seen how good they are, and now they're going to be abusing this Phantom. Sova will be the head of the spear going into this B site, and hopefully Titan being able to trade the kill on Sova.
Good shots back and forth. Mandy keeps himself safe for now. The flash is big, but Rox doesn't quite land the shots. They manage to bring it tight, and the Judge does net them a frag, but Mandy cleans up well. Question Mark are only one round behind now. A beautifully played one from them. Some questionable decisions in the early part, but a good position after.
Yeah, and Mandip again securing the round, but losing 3 people against Deagles and Ghost in Classics, again, not something you like to see, especially when you're trying to build upon your economy. And we see right now, Question Mark can't afford the rifle for Carter. Oh, they will be able to. They had the drop operator, and I think Benjo dropped one for Carter. So that's good. They still have full utility and full weapons, and we see Jaco for the first time this final, I think, on the operator.
I think it's a good look. Jaiko has been very solid with it recently. I think it's particularly good on this Jet and on defense here on Haven. Should be able to net a lot out of it. Hits the... Okay, no, hits the bot there. Sorry, I thought they were going to be able to hit the legs, but Slim Boys, unfortunately, or Question Mark, able to get away with that one for now.
But very good pressure applied from the Slim Boys, forcing Jet to fall back. And now look, because of that early control of A lobby, now they're pushing 3 people towards A, whereas B and Garage are completely open, only covered by the alarm bot. All 5 men commit on C-Long. Killjoy ulted planted, Sova ulted tagging the Rox. Rox does not manage to get in one. 5 versus 3. Beautiful pickoffs to start off the round. Mandip dies spammed through the smoke by 3 opponents. That must be feeling very, very sad for Mandip. And we see Jaco trying to run for his life, saving his operator for next round.
Good call, great call. Question Mark can't afford to lose that one and give it over to Slim Boys, and it'll be quite a problem for them. Momoroti's been decent with the operator before, but Question Mark on the whole, with some really good decision making and calls here. They've got a lot of control. They know they don't want to have to slip away too much. If they invest too much here and then maybe in 2 rounds time find themselves without rifles, that'll be the real kicker.
Benjo's going for a ninja defuse. No. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god!
He's got to get back here. He's going to get the
Benjo's
round. They are going to be able to deny him.
God, Benjo!
Oh, Prophet!
Prophet, last millisecond getting the kill on Benjo. Unbelievable, Benjo. The amount of courage to try that play and for it to almost be pulled off. Prophet with the savior of Slim Boys right there.
Yeah, he's on it. He's aware. Good stuff from Prophet to be able to do that heads-up play and deny that round away from Question Mark, who almost stole it, who almost evened things up. And what a round that would have been for them. They would have been able to save the rifle, operator, and get the round. So much value.
We see Jaco now trying to mount a play towards Garage, getting a pick off, shooting the turret, not Prophet, and now he has to fall back. He's not changing the position. He might be trying to repick here, although I do not advise doing that.
Moretti takes down Mandeep as well. Slim Boys are already starting to pounce on this opportunity. Not much in the way of weaponry for question mark here because of that last round loss. They do at least have some power. Prophet's already going to slip on up in. That's going to be a dead cutter, maybe even more. Setting up now for that play towards the C. And Rox can't find a word in edgeways. Slim Boys are 5, question mark are 2. And I'm looking at this and going, is this a save again from them?
Jaco should definitely look into save here. I don't think Benjo has anything to save because he did die when he was trying to ninja defuse that spike. But yes, 100% the Jet should be going, and that's what she's heading all the way probably to A Heaven. Benjo is gonna try to maybe get a pick off or deal some damage, break some armor of the opponents, but he's getting flanked by Prophet from Garage. Is Prophet going to check? And yes, he is. 10th round on the board for Slim Boys. Question mark needs to bring this one back as Slim Boys approaches double digits. I think I want Jacob to be a bit more proactive alongside a teammate, not just by himself with a solo pick A long or A short or Garage. I think he should probably ask for some help from his Sky, from his Sova, so they are going to be able to enable his operator play in the next round.
Good call again from question mark, but Slim Boy's just finding these ways on in, and Prophet pushing forward, basically solo on that Killjoy. Again, another addition to the stellar Killjoy play we've seen from players so far this tournament, and, well, kicking things off strong, honestly, here on Haven.
And we have a technical pause from question mark. Time again, I think technical or tactical, it's a very welcome pause for question mark, getting their rifles back in. And although Hawks fixing the computer might also allow them to, decide on some things and change some of the stuff up. Apparently it's Mandeep. He's the only one who's not moving. Hopefully he will be able to sort the problem swiftly because he is one of their...
Wow. Yeah, some very amusing technical issues to be sure.
We have been informed that Mandeep has a computer issue, and hopefully he will be able to sort it out swiftly. Because he is one of the most impactful players so far on the first map. Would you agree with me, Ruben?
Yeah, I mean, I gave him a lot of praise as well before when he was playing on that Sky, on the 2 maps we've seen from them so far. I think really is just such a great player for the squad, and, if he has a frozen PC, I think it's pretty fair that he should be waiting for them to come back. You can't really play without your IGL, and certainly not without these flashes that have been so key for a lot of these executes.
Yeah, like I said, I would really love to see from question mark here a change of play style. I would like to see the Sova and Mandeep himself maybe go alongside Jet early in the round to enable him get an aggressive pick off, then dash away and start the round 5 versus 4. Especially because Slim Boys does not have a Sage, does not have a Res in play, so starting a round at an advantage when you're on the defense side should almost guarantee you the win. Statistically, some of the most successful teams in the world, professional level, both Valorant or games like Counter-Strike, are the teams that manage to secure the round when they have the entry kill. You look at teams like Natus Vincere, Navi in CS, they have an 87% conversion rate of rounds when they have the first kill in their favor. So that's what I would like to see for question mark, maybe try to get that entry kill more as we will resume the game swiftly.
It's a good look. Slim Boys have a lot of ultimates, sure, but question mark have that little bit more. And I think the one that really stands out to me as impactful here is the fact that they have that Hunter's Fury. Now, that allows them to deny so much. And if we see good coordination with it, I'm looking forward to a really solid round from question mark coming forward here. And finally, they're able to afford these rifles again. Benjo has been really good with these darts when he can actually land them. We've seen him struggle so far today, but if he can find that confidence again that we've seen on other days, I was very impressed by a lot of the shock darts he was landing. I just need to see them return to that form rather than the form that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and speaking of Benjo, let's go back a few rounds ago when they were on that half buy and he almost got that perfect ninja defuse if it were not for Prophet that had such a good game sense to come and clear and kill Benjo in the last millisecond of the spike. I think the players are getting ready, if I can read the chat correctly. Is that what it was said? No, Mandeep. Yeah, just a couple seconds to go until Mandip will be back in play here. We also talked about the Sova ult, but let's look at the Astra ult. I don't think we had the chance to see more than once being utilized this map so far. What are the strengths of Astra on Haven, according to Europe?
Well, again, there is a lot of chokes which you can easily cut off with smokes, things like that, and a lot of set positions. So, for example, top of garage, the garage window is a really nice place to try and concuss out with the concussion star, basically.
Yeah.
There's also positions, for example, up in heaven, a lot of the corners around in A that you could really play around with. Just a lot of really nice set plays. There's situations where the flashes are a bit stronger. There are situations where kind of set concussors are a bit stronger, and that's where things like Breach is stronger, where Astra is stronger than the Omen that would obviously bring that paranoia to the fore. It's also just a little bit cheaper, and you can apply a lot of different abilities in a very short succession. She is great because she can also fake out by bringing those stars back to her, and a lot of players aren't necessarily aware of exactly what's going to be going on.
You see Mandy very interested in getting out some early information, and now Jaco almost getting that pick off on Killjoy in Garden, but he does not manage to. Jaco is probably going for a second pick there, but he can't really do that when you have the Killjoy turret spotting you up. Mandip investing the Sky ultimate very early in the round. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I think the fact that they're pushing so forward so aggressively is the kind of key part here. They're using that drone to clear out a lot of these angles, but still haven't made that move. The ultimate on into the back of sight here. Jaco very worried about exactly what's going to be going on, but because they teleported into hell rather than heaven, they're going to be able to get a lot of info out of that. Trying to land it, trying to deny that push to Killjoy as well. The lockdown buying them a lot of space, and with that play, with the Gravity Star holding them in that angle, there are 3 players there that now will have so little to work with, being smoked and also blocked off by that wall. Benjo's going to peek out, and Omariti is going to get taken down. This is perfect for question mark.
Omiriti was key for that play, but now, oh my god! Carter going classic through the Astra ultimate, but he was just distracting them in order to defuse the spike. Yet Omiriti from Slim Boys on the Raze was a key player right there on short with the Raze paint shells and the rocket. He does not manage to utilize them, so that brings question mark to 8.
Does indeed. Question mark picking up an all-important round here, and well, forcing out a couple of ultimates as well from Slim Boys to try and deny some of those pushes, but it didn't quite work out for them. So Slim Boys are kind of looking at this and going, well, we still have a lot of money left. We've got a good amount of money in the bank, but it's still going to be... Good use of gravity well, pulls off the turret as well, so that means the aggression can come out from Jaco, but Prophet was too ready for it. It's not going to lead to anything, and Slim Boys find that first frag yet again.
I think that was the 3rd round in a row. Jaco was unsuccessful in Garage, and I would really like for him to change it up. Maybe change the position up, maybe, like I said, use the Sky or Sova to enable that aggressive pick through Garage. But now that starts the round for question mark in a 4 versus 5, which might turn into a 3 versus 5 very soon, but no. Mandip is patient and is falling back from Garage.
Benjo? Starting to back off away from here, maybe feeling like their rotate's going to need to come through, but very good call. Hasn't quite left yet, and even manages to take down Matty as he tries to pop that bird to get some flashes on in. Prophet still already pushing up. Moretti already on the angle, but they weren't aware of it. Benjo gets way more out of that than he ever should have, with a 3k finishing off with Ender.
Did say you want to see Benjo hit some of the shock darts. He was like, I don't want to hit the shock darts, I want to hit some headshots, and he just does just that, helping his team be in a 3v3, maybe enabling them to retake the site.
Concealment. Pulling them in.
Prophet's right here. When that dark cover disappears,
I think they have one more for it.
Oh, they're going to push through the smoke. And Titan's right here. It's easy stuff for him. That will be Slim Boys picking up the round in spite of a beautiful set of plays from Benjo. And they're ever closer to just picking this one up. Question mark just don't seem so comfortable here. And, well, it just hasn't worked out for them.
And I think I must mention the fact that Jaco does not have a lot of success or impact in that Garage, and Slim Boys does not even seem to be wanting to avoid him. They're just picking him off and fighting with him, that's very, very unfortunate for Question Mark, because when we saw on the other side, when Omerity was running the operator on A, Question Mark did not want to have anything to do with him, and he was creating so much space just through his presence. But we see Carter here with the first Sheriff kill on Omerity. We are just talking about him, and now starting the round in the 5v4, although Question Mark is on an eco.
This is the kind of opening they need. Question Mark, this is their map. Haven is supposed to be their win in this best of 3. You have to really kick it up a notch if they're going to take this one at all, because Slim Boys 3 rounds ahead and already putting pressure on. Prophet just wins that duel. Jaiko still struggling to make an impact here with this Jet. Needs to be able to win these duels, because right now they're just not being given a chance to do so. Prophet's going to set up to clear out the rest of this site. The flash might be there, sure, but it's sprayed down by Prophet and easily able to deal with Mandeep as well, as they are stepping up to the plate. And Question Mark just don't seem to be able to deal with anything.
Spike planted.
Jaiko had such a good position with the Blade Storm there. I don't think he should have pushed, but this is what happens when you feel that your team is playing behind. You feel under pressure and you start breaking out the strats you have. You might feel like you need to step up and do something for your team, whereas doing that, he just died, and now he left his team in a 4v5 with A exposed, and then obviously Slim was able to do that with perfection. It was only an eco though, not too much to say, but they could have won that eco and bring it to 11-9. Now we're in match point on map number 1 for Slim Boys. Question Mark about to lose their map pick.
Turret out.
They really are. Slim Boys have just found those openings every single time, and Prophet really has stepped up to the plate. I said before, if we looked at the Slim Boys from the previous game with Radar, maybe this team doesn't win here on Haven, but Prophet with 25 frags has surpassed what we've seen from Radar, and I think it's a big step up and more than enough to show that Slim Boys have a lot of power, and I think Question Mark are fully aware of this. They, as I said before, have played with Prophet before. He's been on this roster with them, but it's just not enough to know. You're feeling it firsthand. Even with frags like this, I don't even know if this is going to be around for Question Mark. Omerity is just rushing on through. Rocket is going to land. Doesn't quite finish any of the players off, but is oh so close to doing so.
On the 4 versus 5 post plant, Benjo using his ultimate to try to deal some damage and slow down the plant. He managed to hit only once. Killjoy is very low in HP right now. Prophet placing Molly in Garage. It should not be winnable for Slim Boys, but I wouldn't be surprised if they will win it. Prophet swings and gets a kill on Jaiko while he was being dazed by the dog. 4 versus 3. Benjo with another kill on Prophet. With the same kill on Prophet, my bad. A recon dart from Ender being able to enabling spamming the smokes, but oh, Benjo dies from the pain shells. 3 versus 3 now.
Yeah, and they get a spray through again. Ender comes up big and already backs it up. Slim Boys take it 13-8 on their opponent's map pick, and damn, was it down to that Killjoy. Impressive fragging performance from Prophet, and the rest of Slim Boys oh so happy to follow it up. Omerity with the great frags as well, and great utility from players like Matty, from Ender and Titan, all doing what the team needs them to do.
Absolutely, and we see Prophet right now with 4 first bloods. Although I was a bit critical of some of his misplacement in the attacking side, or sorry, in the defense side. On the attacking side, he came to his own. You told us he is usually a duelist, and he displayed that to the fullest, racking up over 300 average combat score. What a performance from Slim Boys in the first map. What did you think of it, Layla?
Was good fun. I was getting a little worried towards the end of the first half, but Question Mark kept that very much in striking distance. They were holding on to Slim Boys as much as they could, but Slim Boys again just showing that confidence, showing that momentum towards the end, and yeah, just so many kills. I mean, the Killjoy, we wanted to see it. 26 kills, top of the card once again. So it was a great little substitution that they decided to pull up their Slim Boys, and yeah, it's absolutely paid dividends for them, hasn't it, Rock?
Yeah, I was kind of blown away by quite the difference that we saw. I think Question Mark, again, have really good calls on the macro and are able to rotate around. That's why they want to go for this Haven. But the problem is when you're not on the attack, you can't really leverage that in the same way. And we saw Team Slim Boys just kind of basically play like a chisel. Just put a player on in, hammer it home, and easily open up any of those sites. It didn't really matter about playing the macro game. The frags were just there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And with that, it's going to be the first point of this best of 3 on the side of Team Slim Boys. But Obviously, this isn't over yet. The grand finals is a best of 3. And what do you reckon, Wrexham? What do Question Mark need to do if they're going to want to take this point back going into the second game?
I'll be completely honest, I mentioned it throughout the second half as well. I think Jacob was not struggling, he was put out of position a lot of time. I think it was the setup they were trying to run, which wasn't enabling him to shine and use that operator to the fullest, going to the garage time and time again, not allowing him to be more dynamic, not allowing him to rotate around the map. And I think when you have such a skillful jet player like Jacob, as we saw throughout the tournament, you want to let him run away with the game, and he can't do that when you put him in a box. So I think maybe give him a bit more space on the map and he will display the skill he has like we've seen before. I think that's the first thing Question Mark has to think of.
Well, we'll see if they can put that into effect as we go into game number 2, but we're going to take a quick break before that happens, so do not go away. The grand final is in full swing. When we come back, game number 2 between our two top teams here at the WCS Cup. Don't go anywhere.
Oh girl, just say something. Oh baby, won't you say something? No running, you got me thinking about the state I'm in. Going back to that place we met. Yeah, I've been feeling lost somewhere deep within. No, I can't turn back, I need that grin, that loving. You say you want it, baby, take this in. You're feeling spent, but I know you want it, I know you want it. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. I've been drinking, think I'm faded. Way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well, fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh, no, no.
There's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love, dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no. Don't ever look away, you fill the spaces in my heart.
And we are back with the grand finals of the WCS Cup here at British Esports Association. I am still your girl, TK Layla, as your host, and our wonderful casters of Rock and Raxon are back and ready to take you through game number 2 of our best of 3 final. We just saw Question Mark unfortunately drop that first game to Slim Boys on their map as well, it must be said, by 13 points to 8, if you believe. And now we move on to Ascent for the 4th time on stream this weekend, which is obviously Slim Boys' pick. And Rock, how do you see this one playing out?
I told you, Slim Boys are looking hella strong, especially with the addition of Profit. Fantastic stuff from them to kick off game 1, and on their opponent's map, pick a 13-8. Ascent, well, I mean, as much as you might be strong on it, as much as you're practiced on it, Question Mark, Slim Boys are even more so.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Raxon?
Yeah, I think this is... I'm rooting for Slim Boys. They won me over. I thought Question Mark could take map 1. I honestly don't even want to see Icebox. No one wants to see Icebox being played ever. We should go for a 2-0 in the final though. I'm kidding. It would be exciting to go to a map 3 in the grand finals. I would love to see it, but I have to admit Slim Boys look like the favorites.
I was about to say, how very dare you. I actually would like to see Icebox if you don't mind, but I know how it is. Not everybody is a fan, but it is what it is. So we are going to get ourselves geared up for matchup number 2. Remember, if this does go to Slim Boys again, they will win this tournament and they will win the prize pool of £400, with second place obviously taking that 100. So it remains to be seen which players will be taking the next leap up, or if Slim Boys are just going to prove to be the team that are just too hard to take out. So if you don't mind, I think we're ready. Please take it away.
And here we are, Rook, in what potentially may be the last map, the last game of our tournament. We're going to Ascent. We started on Ascent. We're going back to Ascent. We see the Carter Astra locked in. We saw the okay. We've got a few changes for the Team Slim Boys lineup. We see Omerity is no longer on the race.
Well, you know, I'm looking at this and going, well, Profit fragged out in the last game, right?
Yep.
He's normally a duelist player.
Yep.
Why not put him on the duelist?
I actually
He
couldn't
can
agree
definitely
more.
perform on this race.
I couldn't agree more with that. I think Carter did great, but if he was a bit sometimes out of position for Killjoy, just give him the raise and he can be in whatever position he wants to be. We're looking at Jaco. I'm glad that they did not force him to change to something else. We know he can pull it off on the Jet, and hopefully he will be able to display that on the defender side. But Mandip now changing up from the Sky onto the Breach. I don't know how I feel about that. We've seen them play Ascent before. We've seen them play Sky on Ascent before. We've seen how good Mandip can play Sky. He's now onto the Breach. What can you make of that?
I don't know. I mean, I think the Breach definitely has a lot of value, and I think it works really well with Jaiku. If you're looking to combo well, it's much better than that Sky. So I think that Mandeep moving on over to it makes a lot of sense here. I think it's got a lot of value, specifically on this map, because there's so many good walls, for example, around A, or even on B to play with, and it's just a little bit faster than getting the bird in the right position.
And I hope this is the change they need to in order to bring this to a map 3, because we always want to see a final go all the way, and I hope it will be going all the way. And they are starting with the defense side, although it's not their map pick. Defense on Ascent, I would argue, is probably slightly the favorite side of the map. Would you agree, Rook?
Yeah, I think it is slightly defender-sided,
Right there.
purely because you can kind of lock down some of those sites with the Sentinels, and it's just so strong in that. And there's a lot of decent ways to rotate through the CT spawn. It's relatively well sheltered as well.
We see a very slow approach down mid through the smoke. Oh, they might be exploding onto Jaco's head right here. He should be ready for this. Very nice wall plays down, and now they have full control of market. We have 2 players, the Breach and the Killjoy, holding the B side. The turret spots a few of them. Bandit gets caught off by Prophet, who gets the first blood of the second map of the grand final. Jaco is trying to jump over the smoke. Rocks managed to get a trade-off. Another headshot from... No, Jaco gets another kill. Jaco with a double kill. 3 versus 2. Oh, and now it's only the Sova who is not even in sight. Ender in a 1v3, and he gets Finished off by Carter. Jaku stepping up. Like I said, that's what I wanted to see. Nice, beautiful double headshot kill. And Slim Boys wins the first round.
It's actually question mark. We got those teams
yeah.
wrong, unfortunately. We'll get them sorted for you in just a second. But yeah, question mark kind of just executing onto the site relatively well there, and letting Jaiko and Carter both frag out. Oftentimes it's very difficult for Carter to be in the right position because you're playing that Astra, and you know it takes time to set up a lot of utility. But on those pistol rounds where you're not going to get sprayed down through a smoke, is a little bit easier to kind of push on in solo. You got those pistols and did just that. Fantastic fragging from them, and question mark couldn't quite get, sorry, Slim Boys couldn't quite get the frags in that they needed to.
Oh,
okay.
Both of these teams are shining and have shone throughout the tournament, and so they are at this map right now to start. Mandip contesting the orb, but they managed to run away with the orb securely, and now he's getting nicked off. Mandip might be getting picked off here. Yeah, Prophet manages to trade the kill, and they will be maybe going for that Spectre? They are not, they're just falling back. And we talked about the Sage throughout the tournament so far, and I think this is the first time we see Sage both in the semifinals and in the final today, and I'm really happy they brought it up to play on Ascent.
Yeah, I think it's relatively good at closing off some of these key members, so key positions, so really great on this A site in particular, and Prophet takes down that first frag. The spray though from Benjo is big with this Spectre. It looked so good for Slim Boys, but they forgot to check the corner for one more player. Question mark do take that second round, but it's going to be rifles now for Slim Boys, and this is where they change the script. They flipped the script in the previous map.
Yeah, and you love seeing Benjo getting a 4K, even if it was against an eco. That generates a lot of confidence in your players, and also you get closer to your ultimate, and who better would you like to have the ultimate on if not on your Sova? Now we're going into this first gun round of the first half. Question mark will be running the Spectres as a bonus. Let's see what Slim Boys can do with these rifles.
Peeks out, taken down by Prophet though, brilliantly played with a passive position here from Slim Boys, knowing that question mark wanted to try and make something happen, knowing that they've got to force something when they got those Spectres, and they cut it out from underneath them. Mandeep punishes Prophet for getting a little bit too handsy there, as he will go down, and that's a Vandal in the hands of Mandeep now.
Yeah, any kill he gets now is perfect, but Titan manages to get him off, head off instantly from Mandeep, and now we have 1 versus 4 with a Spectre. It's probably not going to happen. Maybe he can save the Vandal, or maybe he just wants to fight and get some pickoffs. Switches the knife out, and Almirity is there on the stage to take Rox's head off, as we will be now heading into the first real gun round of the map.
Will be Benjo, looking like they're going to bring out the Odin. Are you excited about that one?
Always exciting for the Odin. I hope he will be playing it on the B side, not on the A side this time, and he is heading towards that B for the wallbang. Prophet on the opposite side will be playing very far behind the barn, but maybe later in the round we might see some wallbangs provided by Benjo. Also, Jaku on the operator. That's something very important to look at. He's getting Molotovs off and smoked off. He did not shoot the operator, so maybe the attacking side is not aware yet of his operator presence.
He isn't. It's going to be a bit dangerous if they try and push on out too much. Jaiku dashes on through, doesn't want to get caught off guard. And Slim Boys, for now, haven't made too many steps forward. In fact, getting really aggressive with that turret placement, expecting maybe some kind of aggression to punish, with Prophet waiting right there off the back of the turret.
A bit of wallbang damage dealt to Prophet right here. He's only 10 armor and 80 HP left. And I like this. This is what I wanted to see from Jaco last round. He shot on short, he rotated out, and now he's posted up top mid. He's being smoked off, and I like the presence from Slim Boys that is trying to take control of Pizza and Market, but Almirity is here alone with the bomb. He does not get picked off, and that forces Jacob to rotate all the way to B, when in fact it is going to be an A short hit. Carter with a black hole, slowing them down, blowing the satchel. Carter getting flashed off. 1 versus Esports. Doesn't manage to get another one, or before.
No, but the Nanostorm will, in fact, and there's a great spray down. Just one more left, and Rox will shut that down as well. Great round here for question mark, as they're taking control on this defensive half. You try and push on in through those angles, and every single time you get dealt with. And look at what Slim Boys have brought here. They don't have the flashes anymore. And I think this is a real problem for them. It's what we praised the comps that they were running, what we were so excited to see Matty bring to the Shafor, and why we were so impressed with what Mandeep's been able to do for their squad. And Slim Boys have opted away from that, interestingly.
Yeah, very interesting choice, especially when you have won 2 maps in a row, the semi-final and the first map of Grand Final, running a simple strat, and then you're risking it, changing it up. Very interesting to see where they would go if we will go to a map 3. But currently we see a half buy from Slim Boys, Deagle, a couple of Vandals, and Jakku posted up aggressive in B main. Again, this time alongside his Sova, not by on his own, which I really appreciate.
Can't overextend too much. Slim Boys playing those more passive angles. It's a really good default usage of the turret there to try and deny any pushes on players. Like what Question Mark are trying to do now, but Mandeep oversteps, loses a player, and Slim Boys, they see this as their shot, their opportunity to execute on through here. Even though this has been a difficult position for them to hold, Nanostorm will at least buy them some space here as they lose another player to these rifles. Rocks! Again, huge on this rifle.
And let's see Benjo here. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment where the Odin goes brrr. And will the Odin do that just now? He's getting spread off. Gets the first kill on Prophet. Second kill does not come his way, but Titan gets his head off. 2 versus 3. Spike getting planted right now, but Matty's lurking.
One enemy remaining.
Carter gets the shot, takes down Matty as well. Now Titan is in for a world of hurt to be able to deal with this position. 1 versus 3. They've got to get something cheeky off, and heading towards the smoke might just be that. I don't think Jakku or Carter are even remotely expecting this here. Titan slip on through likely if they push on in, or they're going to take that opportunity to move on up themselves as the concussion doesn't quite land. Titan doesn't want to overstep, knows the turret is there, misses the shot, can't quite any. Tries to pick up their 4th round. They're looking so solid here on the defense.
4-1, they're gonna be able to take the Operator, of Vandal, and the Odin into the 6th round of the half, and Question Mark wants the money. They want to go to map 3, they want us to see Icebox, and I'm all for it. Now Slim Boys will be going to another eco round, and although they are managing to take control of orbs and they have 4 ultimates, you don't really want to invest maybe the Sage Res or the Raze ultimate on an eco, do you?
Got a decent amount of weapons as well. Question Mark are sitting on high caliber weapons in every single player pretty much, apart from ones who are just happy to sit on those Vandals. I mean, it's good to have a plethora of weapons, and players like Benjo can just hold down the left click, you know? Absolutely stellar stuff, and a dart as well that helps finish off Ender. That was not a good looking push from Slim Boys as they just lose so much.
Like I just said, you don't really want to invest the Raze Rocket when you're on an eco. They just did just that. It did not manage to secure them any kill. Only kill brought on the hands of Ender's Deagle onto Benjo's Odin. But Benjo opts to not take the Odin into the next round, which is a very interesting choice.
It's going to be, again, the Operator in hand of Jakku. They've actually moved off of the Odin for Benjo. Bit of a shock to see here. I thought it was so good.
Yeah, I'm definitely confused about it, but who knows, maybe Benjo wants to change his playstyle.
Jakku doesn't need anything of the sort. Prophet overextends there, gets caught out, and Slim Boys find themselves yet again at a deficit. And this was a round where they had weapons, where they could contest something. They're already giving up a hell of a lot. They're even going to have to invest the res to try and keep in this round.
The main unfortunate and main interesting dynamic in the ultimates currently is that both teams have both of their Killjoy ultimate and their Sova ultis, so we might be able to see some very, very interesting counters.
Moriti pushing up first, being that point of contact. We know that they're a good duelist, but there's no flashes to back them up here. Mandeep could easily stop this. You can hear the star getting pushed there, and with that slow onto Mandeep and nade as well to try and really force them in. They're going to get taken down by Prophet. Great execute there. They're going to close the door, get the execute down. Titan even pushes in and finishes off Rocks, meaning there's no ultimate from that lockdown of anything of the sort. Not that they had it up, but they could have generated to try and make that happen. In fact, it's going to be one coming out from Slim Boys here as they route multiple members away from Question Mark.
A bit of maybe considering a bit of an overcommitment coming here from the Slim Boys to pop the Killjoy ultimate when you're in a 4v2, but considering you're 4 rounds down, you might as well invest it because you don't know when you're gonna get next on site. So very good them. Slim Boys securing the second round on the scoreboard. And yeah, with a very beautiful, nice execution. We still have both of the Sova ults going into the next round though.
I think it's a good call from Question Mark as well. They saved that operator, and Slim Boys have been a little bit inconsistent in the way they've taken some of these rounds, so they need to be a little bit more careful coming on into the latter part of this half. They want to get as many on the board as they can. Obviously, this is a defender-sided map, but there's still the point to be made that they looked so dominant in game one. Where has that kind of been so far?
Look at the economy on Question Mark. That even after buying, they still have 4 or 5k credits approximately on every single player on their team. And now they're going into the 8th round of the half with 4 ultimates. They should be able to apply the necessary pressure in order to secure this one, especially with the Jayco operator on A-Long.
No darts yet to find anything more than the info. Tries to get the damage there, but would have expected a little bit more speed there from Benjo to be able to try and find that one, but
did get tagged by the Guardian through the wall. Benjo is now to 90 HP.
I mean, he's not all too low, but that does make it much easier for these Phantoms to deal with them. That push up mid again, they don't smoke off this angle, and Profit falls early on again. Slim Boys, maybe relying on them a little bit too much now they're over on that duelist.
This is something you mentioned a few rounds ago. This is what the problem is when you're no longer running Sky. Because with Sky flashes out and that's where your Ray swings. But now Benjo and Carter with a kill each. Carter with a second. And now this is just Omiriti on a Sage isolated in a 1 versus 5. Jayco's holding him. He can't. Omiriti's. Yeah, he need. Wow. If he does this, I will tattoo his name on my back.
Back because he'll carry you rather than you carry him, but hey.
Exactly. Exactly.
Impressive performance from this guy so far, especially when he's on that raise, but there's no way you're winning that. Question Mark with so much control of the round, so many ultimates, so much weaponry, and Slim Boys again find themselves trying to push on up with literally like maybe 1 flash, obviously, on that Omen, but that's it, and it's 400 credits. It's just not a lot to work with. We were praising their composition in the first game. Here, it just looks lackluster.
And it might be something that, like I said, you mentioned, I think, in the pre-show and during the few rounds, just the change of composition does not allow Slim Boys to run the same playstyle they were running on Haven. We're looking at Jayco, taking aggressive peek here. I don't think he will be getting contested by the Sova or the Sage just yet, as we see 4 people gathering up on mid from Slim Boys. And look at Question Mark. They realize the fact that they've won so many rounds on B, and then Slim Boys might be afraid that they're starting to slowly stack up towards A. And they're trying to clear some corners in Garden with his ultimate. Rox dodges it perfectly. He has 4 people right in front of him. Is Rox going to be able to do a madness? And Rox pushes through the smoke! He gets only 1 traded instantly, and now Slim Boys in an advantage 4v2.
Benjo's trying to find the shot, but doesn't land anything with that Hunter's Fury. The spike will go down. They're trying to maybe look for this retake. It's 2 versus 4. Still playing for it here. You can see them just looking for these heads. Carter make their way around. They've got these MD stars to try and lock off some of these angles. Some good darts going in here, but they're not quite towards the angles they need. There's the double spray. And Profit comes up big. Slim Boys are starting to close that gap. They don't want to fall too far behind. Just a couple more rounds, and this could be a very successful half.
Yeah, very successful for both sides. Like we said before, Ascent is a very balanced map. I think the percentage statistically is around 55% in the favor of the CT side, or the defended side, actually. But Question Mark has plenty of money. Even if they lose this round, they should still be able to afford buying next round. But Slim Boys, they're starting to gather up some credits as well. And we see Jayco starting off the round with maybe an aggressive peek towards Tiles. He's getting smoked off.
Yeah, he can't have that same impact, but he's still crouching around this smoke. Not something you'd expect from that operator. Wants to try and quick scope it, but realizes his mistake, dashes away, and just about keeps himself alive. Good stuff here from Question Mark. Do not be too committal. Profit really slipping on up here and getting taken down again. Slim Boys need to stop losing control of their duelist.
Yeah, I think, like I said, like you said before, Prophet is not necessarily one of the regulars in this team, and maybe that's why he's a bit out of rotation, or he doesn't really understand the nature of the setup that they're trying to run. But look how punishing that is. They're now in a 1v4. Titan gets one, Titan gets two, and he's on a triple kill now in a 1v2 with 30 HP. He's got the near side. He could be taking this round if he closes the door and he has a smoke to play with.
Right here below, but there's the flick from Rox. It felt like it could have been the perfect position. He had the right angle, but unfortunately from below. Well, we know how important the high ground is. And that will be 7th round in the bank, question mark. Slim Boys slipping up here when they should have a bit more control. They've still got 2 more rounds left in this half, but can they turn them into a win? That's a big question because they've invested a lot of cash and now they're finding themselves kind of getting towards the end of that reserves. Sure, Ender will still have a lot of cash there and will even be able to drop one over to Matty, but the next round, that's where things are really going to hurt.
And you have to question the fact that Prophet got caught off guard, out of position by himself. I think the second time now, or maybe the third time this half, is not something that you really want to see from your Raze. Although he's putting up the numbers, maybe sometimes he could be a bit more tamed on the server, so he handles his team later on in the round.
Well, Jaiku again pushing aggressively with this operator. This time, too much in the way of contest coming from mid. Titan just putting those smokes down, and I love that they're using this utility this time. We saw in some of the previous rounds that the smokes just weren't there. Prophet pushes up, gets caught off guard and dies, and just no one was there to play for them. This time, look at where they are. Already ready to play with this guy and give him the support he needs to succeed.
That's exactly what you love to see, and hopefully this will be having an impact in bringing Slim Boys their 4th round, as we have a very interesting setup from Carter alone on Pizza. I think he spotted the gun. No! Carter gets one! Carter gets two!
Down mid.
Come on, guys. You need to put that flash in. Cover off some of those angles because you only have one. You have to be thinking hard about where you're going to use it because they don't check this angle effectively. They don't use the dart for it. They don't do anything else. They find themselves at such a deficit. They're a player down and no longer have that Sage who could have rezzed one of these players. They don't have the showstopper. They're still finding frags, but Rox is trapped at the back site here and still finds one. 10 HP for this guy, but he runs out of bullets. It's 1 versus 2 again from Titan here. Just need to find that shot. There's the angle from Jaiku. And question mark pick up the 8th round.
Last round before
It feels like there is a lack of communication currently going on for Slim Boys, and that's something that I really hope they will be able to discuss, maybe as this round, final round comes around, or maybe as the pistol round comes around, because we've seen them make very uncharacteristic mistakes. We've seen them play already 2 maps today, and they've not had this kind of fault in their playstyle up until now. And keep in mind, Ascent is the map they picked.
Indeed. Trying to get that flash, but I'm still playing aggressive this often, you know? While they haven't found any frags, they've got a lot of info with these peaks of their team.
Careful.
I actually kind of like it now. I'm kind of thinking about it, going, there's a lot of value to be had here, but Slim Boys are playing well around it so that he doesn't. The issue is that because they're investing a lot of utility to deal with that, when it comes to later, they're finding themselves very trapped.
Yeah, and we see them, 3 ultimates on the side of Slim Boys, 4 ultis on the side of question mark as we go into this engagement. Jacob playing so close, misses the daggers. He gets away with his life. Prophet lets him survive, but Mandy gets the kill on the spike from the B push. Look how deep they are pushed in B, and now Titan's getting sprayed from Market. Breach ult comes through and hits 2 of them. Carter whiffs a bit, but with the classic, he does not miss.
Beautifully done there by question mark, frankly. They just deal with every kind of threat that was there. Good rocket prediction from Prophet there. And with the nade as well, it would be great. But Ender falls. The lockdown's going on in. It's easily picked up. And question mark with a really strong half here on the defense. 9-3. Slim Boys just couldn't find their way on in.
Carter, time and time again with the kills in both houses. Him and Rox, and then mid, and now with the classic, with the triple kill, 2.5. Carter is showing us such a stellar performance on an Astra. And look at Matty, one of the most impactful players from question mark throughout this weekend. Change his agent, no longer on that sky. On the Killjoy, he can't really find his footing too well, especially on the attacking side.
It's going to have to be a stellar pistol here from some boys if they're going to pick this up. They do have double sentinel, so this defending side should be stronger for them, but a lot of the merits that we saw on the previous map, in particular Prophet, have just not worked out. Maybe on the defense, I think this raises generally a duelist who is very strong in the defense, so there's a lot of value to be had there, but it's just these shots coming through. Matty gets a triple spray down with the frenzy. That could be the opening that they need. Prophet's playing from behind, but they lose out a lot. He even denies that push in from the spike carrier, and now it's just a matter of time, especially with these paint shells like that going on into the heel. Dropping as well, 2 versus 2, but just look at that health difference. It should be easy frag there for Prophet. Not much more left for Jaiko as well. As Omari's just trying to land that shot. There's the head. Slim Boys pick up that pistol.
That's exactly what they need if they want to come back into this game. Putting the pistol on the board on the defense side, that's perfect for them. And hopefully, actually, we saw Matty there with the double kill instantly. That's the perks of being a killjoy. When you're playing on attack, you can't really utilize your agent and abilities to that much effect. But when you're in the defense, and we saw it right there full display, your impact is considerably way higher.
Where it is. Question mark. This round for them is mostly dealing eco damage where they can get it, but Slim Boys, I mean, we've seen how they can slip up, and the kind of ambushes that Question Mark set up, especially on that defense, while it might not be available as much on this offense, they can still definitely make those macro outplays. Now, losing a player on tree isn't exactly conducive to good macro play, but hey, it's at least gonna happen when you're playing against these stronger weapons.
And we see them very spread up on the map. We see the Breach going alone on B, maybe going to get that orb for himself, as Question Mark is playing 2 and 2. Oh, actually, sorry, my bad, Slim Boys. Slim Boys is playing with 3 people towards short and 2 people in mid, but now they're rotating because Breach showed himself in B. That turret got triggered, and now they're breaking up their setup. Very nice movement here for Mandy, but he gets killed off by Prophet, and now Slim Boys in a 5v3.
Rocks. Trying to set up for it. Titan tries to clean, but there's Carter with a good old shot. 4 versus 2 short, but they can't push in like that. Spectres are oh so scary. The headshot, but unfortunately no more than that. Doesn't quite net the frag against Slim Boys there. Good amount of damage though, question mark. They're happy with that. They can go into this next round and leverage these rifles, hit that double digits, and then start to pile on the pressure.
Exactly, and we will be seeing this bonus round from Slim Boys with a couple Spectres. Hopefully they will be able to win this one if they want to bring it back into a closer scoreline of 9-6, maybe 9-7. They need to win this upcoming bonus round on the defensive side.
You got the Bucky, the Titan. Maybe we'll see more excitement from that.
Titan is the only player I think I've seen this tournament use the Bucky after the nerf time and time again and be very efficient with it, and I'm really scared to see him do it here again.
I mean, to be fair, Omen has a lot of great utility to use with shotguns. I actually think it's one of the better ones, especially after talking with an Omen player who does just that. You've got the smoke, you've got the teleport, and you've got the flash. It's just a perfect way to set yourself up into these cheeky little angles.
But we see Slim Boys playing for a full retake here, and allowing Question Mark to plant the spike down in this first gun round. 5 versus 5 retake. Jake with a very good position, but he gives it up, and I think it's the right choice, especially when you're playing against Spectres. Carter with the first pick off in short on Prophet.
Yeah, Prophet falls, and this is a problem, right? The retake's normally great for Slim Boys, but only when you have even weapons. It's oh so difficult to push on in with things like Spectres and shotguns. It's just not what they're good at. Backs off, puts themselves in a very solid position with that crossfire from Mandy. There is the rest of it. A Question Mark with a fantastic round. They're only seeding 1 player.
I know there was the bonus round for Slim Boys, but I really think now in the first gun round, yeah, they do have the money for the gun round. I don't think they should be allowing I don't think they should be allowing Question Mark to plant the spike down because they have so much good utility for the post plant. You've got the Astra, you've got the Sova shock darts and ultimate at some points. You've got the Killjoy mollies, and even in some angles you might use the breach aftershock in order to put you off the spike. And if you allow the team to do that and then disengage from the site, you're never going to get that spike off. That spike diffuse off, I meant.
Ender. Let's give me that big point of contact on this site. If you can get a good arrow here and hold this angle against the push.
You want to
Give me what
fight
they
it?
need, but being caught off guard there. Oh, there it is, and the wall cuts off so much. They're going to have to play for retake here. They just don't have the chance, especially with that wall. It's going to buy so much time and allow Carter to get that spike down. Even with the spray, you're not going to be able to get that wall bang. It's just not in the right angle. Carter is now playing low, and with that position with Jaiku, this is exactly where they want to be. A good usage of the gravity well here, but unfortunately, with that lockdown coming in, Question Mark going to have to be oh so quick on the mark. Titan falls as Jaiku will punish that. But that's going to be 3 players detained. Slim Boy need to go quick.
Versus 3.
Brings it back, but there's still a lot
There's
of
a
ways to
Molotov on
try and cut
spike.
off this angle. They are hitting it. There's the Rolling Thunder. They're easily going to get net Ender. And at range, there's no way Matty's winning that either. Concussed, knocked up,
player standing.
everything else. Sure, they lose a player, but Question Mark, they're rolling in it. They don't care. They could just take 2 more rounds. They have money in the bank to spare. And Slim Boys just have not found the success that we expected from them here on Ascent.
I have to definitely commend Slim Boys for that beautiful retake, but like I said, even when you have such a swift and efficient retake coming from the Slim Boys side, it's so almost impossible to do so when the opponents have a Astra, a Sova, a Killjoy, and a Breach, and that was full display right there. That brings Slim Boys to an eco.
Shots there. Bit of damage, and again, this aggression from Question Mark really has been great. Slim Boys have not been able to deal with a lot of the pushes that have been coming on in, and it just doesn't seem like the same kind of play that we want to have from from Slim Boys here. They're losing so much at every single turn.
Yeah, and look at the positioning of the map. Even though Killjoy is currently lurking, the Breach from Question Mark is lurking even behind her, so he might be getting caught off guard, but it doesn't matter because Prophet gets taken down, and now it's a 2v5 with a Frenzy and a Eagle on the Matty. Oh, Matty with a double Sheriff kill, and they're now in a 1v3. He almost made me believe there for a second, but Benjo's taking this one to a 12-5, and Question Mark is about to bring us to map 3.
Match point.
Indeed, they are. Question Mark. They lose their own map, 13-8, and we're like, oh no, that's looking terrible for them, obviously. That's a pretty dominant scoreline, but it looks like, right now, Slim Boys, unless they step up massively, are going to be losing this one even harder.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, why have they chose Ascent? Because like I've seen before, Question Mark has won Ascent dominating fashion against some really good teams in this tournament off stream. And yeah, they're sure putting up full display right now.
Good shots coming through here. Again, the fragging potential is here for Question Mark. These young players stepping up to the plate and showing Slim Boys, showing one of their ex-players just how it's done. Like we're going to execute on, making sure there's no one left on the site. Ender does get a good spray, but doesn't quite turn it into 2 as Jaiku just turns around, takes that head, and Titan will go to Question Mark, bring it back 13-5, and we're going to Icebox. I mean, that is a bit of a shock for me, and I know that certain someone would be very, very excited about that.
We are going to map 3, and I want to say right before we go to Layla, according to the predictions in the chat, only 3% of the people believed in Question Mark winning Ascent, and they did. So whoever voted for Question Mark, congratulations, you are now rich with points in our Twitch chat. Layla, you saw that game. What did you think of it?
Icebox hype! Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was awesome. Like, it was great from start to finish. Question Mark doing exactly what they need to do. Like, despite just missing out by a few points in the previous matchup, it looked like Team Slim Boys were pretty much consistent. They had the momentum going in, but yeah, Ascent just did not work for them in the slightest. And Carter with those 20 kills topping the scoreboard there as well towards the end. Some great moments there on the side of Question Mark. And now, as we then slip on in to Icebox Rock, who does this now favor at this stage?
I think it really is up in the air. It depends on which form of Team Slim Boys we see, honestly. I expect them to be taking flashes. I actually think this is a really great map for things like Breach, things like the Sky. So I think we'll see maybe a return to that kind of form, but they don't look quite as well drilled here as maybe they did on... Probably don't look quite as well drilled here as they did on maybe Haven or Bind. So I think it really is going to be down to the wire. And if you ask me who's going to take it, I love my Team Slim Boys, but question mark, just look more ready to adapt on the day.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see what everybody's been able to bring to the table. And also, I do want to give a quick little mention to Benjo. I mean, Benjo started off quite strongly as well, and then we had like 2 rounds consecutively where Benjo decided, I'm bringing the Oda. I'm just gonna park my butt right at this wall and just rinse everyone who comes around that corner. It was really good to see Benjo actually having some really good moments there, Axon.
Absolutely, Benjo what Odin, obviously he slayed the time and time again with that Odin, but I really want to commend question mark for their fantastic morale and then ability to adapt and change things up from map 1 to map 2, because some of the biggest mistakes that I've noticed during map 1, they completely turned them 180 degrees in the second map, like the Jet not being isolated alone and asked to go with the operator. Now we saw he was paired up with the Breach sometimes with even the Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken. So that was very, very good from question mark. I also want to look a bit at the Slim Boys and wonder and ask you and the chat, why do you think the change and opting out of using the Sky that they have been so proficient with throughout the weekend, why do you think that change happened, Rook or Layla, either of you?
Rook can answer that one.
I don't really... Well, obviously the reason being is they went, right, Prophet was fragging, put him on a duelist, and they put him on the Raze, which is a little bit more useful when it comes to cutting off a lot of those areas and a bit more valuable if you're not playing that operator. And I think it's a good look for them. I think putting Prophet there is great. The issue is that then who plays the Sentinel? Especially because they're looking to play double Sentinel here. They move Matty onto it, and Matty has historically played Sentinels very well. But then they don't have anyone to play that. They've already got a lot of those guys already set up on a lot of those different plays. And moving someone over to the Sage as well, you just don't have the space in your composition to play it if you're playing double Sentinel for the most part, and you're running the Sova. You either run double Sentinel or you run double Initiator. That's the question, right?
It does seem to be that way, and with that is going to be us done for game number 2. Game number 3 is going to be coming up in just a moment. We're going to take one final short break. When we return, the grand final will be reaching its conclusion. Will it be question mark, or will it be Team Slim Boys who will take home the top honors of that £400 winnings? We'll be back for the finale of the WCS Cup. Don't go away, my friend.
all this time thinking of me. How come you're not there when you got me? I know that you're busy, so make the time. If you want this with me, do me right. I could be somewhere else, but I'd rather be with you. And that's what I call time well spent. So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? You took all this time thinking you'd be playing on my mind like you should be. You know when you miss me, I'm hard to find. So when you are with me, love me blind. I could be somewhere else, but I'd rather be with you. And that's what I call time well spent. So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? Time well spent. So what do you call it when you're with me? Oh, is it time well spent? So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well
As part of the Global Esports Federation's World Connected Series, we here at British Esports Association would like to welcome you back to the grand finals of the WCS Cup. You got TK Layla still joined by our two awesome casters who have been taking you through all of today's action so far, Rook and Raxon. Welcome on back. It's good to have you here. We just came off our second game, where we had Question Mark finally tie up this set one apiece with a 13-5 victory, having conceded that first game to Slim Boys by 13-8. Both teams dropping their map picks, ironically enough, as we go into map number 3, which will be Icebox for the first time this weekend. Then, Rook, you excited?
I mean, Icebox is interesting. It's always fun. It's definitely different from a lot of the other maps. It'll be interesting to see exactly what kind of comps we see. I'm sad because we haven't seen like any Cypher this whole weekend, and we're definitely not seeing it on Icebox as our final map here.
And Raxon, what about you? Anything that you would be hoping to see either team exploit here on Icebox?
Well, two of the other things that we talked about early on in the first day of the tournament was the new updates and the impact of the new strong buffs that have been added to agents like Yoru and Viper. And I think both of them can be very viable on this map, especially Viper. Viper was very viable on Icebox even before the buff. I'm now expecting maybe both teams to even pick Viper.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be great to end the entire weekend just seeing both teams rock a Viper on Icebox. But we'll soon find out what both teams decide to bring to the table. This is going to be it, my friends. The third game, the final game of the weekend here on the Grand Final and the WCS Cup in general. Maxon, Rock, show us that hype, bring us that love, and take us through the final game of the weekend. Best of luck, my friend.
Thank you so much, Leila. Some people want for the Easter break, they want, the bunny Easter to bring them a present. We just got the present we wished for. We got the third map in the grand finals. We will be seeing all of the maps according to my memory. We've seen Haven today. We've seen Bind in Ascent, plenty of. We've seen Split yesterday, and we will finish with Icebox, which we haven't been fortunate enough to see on stream just yet. So, Rook, looking at you, I say fortunate. Talk to me about Icebox. How is Icebox so different from the other four maps in the pool?
Well, one of the big things is obviously verticality. You're looking at Icebox, and there's up and there's obviously not too much down unless you're on the up already, but there's a lot of different high grounds that you have to deal with. So many different angles to check it. It can be very difficult. That's why you definitely need things that can bring the flashes, and it does look like and that's why I love having initiators here. It was why I think they're so important, but also long and lots of smoke. That's why the Viper's so effective here at cutting off a lot of those different angles, and you're going to need that. You're going to need that ability to deny a lot of these, and pairing it with the Sage means you can lock people out of so many different important decisions and different positions as well on the map. Now, I'm surprised to not see much in the way of initiators other than the Sova, but they at the very least have the Reyna who can use that layer to great effect here, and that could be enough to let people to push onto the site effectively.
I personally am preferring the defending side lineup with Viper on top of the Omen, or Omen on top of the Viper, and the Killjoy as well instead of the Jet. I think this is my favorite composition to run on this map. Maybe I would even argue taking Reyna out for a Sky or a Breach, but that's just personal preference, or maybe even a Raze instead of a Reyna. But like you said, those flashes are very essential, and Reyna provides plenty of them. This is the final map of our tournament. Who do you have going into this map now that you've seen the agent polls, Rook?
Absolutely. Looking into the agent pools, I'm kind of not surprised to see the Killjoy on the side of question mark, but looking at the other side, it's just a shock to me to see no Killjoy back. The fact that they're willing to bring this Omen alongside the Viper when you already have so many angles you can kind of smoke off. That's just such a shock to me to see question mark go for both. But I think we've seen this before as well when we saw the Astra and the Brimstone run at the same time to provide so many different ways to cut off these angles. Shots coming out first, and eventually it will be Slimboys to find that all-important first strike and a second one to back it up. I love that Titan is back on duelists.
And we see the impact of the duelists getting 2 pickoffs early on, and now 5 versus 3 to start off the pistol round. Carter is down, and now we have to see a retake, but Prophet does not play around and takes down Jaku. And gets a 3rd kill, I think, or 2nd kill of the round for Prophet, taking down Rock's flawless pistol round from Slimboys on the attack of Icebox.
Yeah, it really will be. I'm kind of excited to see that Ender and Titan have actually performed so far in this game. I know it's early pit days, but Titan's peak like that is the kind of aggression I want to see from squads. And if Slimboys can start to show that aggression more effectively and as a unit, now that they don't have to deal with such a poignant mid is ever so present in Ascent, maybe they've found their opportunities. Again, it's early days, but I like that they're changing things.
Very interesting. Speaking of changing things up, question mark, this is the first map in their tournament when they have not picked an Astra. They probably opted out of Astra in order to run the Omen and the Viper, if I'm not wrong, but that's very interesting to see them changing it up in the final game of the day.
I'm surprised to not see them still bring the Astra and take away the Omen instead, but I mean, Omen does do very well with a lot of the verticality again that we kind of talked about before, because obviously you can teleport up there and really contest these in the same way. Deny of the spike, you take down on Moriti, but what cost here? Question mark. Have to be more careful than that. Matty is going to get taken down as Jaiku does find that opportunity, and now with a Spectre and full heal, is this the shot they need?
It's a Jaiku jumping around. Prophet gets a kill on Mandy somewhere else on the map. Jaiku gets traded off, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for Carter, who has been stellar throughout the weekend, but I don't think he's gonna pull this one off. Frenzy 1 versus 3. Although the Jet is low, I don't think Carter is gonna do this.
End up going to try and get that spike plant. Shots come out, position given away. They're going to get the spike down, they're going to get the kills. And Slimboy with a pretty solid one there. Losing 2 players, not bad for question mark to be able to take those off the board, but they're still going to have to look towards this round and go, right, it's rifles. This is the real difference maker.
It is indeed, and we talked about the composition of both of the teams, the Jets, the Omens, the Killjoys, the Vipers, but let's talk a bit about the Sage and how important Sage is on Icebox and why, and her abilities both on defense and attack.
Yeah. It's always such a problem as well with these Sentinels that they do cost a lot to try and run every round, especially because you put that util down, and as much as you can pick it up and move it around in the rest of the round, it's not going to stay with you between those rounds if you pick it back up again, because you have to invest it. It's much like some other games where you don't keep util through the round usually, and well, the fact that it's different means that the cash can be such an issue.
Poison's off.
Very aggressive angle played by Benjo here behind Yellow, alongside the one-way smoke he put on top of the crate. I don't think this is the right position for Benjo, and I think he's going to be getting caught off guard. Although he avoids very nicely the arrow, he still is quite isolated as his Sova is playing back in Snowman. We see those Slim Boys taking the orb, applying the pressure, and then slowly walking back to their spawn, and probably towards the A side here.
They are. That wall means that question mark is still sticking around. They're very wary of this push towards the B site. That's one of the things, is Viper's really great at selling fakes, because you have to invest so much utility to get there, but because Slim Boys still have a decent amount of flashes, these smokes don't even matter too much to them. They should be able to clear through them. Prophet starting to ping out and starting to make their move. Notice where Jaico is. They could be huge in this. They're playing a perfect angle.
Jaico waiting a few people. One guy sneaks up past him, but Prophet does not check, and Jaico gets the first kill. 5 versus 4. Carter breaking the wall, but the plant manages to be secured. Titan trades Jaico 4v4 now. Look how deep back their Viper is playing for that flank, but there's no one flanking, everyone coming for retake through the spawn, and we are witnessing a 4 versus 4 retake. Rocks. We've seen some very crazy headshots from here, clearing his left side. 2 people on the right side. Gets one! Doesn't get the second one. Gets traded off by Matty. Now it's a 3 versus 3. The darts are coming through. Benjo walking down. Benjo whiffs. Benjo gets one, but very complicated. Almerity gets one with the deagle. 2 versus 2. Carter.
No! Mandib! Matty messes it up and doesn't hit the Viper's bite. Hits it on the position they're in, is forced off, and Carter frags them. Now, I was going to praise Slim Boys. The fact that Prophet gets through there, gets taken out by Jaico, actually isn't a problem, because it means that he's not covering an angle, the spike can go down, and the post point is so brutal in this position. But question mark step up to the plate, they deny them that push, but lose a lot doing it. You've got to be looking at Slim Boys now and going, well, they've got loads of cash. They're not really in a problematic situation.
We see both of the teams may commit a few small mistakes. Maybe the pressure of the third map in the grand final is getting to them, because we saw mistakes on both sides, be it the Viper bite or the aim on some of the players. But now we're going to round 4, which question mark will be facing with a kind of lower bite than they would like to. But Jaico gets a nice entry kill on the Sage of Almerity.
Indeed. Prophet. Still trying to play that angle, but without spike down, there's no one to bait on into those angles, and with the smoke there as well, it makes it even harder. Rock's still very wary of that push through mid. 2 players maybe looking towards it. Lose walls from the Vipers. Still selling a lot of those pushes towards B, but still Slim Boys deciding This
I'm
A
watching
site is a
here.
little bit more comfortable for them. Spike's still there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first time today we see Prophet on the operator.
I think it is.
And he
First
is
time he's
doing
on
it
Jet
well.
as well, so.
Yeah, that is true. And he's doing it on the attack of Icebox. Rox needs to be patient, he doesn't need to peek there. They see each other, they say hello, and now they disengage from the fight. You can see the rotation on the map happening slowly.
Careful here.
Not a lot of time. Prophet denies the push from Carter there. That means the spike's going to go down. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and deny it. Maddie will be able to get the heck out of dodge as well. This is perfect for Slim Boys. This is the kind of post plant they really want.
Rox with that Guardian trying to do something, Prophet missing a shot, and now he gets punished by Rox for a second peek. We see double snakebite and double shock dart for the post plant, but Jaco is approaching them and pushing them back. They can't really use the ability as Jaco gets the first kill with his ultimate. Now in a 4 versus 2, Titan. Titan sees Jaco's feet, he whiffs a bit and Jaco secures it. Viper playing for the snakebite, AC going to land it this time.
Needs to be able to hit it here. Otherwise, that spike is just going to get defused oh so easily. But Maddie can't even deal with Benjo. And, well, that could nearly be it. 27 HP isn't quite enough to put it down. And as much as Maddie gets the frag onto Mandeep, question mark still get the defuse. Slim Boys see another round in that post line. They lose out on all important jewels and just can't make it happen.
I gotta commend Mandy for taking one for the team, sticking the spike halfway through, trading his life in order for his team to win the round. That's something very selfish to do. And speaking of Mandeep, he is on the Sova, whereas Benjo was the Sova main throughout the tournament so far. Why do you think they really wanted to go for that Sova? Because we see teams time and time again trade the Sova for the Sky on Icebox, but they prefer, instead of giving Mandeep his comfort pick, to go for the Sova instead.
Careful here.
Their chance to push on in here. Because he has the knives and wants to frag out. Very difficult in this position, jumping on up. There's no decay. Mates one there, but spray from Carter eventually finds them.
Spike.
They're rushing around. And yeah, they've lost so much control here as a result of that. They're going to have to push through pretty blind. The dismiss from Jaiko is more than enough to buy the time. Frags coming through thick and fast. And question mark again puts Slim Boys in a very difficult situation here. Ender has to push with the classic. It just isn't enough.
I feel like Rox has been playing a Guardian every single map. Is that his favorite weapon? Like, sometimes I see him play more Guardians on a half than I see him play Vandals. And it's not that they don't have the economy for it, but now he does pick up the Vandal and hopefully he will be on it for a while. But let's speak about Jaco. He had a very somewhat lackluster performance during the first map, but second map and right now on Icebox, he seems to be firing at all cylinders.
And wants to lead their team in with that extra bit of information, but they're still going to struggle very much. That Viper's Bite, again, buys a lot of time, and so many people were getting great use to it. One of the kind of underrated pieces of Viper's kit.
Definitely agree, but we see Mandeep taking a very, well, deep angle, playing a B site, and we're getting ready to wallbang on top of this recon dart. A bit early, but Viper pops the ultimate after Prophet with the Lurk operator, but Rox knows where he is. This is gonna be a patient game. Prophet smokes himself off. And Rox doesn't manage to get a kill. Yeah.
The Viper's Pit as well now, buys so much space. Benjo goes down, and this is looking like a perfect storm for Slim Boys here, but not if Jaiko has anything to say about it.
Spike planted.
I was just about to say that this should be a save. You don't want to jump into the Viper's Pit, especially in a 3v5, but they do manage to get that first pick off on the Jet. I maybe just take the operator and save. This is still a pretty much impossible save. Defuse, I mean, sorry.
Good shots here. Mandeep takes down Matty, and the Viper's Pit has fallen, but it's still 3 players alive, and even the Emperor's pops the Titan here, takes the spray, even dismisses themselves out of that position. Carter doesn't know how to play this. There's 2 players in yellow, and he can't even take down the first. Good stuff here from Slim Boys, as they don't let question mark get too far away with it.
Mandeep indeed flipping the script there by killing Viper Matty in his ultimate, but it was still improbable to happen in a 3 versus 5 with a very nice post-plant setup. At least they managed to force some ultimates from Slim Boys that now only have the Sova and the Sage ult going to the next round. We're looking at the Viper Spit on Benjo on the defensive side. Do you think he's going to pop it early, or do you think he's going to maybe try to use it for a retake? And we have our questions answered as Benjo pops the Viper Spit on the A side right away, making it almost improbable for Slim Boys to attack A, but they're walking into the Viper Pit right now. They might be spotting it, but it's a bit too late. They're not clearing the corners. Mandip in a great angle. Gets one, gets two. Mandip whiffs a bit, but he's still in position. 5 versus 2. Is Mandip going to clutch? Is Benjo pushing out their ultimate and gets the kill on Ender. Matty's in a 1v5. Gets 1, gets 2 again. But Mandip secures the hat-trick to finish the round. Beautiful performance and setup from Question Mark right here.
And that's one of the classic errors when you're playing Icebox. You need to look up. You really do. And because they don't check it, because they're able to get away with that, the round just falls apart in their hands. You know what? That Viper's Pit didn't really matter. If you get side control, you completely roll that round. But Slim Boys lose so much, they get caught off guard, and then they have to push into the Viper's Pit to try and maybe deny something here. And it falls apart. Question Mark were absolutely stellar in their way of playing that.
Exactly, and now they're going to see a fast push towards B. We see only Benjo alone in B. I think they're going to be playing a retake as long as Benjo doesn't trade his life here for no reason. And they will be able to retake safely, hopefully with Rifles versus Classics. But we see 5 people in yellow. Jumping around. Get spotted, spammed by Mandy.
Down B.
Keep placing that acid on the ground, not allowing the attacking side to plant the spike. Rox plants the Killjoy ultimate, and beautiful headshots from Rox. I want his crosshair, his sensitivity. Jacob with another kill on Ender, and Matty in a 1v4 gets a kill on Rox, but we're looking at a 5v3, a 5-3 scoreline.
Which isn't too bad. I mean, again, this map...
I agree.
Can flip-flop either side depending on the series. I've seen some series be particularly attacker-sided, some be defender-sided, and I mean, Question Mark certainly making a case for it to be defender-sided with a stellar performance, especially from Rox and Jaiku, who really have just been finding those frags, as well as Benjo just cutting off a lot of those sight lines. Slim Boys, however, just haven't been able to find, in at least a couple of these rounds, that way on in. And when you can't find your way on in, that's where it really falls apart.
We see 4 people committed to take control early of mid this time around, on the gun round. Jaku, misses a few shots but managed to disengage. He can pop an ult in order to save himself. He's getting pushed by 4 people in A short. He's going all the way to heaven safely. Pops his ultimate, but now they are in short. Jaku gets killed off instantly by Titan. Carter gets a kill off. This is where he should fall back, but he's flashing through and falling back as well. Very nice play from Carter, making space, playing for time. Gets a nice, crazy headshot on Prophet. Benjo pushing heaven. Viper v Viper, and Benjo takes it. Hey, blocks the flank on Titan 1v3. It's a Reyna. Everything is possible when the Reyna's alive.
Yes, indeed, there's the first frag. They know where the second one is. Dismisses rather than heals. Knows just how important that would be. Pushes on forward. Rock spots them out, and there is the coordination, the ping, the voice call, and everything. Titan has to slip on through all of these defenses, and with Rox playing there, you know the word's going to be hard. Good stuff from Rox to be able to pick that one out again, and what a brilliant performance from them. They just constantly find these frags.
Yeah, it's so many angles that you have to clear and be able to headshot firstly. When you're on the defensive side, you are able to do, and Carter was in such a good position. He was advanced on the orb, no one expected him to be there. He gets 2 kills, he stays alive. Such a great rotation from Carter. I love to see it, I love to see it. But now, unfortunately, Slim Boys are on an eco.
Here. Get out of my way.
Prophet again wants to lead the charge with these knives, but the openings just haven't been there so far. Carter pushes through. That was far too aggressive. You've given Prophet the shot, but it just ain't there. Slim Boys.
Triple kill.
Yeah, it's just Jaiku constantly sending them all the way out, and Question Mark are just constantly finding way too many frags that Slim Boys can't answer.
They don't even have the spike to plant it for credits. Matty gets a kill on Rox, which is very good for Slim Boys. This is still possible. If they get a spike down, they've got 2 great ultimates for a post plant, but they need to retrieve that spike, which is lost almost in spawn on top of pipes.
They're going to be able to get it now. The recon dot doesn't show you where Matty is because of that position, because of that little hump on the box.
And this is where Matty turns into the lurker, but Jacob does not want to leave him alone. I respect the patience from both of these teams currently. All the players on the server know how important every single round is in a grand final.
Matty's going to be able to slip
30
on
seconds
through. Get into a slightly better position, but if Jaiku's watching this, Mandeep is already holding the angle, that's going to be an easy frag for Matty, apparently. I thought it was going to be Mandeep, so I don't know how you lose that. Now it's going to be the Viper's Pit. Slim Boys are 2 versus 2, and they've got a lot of control here. Jaiku doesn't necessarily have as much health as he would like. And it's going to be a difficulty to really push on in here. If they find that one shot, they take down the Viper for Slim Boys. Could all fall apart. He's playing towards the back site here. Is out in the open.
Nice kill.
Jaiku takes him down with heal up, and Ender is now exposed for the difficult position he's going to be in. Benjo takes him out. A 7th round on the board for question mark, and Slim Boys just not showing us the kind of performance I wish to see from them.
Keep in mind that was indeed an eco round, which they almost clutched in the 2v2, and it was on the back of Mandeep slipping with his mouse, the mouse in his hand. But that was a good round, a good showing in that eco round from Slim Boys. I would only want them to replicate that in a gun round, ideally soon, like now, because the 7-5 scoreline is way more doable than a 9-3 on an Icebox. That's why we see Prophet going back to that operator. He hasn't had the most of impact with it, but maybe he will this round on the attacking side. We also, Slim Boys also have 3 ultimates still at their disposal. The Reyna ult maybe not as important as the Sage and the Sova ult. But Mandeep with a single ultimate on question mark gets a double kill.
My allies.
It's going to be a res from Omoriti, but that's only to keep them 1 behind. That is only to stem the bleeding. Question mark have just found so much off of that single ultimate, and they still have more to invest here. And
Toxins going up.
5 players up. Sure, the Empress could go huge, potentially. But it's going to have to be something absolutely stellar here. Omoriti's pushing forward with that spike. Position completely given away, but barely doesn't go down. Instead, everybody else falls. That dart will but confirm it. Mandy takes him down. Prophet is trying their darndest. Hits another shot. 1 versus 3. But there he is. There's Carter. This is such a difficult position. Will they be able to do it? They get the right click, but nothing more. And another round for question mark, as they really are making a case on this defensive half.
I love seeing the utility usage from question mark. This is something we talked about before the final, the impact and how good these teams are with utility usage and question mark, showing that to a T in this round just now. Also, I'm not really happy with Prophet's positioning yet again. I know I said this on Haven. I think I mentioned it briefly on Ascent, and now Prophet again. I know he's the operator, but I would love him to be in that more proactive agent, in a more proactive position than reactive, if you know what I'm feeling. Especially on a Jet, you want to be the one taking the early initiative in the duels in your team.
Revealing area. Deploying. There they are.
Mandeep. Trying to split something out. This Viper's Pit from Benjo is so well placed. It denies so much of a push, and there are so many places you could potentially hide here and not get caught, meaning it's likely going to be up forever. Rocks, sure falls. And Slim Boy, you have a chance, but it's only a chance with the way question mark have been playing so far. I can't discount them.
No, you really cannot, especially because they're walking to a Viper Speed. But Prophet now kills the flanker on Carter. Omoriti kills Mandeep, but Benjo is still in the Viper Speed. 1 versus 5. He's getting spotted by the arrow, getting wallbang. Very beautiful arrow. Now Titan managed to secure the kill, which leads to Jaiko being in a 1 versus 5 in the final round of the first half.
Nice attempt there from Jaiko, but as it says, a team ace coming through. Good stuff here from Slim Boys, and well, they're only 4 rounds down now. It's a difficult position to find yourself in. But if you can use the fact that you're playing double Sentinel to great effect... Sorry, not double Sentinel. Sorry. Both the Viper and the Sage to great effect, you definitely can still win this. There's a real chance that Slim Boys can take control of this defensive half in the same way we saw from question mark. But they're going to have to step up with their performance. The way Jaiko has been able to run amok in this game is crazy.
You are right, indeed. It does feel sometimes when you play against a Viper, it feels like Viper is a sentinel on its own. But looking at the question mark lineup, it is going to be a complicated half on attacking side for them because they do not have that Sage in order to protect their plant on the B side. So they might be getting wallbanged through the mid, but they're not even thinking about going B. This is a 5-man walking down A, but look at the other teams. Slimboys is slowly pushing and creeping in behind them. They know this is going to be an A execute, and that's what they're going to be playing for a retake.
Mandeep already checking out this site. The rest of the team moves in behind them, and Slimboys playing for their ever so beloved retakes here.
Yeah, we've seen how good and proficient they can be with their retakes, but will they be able to retake again, like last map, against a Viper, against a Killjoy, against a Sova? We will be waiting and seeing. Recon darts for space. Gets broken down instantly. Carter sneaking in. Carter! Which doesn't manage to get a kill on Matty, and now it's a 5v4 retake.
Yeah, low health totals for a lot of Slimboys, though. They could be in a world of pain. Jaiku is already starting to run amok here, but there's the spray still manages to survive and fully heals. Slimboys, you gotta be more careful than this. Titan will step up to the plate. Benjo will also try and back it up here. Wants to get that shot. Moretti's got to be careful. They have so little time. Will they get it in the last seconds? He picks it up.
Unbelievable. And we talked about this on Ascent. You can't try to retake when they have so much ability, so many abilities to use for the post plan, and that's what we saw right there. The Viper snake bite was such a strong tool in order to slow them down, and then we saw the 1 versus 2 clutch from Matty, who steps up to the plate yet again, this time no longer on the Killjoy, not to his favorite Sky, but on the Viper. Oh my bad, no, that was not. Oh, that was Benjo, my bad.
Good start for Rox here. Prophet's already taken off that board. Matty's even pushing aggressively with this leer in his face. Come on, Rox! That just ain't fair! Already another off the board. Slimboys find themselves at such a disadvantage. The right kick is out. It's great for Moretti, but he can't find that second shot. Can't find the extra headshot that could have netted them the frag. And Slimboys look completely routed in this round. Titan needs to find something, anything here, to maybe find some inkling of an advantage going into that next round.
I think this is when Slimboys should consider maybe taking a tactical pause, but Titan gets a nice pick off with a classic in a 1v4. Maybe just taking out, doing some damage to the question mark economy would be ideal. He does not manage to get another one as Carter secures the round on the Omen, and we are looking at a 10-4 scoreline on the third map in the grand final. Yeah, I really hope Slimboys is taking a tactical here to actually reconsider what they're doing and how they should take the approach on this defensive side, but it doesn't seem to be that way. They seem pretty set. They don't have the money on profit to buy the operator, so it will be 5 rifles all across the board on the defense, whereas on the offense we are looking at 4 Spectres and 1 Ghost.
May. The Viper's bite here, that could have set up for so more, but doesn't want to go down. Happy with the little bit of damage that they might have gotten. Instead, playing passive, Slimboys know that they can't lose players early on here, especially when they've got these rifles. It's better to keep a player alive and take nothing than trade 1 for 1 here.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I think that is the right call from Slimboys. But look, we are investing the question mark is investing the Killjoy ultimate in a bonus round. They are not playing around. They want to win. Very beautiful arrow in Snowman, spotting the Sova. 2 people playing in smoke next to Snowman. Unexpected from Omirity, who gets caught off guard. Jaiku's gonna have a Phantom and overheal, but he gets traded off. 4 versus 3.
Good stuff here from Slimboys to have their player advantage, but their positioning could be a little bit difficult for them here. Benjo with the setup, with the Viper's bite, and that smoke as well, should mean that they're able to deny this plant for now. Can't do the setup from this angle. Prophet finds 2. That is what Slimboys needed to find. Double digits for question mark, sure, but they're not going to be able to win it now.
And this is what you should be afraid of. This was a bonus round, so Slimboy secured the post plan easy. But think about it, 5 versus 5 rifles with this Viper, with the Killjoy, with the Sova lineups. That is going to be very, very complicated for both of the teams. Actually for Slimboys, because they are the ones trying to defuse the spike.
It's going to be a lot of power here on display from both sides. Sure, already doesn't have a rifle, but they're going to be able to drop him one over anyway and be able to buy over the rest of the board. That might mean that they're not quite able to put up some utility on some of these players, but I think question mark. Very happy to trade regardless of the situation. They have that Empress, and we've seen how scary their Reyna could be so far.
Oh my god,
He
Jaiku.
takes off Profit! And just these shots!
Titan on the Reyna backside. Gets a nice trade off on Jaiku. 4 versus 4 right now. Ender trying to look around. He could drone out and maybe make some vision for his teammate, but Benjo gets a kill on Matty, who was trying to flank all the way from B. Plant, spiked, attempting to go down. Sticking it. 3 versus 4 retake.
He takes down Kato. It's now 3 versus 3. Question mark don't quite have the advantage until Rox opens things up yet again. They shoot away the Leah. Get the headshot. Don't quite manage to finish off Titan, however. Will dismiss back into a more safe position. Takes in the spike and pushes up aggressively, but Mandy flicks it. And there it is again. Question mark are only 2 away. Slim Boys just cannot seem to find their footing on this map, nor in the last. And things are looking bad here on Icebox.
Even despite that, look what Benjo was. Even if Mandy dies there, Benjo was all the way outside of A, trying to throw the snake bites onto the spike. I don't think you can allow them to take the site. If you're going to allow them to take the site, you're not going to be able to defuse that spike. Not at this rate, because they have such good lineups, and they have, like I said, the Killjoy, the Viper, the Sova to work for those post plants.
Scanning ahead.
Mandy with an arrow top mid early on in the round. Titan trying to scout some A, nothing in A because they are very, very passive and they think this is going to be a B hit and they're leaving A open, but look where the spike is heading towards. This might have
Still
been...
not committed.
True.
Looks like they might be looking to do so now. They're still posing towards it. Playing on that high ground, looking for those frags. Already cuts off a massive portion of the map. Will claim it for their own. Slim Boys know how they want to be playing here, but it's going to be down to these ultimates that they've invested to really pick up this round.
I'm watching here.
Very beautiful wall from Amariti right there. I like it that they separated the map in half, but question mark is not committing quite yet. Like, look at the Omen with the spike. They're not really heading towards A. Now he is. Prophet misses a couple of nights, but Titan gets a kill on Jaiku. 5 versus 4 for the defense.
And Joe.
Them boys needs to play for every single trade right now in order to be on top of the end of the round. Prophet
30 seconds left.
pushing a bit there for information. He gets away with his life and gets Sova quite low. He gets traded off. Benjo with another kill on Titan.
Good stuff from question mark as they constantly find these openings. There's the lockdown as well to back things up. There's no Hunter's Fury from Slim Boys, so they're going to have to wait for this to happen, leaving themselves even more at the pressure of time. How do they make this happen? The ultimates they have just don't work to help this out.
I don't know how this happened in the first place. They were in a 5 versus 3, and then it just ended up being in a 3 versus 4.
Standing.
Matty alone in 1v3. He pops the Viper's pick. He wants to get this. If someone can do it, it's Matty, but he's getting spammed through the smoke, and Rox gets the kill. Map point, game point, match point, and tournament point for question mark in a 12-5 on Icebox. Rook, look at the money on Slim Boys. What can they do?
What can they do? It's just... oh, so little. They invested the ultimates. They invested everything. Maybe they can have a res. Maybe they can have a Hunter's Fury going into this round. But even that will be dangerous, especially with Matty. Not Matty. Sorry, especially with all these players heading towards this B site, for example, where Matty is. But they can't go pick up. These are all so dangerous. The Lear forces Matty back. Only that. There's no peek with it. It's just to buy some space.
Matty, one of the standout players I've seen throughout today from Slim Boys. It's up to him as the 4 people seem to be slowly walking alongside the drone towards B long. Matty's playing Snowman. He's got the acid in order to slow them down. That very, very strong snake bite. But only a sheriff in hand, and long distances, a headshot does not guarantee a kill. It's only 145 damage. And look at how little information Slim Boys have. They don't know where it's going to be hit. They have 2 people in A, 1 guy in spawn, and 1 push down mid in a smoke. But they're not sure this is going to be a B hit.
Still not sure, but, well, Benjo is about to give them some sort of idea. Smoke goes in, potentially here. Just can pop it when they need to. I think they heard it landing. There's still a big feint going on. Question mark still putting players towards that A side.
Oh man, dude gets his head taken off by Prophet with a beautiful Marshall shot. They were trying to sell a fake, but Prophet stopped it in them tracks. Carter, getting killed by Titan. 5 versus 3 for Slim Boys. But all this time, now Rox is about to plant a spike. Let's see if Matty can use the acid to its advantage. Puts the acid down, but too late. Rox kills Matty. I don't think Matty should have picked there.
I don't think he should have. Not the position they want. Question mark now find themselves down a player, but it won't
Jaiku
be
gets
for
another kill.
long. Prophet just wasn't respecting
gets a
a
double.
Jaiku with a second. The Empress is out. That'll be it. That'll be a spray. Runs out of ammo, but it's still 1 versus 2. 5 HP for Ender. He's got to make this play happen. You can see it right there. The Viper's Bite forces them into a difficult situation. It's 13-5 as Rox puts a bullet into end it. Question mark. Take the series 2-1. And what an impressive performance. 13-5, 13-5. And what a shock, honestly, with how we saw them playing in game 1.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, question mark are your World Contender Series 2021 champions with only one map dropped throughout the tournament on Haven, which was their map pick, but now they are the crowned champions of the WC 2021. Congratulations to question mark. What a performance. What a comeback for the reverse sweep after being down 0-1 in the grand final.
You honestly could not tell that was coming, especially with everything that happened in that first game. We thought Team Slim Boys, especially with their performance in the semi-finals, we thought this seems like it's going to be a nice, comfortable thing for them. But round 2, it completely switched the other way around. Question mark with that big lead. Ironically enough, both of the last 2 games ended 13-5 in question mark's favor. So, yeah, they absolutely came back with a vengeance. And, well, Rock, when it comes down to it, Icebox and Viper, question mark prefers it.
Yeah, I think question mark looked so darn strong there, and it was a shock to see them well coordinated. I said that they would be better able to adapt, and I thought in the latter half that's where they'd really come home to roost. And well, they absolutely did. Team Slim Boys just could not find that word in edgeways, and it kind of fell apart from them. We saw them fragging out in game 1. We saw what they could do, but Prophet wasn't able to quite deliver in the same way. As much as he did have standout performances, he wasn't able to be that be-all, end-all for the game. He still played well, don't get me wrong, but it's just that everybody else stepped up on the opposing side.
And with that being said, we are going to just quickly mention about who is going to be the MVP. I mean, to be fair, we've got 2 MVPs that we're looking at here. Like, the MVP of this set as a whole, the grand final, and then the MVP for the tournament. Like, who's been the most consistent throughout. So, Braxton, your picks, please.
Shall we do the MVP for the game now and the MVP for the tournament after the interview?
That sounds like a good idea. All right, let's do it that way.
I have to say, especially on maps 2 and 3, for the grand final, so not for the tournament, for the grand final, I think my MVP is Jaiku.
Yeah, I think they really stepped up. I think they had a really great fragging and put up a lot of great numbers for the squad. And if you're looking at the very easily countable things, I would agree. Jaiku, really great performance, a lot of first bloods, providing a lot of that entry that the team often really needed. But again, I'm saying it also because they're here, but shout out to Mandy, because from what I've heard, they're the IGL. And what they've been able to do with that team, great macro calls, a lot better adaptation on that map and on the other maps that we've seen. I'm really excited to see what's going to kind of come for the future for these guys. Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, I was going to give a second to Mandeep as well. I mean, we saw their Sky in the quarterfinal yesterday where that went into overtime, and they were absolutely a very key part of that team. And we do have them here with our interviews now. First and foremost, Mandeep, congratulations on winning that. You and the rest of your team get that £400 prize pool. Did you have fun? How were your nerves in that grand final?
I had a lot of fun. Thank you very much for hosting this tournament. My nerves, I was very, very nervous going into that. It was a lot of fun though. In the end, after losing that first map, we just decided no more pressure. We're gonna play how we want to play, and we just started vibing, and we won.
Absolutely. I would have a question for you, Mandip, if that's okay. Sorry, Rook. We saw we saw throughout the tournament you played constantly that Sky, but then when you went to the second map of the grand final, you decided to step back from the Sky and step in the roles of Breach, if I'm not correct. What was the decision making there in order to pick Breach instead of Sky on Ascent?
So on the first game of the tournament, we played Ascent and I played Phoenix. The second game was the Ascent for Sky. So the entire point was we were just trying to show different views. We were playing like different sorts of styles. So we went from Phoenix to Sky to Breach. We were just trying to mix it up, have fun.
Well, to kind of follow on from that same vein of questions, to look at Icebox in particular, where no one brought any initiators other than the Sova. I feel like the flashes are super important on this map, and neither team brought either. Could you give us a little bit of insight as to that?
Well, with us, we actually did have some flashes. We had the Reyna flashes, which are some of the most powerful in the game. And we were utilizing our Omen flashes for the retakes, so we knew that we could zone them out really well.
And you feel like that was enough, rather than having the initiator?
Yeah, we were going to choose Sky over the Sova, but it was more comfortability in the end that made me choose the Sova.
That's fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. And yeah, it was a really good decision at the end of it all. So I'd like to give you another big old shout out and thank you very much for taking part. You and the rest of Question Mark have been amazing from start to finish. And hopefully we get to see you in future tournaments going forward.
Thank you very much.
No worries. And that was Mandeep from Question Mark. Thank you all so much for taking part to every single one of our teams and players. It's been great to see what everybody has had to do, be able to deliver to the table. And Rook, Raxon, hope you've both been enjoying yourself as well. You've been with us from the entirety of our second day. So any final words? We'll start with you, Rook.
You can follow me on Twitter at RookGG. It's ROOCGG. And thank you all very much for taking part in this tournament. It was really great to see lots of really strong teams, and obviously we had a great broadcast here as well. And shout out to the people's behind the scenes, obviously Trix on a production and Haribo observing, as well as a lot of the guys organising it, Vamp, Ali and Hazza.
Yeah, and before we go to Vax and Rook, we're also just going to quickly put you on the spot. Who's your overall MVP?
I would actually say Mandeep again, because I consistently voted for them as MVP for the games we saw, and I do think the IGL role goes a little bit undervalued, and obviously has a great understanding of the game, and was really able to put that to good work in that final map in particular as well.
Thank you very much, Rook and Vaxon. Your overall MVP, and then some last words from you as well, please.
I've really been thinking a lot about the MVP, and if you would have asked me yesterday, I would have said Mandeep or Rox, because they both had stellar performances. But after watching today's semifinal and final, I think I'm really split between Banjo and Carter on the Astra. Like, the impact they had, although it wasn't as many frags or first bloods as some of the teammates, their versatility of playing the Sova, the Viper, the Omen, the Astra between these two players. And we saw how impactful he was with the Astra yesterday and today as well. I think for me, as a utility and support player, I think the MVP of the tournament has to be Carter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To be fair, that kind of flexibility, you always love to see that in any kind of competitive game. So it's great to see that coming up beautifully, especially towards the end there as well. And with that, Rook obviously did their final shout-outs. Do you want to say any last words?
I would like to thank every single team that took part in the tournament, every single player. We know most of you are probably celebrating Easter this weekend, so hopefully you have a nice Easter. I want to thank everyone at BEA, the Global Esports Federation. I want to thank both of you and everyone at home. I was Waxen. You can find me on YouTube at Waxen, and that's about it. See you next time.
Yeah, we'll see you both hopefully in a future event as well. So thank you very much to the pair of you, to Rook and to Raxon. And we're just going to close this off by just giving our final shout outs as well. Don't forget that this here event was brought to you not just here at British Esports, but we also had the Global Esports Federation, their World Connected series. We were able to put this together with some assistance from them, and obviously getting that price pool up as well. And it's just amazing to have all of these groups and all of these players, especially running things behind the scenes as well to our TOs. It's been amazing to have you all come together. And remember that the hashtag World Connected series is inspired by the Global Esports Federation's values of equality, fair play, diversity, inclusion, and innovation. So thank you all so much for tuning in. It has been a pleasure to cast yesterday and to host today. I have been your girl, TK Lalo. This has been the WCS Cup, and with that being said, we are now done and dusted. Take good care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Sunday, and we'll hopefully see you in future events here, British Esports Association. Goodbye, my friends.